Chapter 6 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Crime. Victor de Marmont had spent that same night in wearisome agitation. His mortification and disappointment would not allow him to rest. He had brought his squad of cavalry up as far as St. Priest, which lies a little off the main road, about halfway between Lyons and the scene of de Marmont's late discomfiture. Here he and his men had spent the night, only to make a fresh start early the next morning, back for Grenoble, seeing that Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, with 30 or 40,000 troops, was even now at Lyons. When, an hour after leaving St. Priest, the little troop came upon a solitary horseman, riding a heavy carriage horse with a postilion's bridle, de Marmont at first had no other thought save that of malicious pleasure at recognizing the man whom just now he hated more cordially than any other man in the world. Monsieur de St. Genis, for indeed it was he, was peremptorily challenged and questioned, and his wrath and impotent attempts at arrogance greatly delighted de Marmont. To make oneself actively unpleasant to a rival is apt to be a very pleasurable sensation. Victor had an exceedingly disagreeable half-hour to avenge and to declare St. Genis a prisoner of war, to order his removal to Grenoble pending the Emperor's pleasure, to command him to be silent when he desired to speak, was so much soothing balsam spread upon the wounds which his own pride had suffered at Brestolo last Sunday eve. It was not until a casual remark from the sergeant under his command caused him to notice the bulging pockets of St. Genis's coat that Victor thought to give the order to search the prisoner. The latter entered a vigorous protest. He fought and he threatened. He promised de Marmont the hangman's rope and his men terrible reprisals. But of course he was fighting a losing battle. He was alone against 25. His first attempt at getting hold of the pistols in his belt was met with a threat of summary execution. He was dragged out of the saddle. His arms were forced behind his back, while rough hands turned out the precious contents of his coat pockets. All that he could do was to curse fate which had brought these pirates on his way, and his own short-sightedness and impatience in not waiting for the armed patrol which undoubtedly would have been sent out to him from Lyons in response to Monsieur le Comte de Cambray's request. Now he had the deadly chagrin and bitter disappointment of seeing the money which he had wrested from Clifford last night at the price of so much humiliation, transferred to the pockets of a real thief and spoliator, who would either keep it for himself or, what in the enthusiastic royalist's eyes would be even worse, place it at the service of the Corsican usurper. He could hardly believe in the reality of his ill luck, so appalling was it. In one moment he saw all the hopes of which he had dreamed last night fly beyond recall. He had lost Crystal more effectually, more completely, than he had ever done before. If the Englishman ever spoke of what had occurred last night, if Crystal ever knew that he had been fool enough to lose the treasure which had been in his possession for a few hours, her contempt would crush the love which she had for him. nor would the Comte de Cambrai ever relent. De Marmont's triumph, too, was hard to bear. His clumsy irony was terribly galling. Would Monsieur le Marquis de St. Genis care to continue his journey to Lyons now? Would he not prefer to go to Grenoble? St. Genis bit his tongue with the determination to remain silent. Monsieur de St. Genis is free to go whither he chooses. The permission was not even welcome. Maurice would as lief be taken prisoner and dragged back to Grenoble as face Crystal with the story of his failure. Quite mechanically he remounted, and pulled his horse to one side, while de Marmont ordered his little squad to form once more, and after the brief word of command and a final sarcastic farewell, galloped off up the road back toward Lyons at the head of his men, not waiting to see if St. Genis came his way too or not. The latter, with wearied aching eyes, gazed after the fast disappearing troop, until they became a mere speck on the long straight road, and the distant morning mist finally swallowed them up. Then he too turned his horse's head in the same direction, back toward Lyons once more, and allowing the reins to hang loosely in his hand, and letting his horse pick its own slow way along the road, he gave himself over to the gloominess of his own thoughts. He too had some difficulty in entering the town. Monsieur le Duc de Orleans, cousin of the king, had just arrived to support Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, and together these two royal princes had framed and posted up a proclamation to the brave Lyonnese of the National Guard. The whole city was in a turmoil, for Monsieur le Duc de Orleans, who was nothing if not practical, had at once declared that there was not the slightest chance of a successful defence of Lyons, and that by far the best thing to do would be to withdraw the troops while they were still loyal. Monsieur le Comte d'Artois protested. At any rate, he wouldn't do anything so drastic till after the arrival of Marshal Macdonald, to whom he had sent an urgent courier the day before, enjoining him to come to Lyons without delay. In the meantime, he and his royal cousin did all they could to kindle, or at any rate to keep up the loyalty of the troops. But defection was already in the air. Here and there the men had been seen to throw their white cockades into the mud, and more than one cry of Vive l'Empereur had risen even while Monsieur himself was reviewing the National Guard on the Place Bellecour. The bridge of La Guillotière was stoutly barricaded, but as St. Genis waded out in the open road, while his name was being taken to the officer in command, he saw crowds of people standing or walking up and down on the opposite bank of the river. They were waiting for the Emperor, the news of whose approach was filling the townspeople with glee. Heartsick and wretched, St. Genis, after several hours of weary waiting, did ultimately obtain permission to enter the city by the ferry on the south side of the city. Once inside Lyons, he had no difficulty in ascertaining where such a distinguished gentleman as Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai had put up for the night, and he promptly made his way to the Hotel Bourbon, his mind at this stage still a complete blank as to how he would explain his discomfiture to the Comte and to Crystal. In the present state of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois' difficulties, the money would have been thrice welcome, and St. Genis felt the load of failure weighing thrice as heavily on his soul and dreaded the reproaches, mute or outspoken, which he knew awaited him. If only he could have thought of something plausible and not too inglorious. There was, of course, the possibility that he had failed to come upon the track of the thieves at all, but then he had no business to come back so soon, and he didn't want to come back, only that there was always the likelihood of the Englishman speaking of what had occurred, not necessarily with evil intent, but some words of his. If within a week I hear that the King of France has not received this money, I will proclaim you a liar and a thief, rang unpleasantly in St. Genus's ears. The young man's mind, I repeat, was at this point still a blank as to what explanation he would give to the Comte de Cambrai of his own miserable failure. He was returning, after an ardent promise to overtake the thief and to force him to give up the money, without apparently having made any effort in that direction, or having made the effort, failing signally and ignominiously, a foolish and unheroic position in either case. To tell the whole unvarnished truth, his interview with Clifford and his thoughtlessness in wandering along the road all alone, laden with 25,000,000 francs, not waiting for the arrival of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois' patrol, was unthinkable. Then what? St. Genus, determined not to tell the truth, found it a difficult task to concoct a story that would be plausible, and at the same time redound to his credit. His disappointment was so bitter now, his hopes of winning Crystal and glory had been so bright, that he found it quite impossible to go back to the hard facts of life, to his own poverty, and the unattainableness of Crystal de Cambrai, without making a great effort to win back what Victor de Marmont had just wrested from him. Through the whirl of his thoughts, too, there was a vague sense of resentment against Clifford, coupled with an equally vague sense of fear. He, Maurice, might easily keep silent over the transaction of last night, but Clifford might not feel inclined to do so. He would want to know, sooner or later, what had become of the money. Had he not uttered a threat which made Maurice's cheeks, even now, flush with wrath and shame? Certain words and gestures of the Englishman had stood out before Maurice's mind in a way that had stirred up those latent jealousies which always lurk in the heart of an unsuccessful wooer. Clifford had been generous, blind to his own interests, ready to sacrifice what recognition he had earned. He had spared his assailant, and agreed to an unworthy subterfuge, and St. Genus's tormented brain began to wonder why he had done all this. Was it for love of Crystal de Cambrai? St. Genus would not allow himself to answer that question, for he felt that if he did, he would hate that hard-fisted Englishman more thoroughly than he had ever hated any man before, not excepting de Marmont. De Marmont was an evil and vile traitor, who never could cross Crystal's path of life again, but not so the Englishman, who had planned to serve her, and who would have succeeded so magnificently but for his, Maurice's, interference. If this explanation of Clifford's strangely magnanimous conduct was the true one, then indeed St. Genus felt that he would have everything to fear from him, for indeed it was so very unlikely that the Englishman was throughout acting in collusion with Victor de Marmont, who was known to be his friend. Was it so very unlikely that Seeing himself unmasked, he had found a sure and rapid way of allowing the money to pass through St. Genus's hands into those of de Marmont, and at the same time hopelessly humiliating and discrediting his rival in the affections of Mademoiselle de Cambray. That the suggestion of handing the money over to him had come originally from Maurice de St. Genus himself, the young man did not trouble himself to remember. The more he thought this new explanation of past events over, the more plausible did it seem, and the more likely of acceptance by Monsieur le Comte de Cambray and by Crystal, and St. Genus at last saw his way to appearing before them, not only zealous, but heroic, even if unfortunate, and it was with a much lightened heart that he finally drew rein outside the Hotel Bourbon. Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, it seems, was staying at the hotel for a few days. So the proprietor informed Monsieur de St. Genus. Monsieur le Comte had gone out, but Madame la Duchesse d'Agen was upstairs with Mademoiselle de Cambray. With somewhat uncertain step, St. Genus followed the obsequious proprietor, who had insisted on conducting Monsieur le Marquis to the ladies' apartments himself. They occupied a suite of rooms on the first floor, and after a timid knock at the door, it was opened by Jean from within, and Maurice found himself in the presence of Crystal and of the Duchess, and obliged at once to enter upon the explanation which, with their first cry of surprise, they already asked of him. "Well," exclaimed Crystal eagerly, "what news?" "Of the money," murmured Maurice vaguely, who above all things was anxious to gain time. "Yes, the King's money," rejoined the girl, with slight impatience. "Have you tracked the thieves? Do you know where they are? Is there any hope of catching them?" "None, I am afraid," he replied firmly. Crystal gave a cry of bitter disappointment and reproach. "Then, Maurice," she exclaimed almost involuntarily, "why are you here?" And Madame la Duchesse, folding her mittened hands before her, seemed mutely to be asking the same question. "But did you come upon the thieves at all?" continued Crystal, with eager volubility. "Where did they go to for the night? You must have come on some traces of their passage. Oh," she added vehemently, "you ought not to have deserted your post like this." "What could I do?" he murmured. "I was all alone, against so many." "You said that you would get on the track of the thieves," she urged, "and father told you that he would speak with Monsieur le Comte d'Artois as soon as possible. Monsieur has promised that an armed patrol would be sent out to you, and would be on the lookout for you on the road." "An armed patrol would be no use. I came back on purpose to stop one being sent." "But why, in Heaven's name?" exclaimed the Duchess. "Because a troop of deserters, with that traitor Victor de Marmont, is scouring the road, and—" "We know that," said Crystal. "We were stopped by them last night after you left us. They were after the money for the usurper who had sent them, and I thanked God that 25 millions had enriched a common thief rather than the Corsican brigand." "Surely, Maurice," said the Duchess, with her usual tartness, "you were not fool enough to allow the King's money to fall into that abominable de Marmont's hands." "How could I help it?" now exclaimed the young man, as if driven to the extremity of despair. "The whole thing was a huge plot beyond one man's power to cope with. I tracked the thieves," he continued with vehemence as eager as Crystal's. "I tracked them to a lonely hostelry off the beaten track at dead of night, a den of cutthroats and conspirators. I tracked the thief to his lair, and forced him to give the money up to me." "You forced him? Oh, how splendid!" cried Crystal. "But then, there was the hideousness of the plot. The thief, feeling himself unmasked, gave up his stolen booty. I forced him to his knees, and 5 wallets containing 25,000,000 francs were safely in my pockets at last." "You forced him? How splendid!" reiterated Crystal, whose glowing eyes were fixed upon Maurice with all the admiration which she felt. "Yes, that money was in my pocket for the rest of the happy night, but the abominable thief knew well that his friend Victor de Marmont was on the road with 25 armed deserters in the pay of the Corsican brigand. Hardly had I left the hostelry and found my way back to the main road, when I was surrounded, assailed, searched, and robbed. I repeat," continued St. Genis, warming to his own narrative, "what could I do alone against so many? The thief and his hirelings I managed successfully, but with the money once in my possession, I could not risk staying an hour longer than I could help in that den of cutthroats. But they were in league with de Marmont, and though I would have guarded the king's money with my life, it was filched from me ere I could draw a single weapon in its defence." He had sunk in a chair, half exhausted with the effort of his own eloquence, and now, with elbows resting on his knees and head buried in his hands, he looked the picture of heroic misery. Crystal said nothing for a while. There was a deep frown of puzzlement between her eyes. "Maurice," she said resolutely at last, "you said just now that the thief was in collusion with his friend de Marmont. What did you mean by that?" "I would rather that you guessed what I meant, Crystal," replied Maurice, without looking up at her. "You mean that," she began slowly. "That it was Mr. Clifford, our English friend," broke in Madame tartly, "who robbed us on the broad highway. I suspected it all along." "You suspected it, ma tante, and said nothing?" asked the girl, who obviously had not taken in the full significance of Maurice's statement. "I said absolutely nothing," replied Madame decisively. "Firstly, because I did not think that I would be doing any good by putting my own surmises into my brother's head; and secondly, because I must confess that I thought that nice young Englishman had acted pour le bon motif." "How could you think that, ma tante?" ejaculated Crystal hotly. "A good motive? To rob us at dead of night? He, a friend of Victor de Marmont, an adherent of the Corsican." "Englishmen are not adherents of the Corsican, my dear," retorted Madame dryly. "And until Maurice's appearance this morning, I was satisfied that the money would ultimately reach His Majesty's own hands. But we were taking the money to His Majesty ourselves, and Victor de Marmont was after it. Mr. Clifford may have known that. Remember, my dear," continued Madame, "that these were my impressions last night. Maurice's account of the den of cutthroats has modified these entirely." Again Crystal was silent. The frown had darkened on her face. There was a line of bitter resentment round her lips, a look of contempt, of hate, of a desire to hurt, in her eyes. "Maurice," she said abruptly at last. "Yes, I did wound that thief, did I not?" "Yes, in the shoulder. It gave me a slight advantage," he said with affected modesty. "I am glad. And you were able to punish him too, I hope?" "Yes, I punished him." He was watching her very closely, for inwardly he had been wondering how she had taken his news. She was strangely agitated, so Maurice's troubled, jealous heart told him. Her face was flushed, her eyes were wet, and a tiny lace handkerchief which she twisted between her fingers was nothing but a damp rag. "Oh, I hate him, I hate him," she murmured, as with an impatient gesture she brushed the gathering tears from her eyes. "Father had been so kind to him. So were we all. How could he? How could he?" "His duty, I suppose," said St. Genus magnanimously. "His duty?" she retorted scornfully. "To the cause which he served." Duty to a usurper, a brigand, the enemy of his country. Was he then paid to serve the Corsican? Probably. His being in trade, buying gloves at Grenoble, was all a plant then? "I am afraid so," said St. Genus, who much against his will now was sinking ever deeper and deeper in the quagmire of lying and cowardice into which he had allowed himself to drift. And he was nothing better than a spy? No one, not even Crystal herself, could have defined with what feelings she said this. Was it solely contempt, or did a strange mixture of regret and sorrow mingle with the scorn which she felt? Swiftly her thoughts had flown back to that Sunday evening, a very few days ago, when the course of her destiny was so suddenly changed once more, when her marriage with a man whom she could never love was broken off, when the possibilities once more rose upon the horizon of her life, of a renewed existence of poverty and exile in the wake of a dispossessed king. That same evening a man whom she had hardly noticed before, a man neither of her own nationality nor of her own caste, this same Englishman, Clifford, had entered into her life, not violently or aggressively, but just with a few words of intense sympathy, and with a genuine offer of friendship, and she somehow, despite much kindness which encompassed her always, had felt cheered and warmed by his words, and a strange and sweet sense of security against hurt and sorrow had entered her heart as she listened to them. And now she knew that all that was false, false his sympathy, false his offers of friendship. His words were false, his hand grasp false. Treachery lurked behind that kindly look in his eyes, and falsehood beneath his smile. He was nothing better than a spy. The sting of that thought hurt her more than she could have thought possible. She had so few real friends, and this one had proved a sham. Had she been alone, she would have given way to tears. But before Maurice, or even her aunt, she was ashamed of her grief, ashamed of her feelings, and of her thoughts. There was a great deal yet that she wished to know, but somehow the words choked her when she wanted to ask further questions. Fortunately, Madame la Duchesse was taking Maurice thoroughly to task. She asked innumerable questions, and would not spare him the relation of a single detail. "Tell us all about it from the beginning, Maurice," she said. "Where did you first meet the rogue?" And Maurice, weary and ashamed, was forced to embark on a minute account of adventures that were lies from beginning to end. He had stumbled across the wayside hostelry on a lonely bypath. He had found it full of cutthroats. He had stalked and waylaid their chief in his own room, and forced him to give up the money by the weight of his fists. It was paltry and pitiable. Nevertheless, St. Genus, as he warmed to his tale, lost the shame of it. Only wrath remained with him, anger that he should be forced into this despicable role through the intrigues of a rival. In his heart he was already beginning to find innumerable excuses for his cowardice, and his rage and hatred grew against Clifford, as Madame's more and more persistent questions taxed his imagination almost to exhaustion. When, after half an hour of this wearying cross-examination, Madame at last granted him a respite, he made a pretext of urgent business at Monsieur le Comte d'Artois' headquarters, and took his leave of the ladies. He waited in vain hope that the Duchess's tact would induce her to leave him alone for a moment with Cristel. Madame stuck obstinately to her chair, and was blind and deaf to every hint of appeal from him, whilst Cristel, who was singularly absorbed and had lent but a very indifferent ear to his narrative, made no attempt to detain him. She gave him her hand to kiss, just as Madame had done. It lay hot and moist in his grasp. "Cristel," he continued to murmur, as his lips touched her fingers, "I love you. I worked for you. It is not my fault that I failed." She looked at him kindly and sympathetically through her tears, and gave his hand a gentle little pressure. "I am sure it was not your fault," she replied gently. "Poor Maurice!" It was not more than any kind friend would say under like circumstances, but to a lover every little word from the beloved has a significance of its own. Every look from her has its hidden meaning. Somewhat satisfied and cheered, Maurice now took his final leave. "Does Monsieur le Comte propose to continue his journey to Paris?" he asked at the last. "Oh, yes," Cristel replied. "He could not stay away while he feels that his Majesty may have need of him. Oh, Maurice," she added suddenly, forgetting her absorption, her wrath against Clifford, her own disappointment, everything, in face of the awful possible calamity, and turning anxious, appealing eyes upon the young man, "you don't think, do you, that abominable usurper will succeed in ousting the King once more from his throne?" And St. Genis, remembering Lefray and Grenoble, remembering what was going on in Lyons at this moment, the silent grumblings of the troops, the defaced white cockades, the cries of "Vive l'Empereur," which he himself had heard as he rode through the town, St. Genis, remembering all this, could only shake his head and shrug his shoulders in miserable doubt. When he had gone at last, Cristel's thoughts veered back once more to Clifford and to his treachery. "What abominable deceit, ma tante!" she cried, and quite against her will, tears of wrath and of disappointment rose to her eyes. "What villainy! What odious, execrable treachery!" Madame shrugged her shoulders and took up her knitting. "These days, my dear," she said, with unwonted placidity, "the world is so full of treachery that men and women absorb it by every pore." "But I shall not leave it at that," rejoined Cristel resolutely. "I'll find a means of punishing that vile traitor. I'll make him feel the hatred which he had so richly deserved. I shall not rest till I have made him suffer as he makes me suffer now." "My dear, my dear," protested Madame la Duchesse, not a little shocked at the girl's vehemence. Indeed, Cristel's otherwise sweet, gentle, yielding personality seemed completely transformed. For the moment she was just a sensitive woman who had been hit and hurt, and whose desire for retaliation is keener, more relentless than that of a man. All the soft look in her blue eyes had gone. They looked dark and hard. Her fair curls were matted against her damp forehead. Indeed, Madame thought that for the moment all Crystal's beauty had gone. The sweet, submissive beauty of the girl, the grace of movement, the shy, appealing gentleness of her ways. She now looked all determination, resentment, and, above all, revenge. "The dear child," sighed the Duchess over her knitting. "It is the English blood in her. Those people never know how to accept the inevitable. They are always wanting to fight someone for something, and never know when they are beaten." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Ascent of the Capitol. And the triumphal march from the Gulf of Juan continued uninterrupted to Paris. After Livray and Grenoble, Lyons, where the silk weavers of La Guillotière assembled in their thousands to demolish the barricades which had been built up on their bridge against the arrival of the Emperor, and watched his entry into their city, waving kerchiefs and hats in his honour, and tricolour flags and cockades fished out of cupboards, where they had lain hidden but not forgotten for one whole year. After Lyons, Villefranche, where 60,000 peasants and workmen awaited his arrival at the foot of the Tree of Liberty, on the top of which a brass eagle, the relic of some old standard, glistened like gold as it caught the rays of the setting sun. And Nevers, where the townsfolk urged the regiments as they marched through the city to tear the white cockades from their hats, and Chalon-sur-Saône, where the workpeople commandeer a convoy of artillery destined for the army of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois. The prefects of the various departments, the bureaucracy of provinces and cities, are not only amazed, but struck with terror. "This is a new revolution," they cry in dismay. Yes, it is a new revolution, the revolt of the peasantry, of the poor, the humble, the oppressed, the hatred which they felt against that old regime which had come back to them with its old arrogance and its former tyrannies, had joined issue with the cult of the army for the emperor who had led it to glory, to fortune, and to fame. The people and the army were roused by the same enthusiasm, and marched shoulder to shoulder to join the standard of Napoleon. The little man in the shabby hat and the grey redingote, who for them personified the spirit of the great revolution, the great struggle for liberty and its final victory. The army of the Comte d'Artois, that portion of it which remained loyal, was powerless against the overwhelming tide of popular enthusiasm, powerless against dissatisfaction, mutterings, and constant defections in its ranks. The army would have done well in Provence, for Provence was loyal and royalist, man, woman, and child. But Napoleon took the route of the Alps and avoided Provence. By the time he reached Lyons he had an army of his own, and Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, fearing more defections and worse defeats, had thought it prudent to retire. It has often been said that if a single shot had been fired against his original little band, Napoleon's march on Paris would have been stopped. Who shall tell? there are such ifs in the world which no human mind can challenge. Certain it is that that shot was not fired. At La Fray, Brandon gave the order, but he did not raise his musket himself. On the walls of Grenoble, St. Genis, in command of the artillery, and urged by the Comte de Cambrai, did not dare to give the order or to fire a gun himself. The men declare he had said gloomily that they would blow their officers from their own guns. And at Lyons there was not militiaman, a royalist, volunteer, or a pariah out of the streets, who was willing to fire that first and single shot. And though Marshal MacDonald swore ultimately that he would do it himself, his determination failed him at the last, when, surrounded by his wavering troops, he found himself face to face with the conqueror of Austerlitz and Jena and Rivoli and 1,000 other glorious fights, with the man in the grey redingote who had created him Marshal of France and Duke of Tarrant on the battlefields of Lombardy, his comrade in arms who had shared his own scanty army rations with him, slept beside him round the bivouac fires, and round whom now there rose a cry from end to end of Lyons, "Vive l'Empereur!" Victor de Marmont did not wait for the arrival of the Emperor at Lyons, nor did he attempt to enter the city. He knew that there was still some money in the imperial treasury brought over from Elba, and his mind, always in search of the dramatic, had dwelt with pleasure on thoughts of the day when the Emperor, having entered Fontainebleau, or perhaps even Paris and the Tuileries, would there be met by his faithful de Marmont, who on bended knees, in the midst of a brilliant and admiring throng, would present to him the 25,000,000 francs, originally the property of the Empress herself, and now happily wrested from the cupidity of royalist traitors. The picture pleased de Marmont's fancy. He dwelt on it with delight. He knew that no one requited a service more amply and more generously than Napoleon. He knew that after this service rendered, there was nothing to which he, de Marmont, young as he was, could not aspire. Title, riches, honours, anything he wanted, would speedily become his. And with these, to his credit, he could claim Crystal de Cambrai once more. Oh, she would be humbled again by then. She and her father too, the proud aristocrats, doomed once more to penury and exile, unless he, de Marmont, came forth like the fairy prince to the beggar maid, with hands laden with riches, ready to lay these at the feet of the woman he loved. Yes, Crystal de Cambrai would be humbled. De Marmont, though he felt that he loved her more and better than any man had ever loved any woman before, nevertheless had a decided wish that she should be humbled and suffer bitterly thereby. He felt that her pride was his only enemy, her pride and royalist prejudices. Of the latter he thought but little. Confident of his emperor's success, he thought that all those hot-headed royalists would soon realize the hopelessness of their cause, rendered all the more hopeless through its short-lived triumph of the past year, and abandon it gradually and surely, accepting the inevitable, and rejoicing over the renewed glory which would come over France. As for her pride, well, that was going to be humbled, along with the pride of the Bourbon princes, of that fatuous old king, of all those arrogant aristocrats who had come back after years of exile, as arrogant, as tyrannical as ever before. These were pleasing thoughts which kept Victor de Marmont company on his way between Lyons and Fontainebleau. Once past Villefranche, he sent the bulk of his escort back to Lyons, where the Emperor should have arrived by this time. He had written out a superficial report of his expedition, which the sergeant in charge of the little troop was to convey to the Emperor's own hands. He only kept 2 men with him, put himself and them into plain travelling clothes, which he purchased at Villefranche, and continued his journey to the north without much haste. The roads were safe enough from footpads. He and his 2 men were well armed, and what stragglers from the main royalist army he came across would be far too busy with their own retreat and their own disappointment to pay much heed to a civilian and seemingly harmless traveller. De Marmont loved to linger on the way in the towns and hamlets where the news of the Emperor's approach had already been wafted from Grenoble, or Lyons, or Villefranche, on the wings of wind or birds. Who shall say? Enough that it had come, that the peasants, assembled in masses in their villages, were whispering together that he was coming, the little man in the grey redingote, l'Empereur. And de Marmont would halt in those villages and stop to whisper with the peasants too. Yes, he was coming, and the whole of France was giving him a rousing welcome. There was the fray, and Grenoble, and Lyons. The army rallied to his standard as one man. And de Marmont would then pass on to another village, to another town, no longer whispering after a while, but loudly proclaiming the arrival of the Emperor, who had come into his own again. After Nevers, he was only 24 hours ahead of Napoleon, and his progress became a triumphant one. Newspapers, dispatches had filtrated through from Paris. News became authentic, though some of it sounded a little wild. Wherever de Marmont arrived, he was received with acclamations as the man who had seen the Emperor, who had assisted at the Emperor's magnificent entry into Grenoble, who could assure citizens and peasantry that it was all true, that the Emperor would be in Paris again very shortly, and that once more there would be an end to tyranny and oppression, to the rule of the aristocrats and a number of incompetent and fatuous princes. He did not halt at Fontainebleau, for now he knew that the court of the Tuileries was in a panic, that neither the Comte d'Artois nor the Duc de Berry nor any of the royal princes had succeeded in keeping the army together, that defections had been rife for the past week, even before Napoleon had shown himself, and that Marshal Ney, the bravest soldier in France, had joined his emperor at Auxerre. No, de Marmont would not halt at Fontainebleau. It was Paris that he wanted to see. Paris, which today would witness the hasty flight of the gouty and unpopular king, whom it had never learned to love. Paris decking herself out like a bride for the arrival of her bridegroom. Paris waiting and watching, while once again on the Tuileries and the Hôtel de Ville, on the Louvre and the Luxembourg, on church towers and government buildings, the old tricolour flag waved gaily in the wind. He slept that night at a small hotel in the Louvre quarter, but the whole evening he spent on the Place du Carrousel with the crowd outside the Tuileries, watching the departure from the palace of the infirm King of France and of his court. The crowd was silent and obviously deeply moved. The spectacle before it of an old ailing monarch, driven forth out of the home of his ancestors, and forced after an exile of 23 years, and a brief reign of less than one, to go back once more to misery and exile, was pitiable in the extreme. Many forgot all that the brief reign had meant in disappointments and bitter regrets, and only saw in the pathetic figure that waddled painfully from portico to carriage door a monarch who was unhappy, abandoned, and defenceless, a monarch, too, who in his unheroic, sometimes grotesque person, was nevertheless the representative of all the privileges and all the rights, of all the dignity and majesty pertaining to the most ancient ruling dynasty in Europe, as well as of all the humiliations and misfortunes which that same dynasty had endured. It is late in the evening of March 20th. A thin mist is spreading from the river right over Paris, and from the Place du Carrousel the lighted windows of the Tuileries Palace appear only like tiny, dimly flickering stars. Here an immense crowd is assembled. It has waited patiently hour after hour, ever since in the earlier part of the afternoon a courier has come over from Fontainebleau with the news that the Emperor is already there and would be in Paris this night. It is the same crowd which 24 hours ago shed a tear or two in sympathy for the departing monarch. Now it stands here waiting, excited, ready to cheer the return of a popular hero, half forgotten, wildly acclaimed, madly welcomed, to be cursed again, and again forgotten so soon. It was a heterogeneous crowd, forsooth, made up in great part of the curious, the idle, the indifferent, and in great part, too, of the Bonapartist enthusiasts and malcontents who had groaned under the reactionary tyranny of the Restoration, of malcontents, too, of no enthusiasm, who were ready to welcome any change which might bring them to prominence or to fortune, with here and there a sprinkling of hot-headed revolutionaries, cursing the return of the Emperor as heartily as they had cursed that of the Bourbon king, and here and there a few heart-sick royalists come to watch the final annihilation of their hopes. Victor de Marmont, wrapped in a dark cloak, stood among the crowd for a while. He knew that the Emperor would probably not be in Paris before night, and he loved to be in the very midst of the wave of enthusiasm which was surging higher and ever higher in the crowd, and hear the excited whispers, and to feel all round him, wrapping him closely like a magic mantle of warmth and delight, the exaltation of this mass of men and women assembled here to acclaim the hero whom he himself adored. Closely buttoned inside his coat, he had scraps of paper worth the ransom of any king. Among the crowd, too, Bobby Clifford moved and stood. He was one of those who watched this enthusiasm with a heart filled with forebodings. He knew well how short this enthusiasm would be. He knew that within a few weeks, days perhaps, the bold and reckless adventurer who had so easily reconquered France would realize that the imperial crown would never be allowed to sit firmly upon his head. None in this crowd knew better that the present pageant and glory would be short-lived than did this tall, quiet Englishman, who listened with half an ear and a smile of good-natured contempt to the loud cries of "Vive l'Empereur," which rose spontaneously whenever the sound of horses' hoofs or rattles of wheels from the direction of Fontainebleau suggested the approach of the hero of the day. None knew better than he that already in far-off England another great hero, named Wellington, was organizing the forces which presently would crush, for ever this time, the might and ambitions of the man whom England had never acknowledged as anything but a usurper and a foe. And closely buttoned inside his coat, Clifford had a letter which he had received at his lodgings in the Alma quarter only a few moments before he sallied forth into the streets. That letter was an answer to a confidential enquiry of his own, sent to the chief of the British Secret Intelligence Department, resident in Paris, desiring to know if the department had any knowledge of a vast sum of money having come unexpectedly into the hands of His Majesty the King of France before his flight from the capital. The answer was an emphatic no. The intelligence department knew of no such windfall, but its secret agents reported that Victor de Marmont, captain of the usurper's bodyguard, had waylaid Monsieur le Marquis de St. Genis on the highroad, not far from Lyons. The escort which had accompanied Victor de Marmont on that occasion had been dismissed by him at Villefranche, and the information which the British Secret Intelligence Department had obtained came through the indiscretion of the sergeant in charge of the escort, who had boasted in a tavern at Lyons that he had actually searched Monsieur de St. Genis and found a large sum of money upon him, of which Monsieur de Marmont promptly took possession. When Bobby Clifford received this letter and first mastered its contents, the language which he used would have done honour to a Toulon coal-heaver. He cursed St. Genis's stupidity in allowing himself to be caught, but above all he cursed himself for his soft-heartedness, which had prompted him to part with the money. The letter which brought him the bad news seemed to scorch his hand, and brand it with the mark of folly. He had thought to serve the woman he loved, first by taking the money from her, since he knew that Victor de Marmont, with an escort of cavalry, was after it, and secondly, by allowing the man whom she loved to have the honour and glory of laying the money at his sovereign's feet. The whole had ended in a miserable fiasco, and Clifford felt sore and wrathful against himself. And also among the crowd, among those who came, heartsick, hopeless, forlorn, to watch the triumph of the enemy as they had watched the humiliation of their feeble king, was Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, with his daughter Crystal on his arm. They had come, as so many royalists had done, with a vague hope that in the attitude of the crowd they would discern indifference rather than exultation, and that the active agents of their party, as well as those of England and of Prussia, would succeed presently in stirring up a counter demonstration, that a few cries of Vive le Roi would prove to the army at least, and to the people of Paris, that acclamations for the usurper were at any rate not unanimous. But the crowd was not indifferent, it was excited. When first the Comte de Cambray and Crystal arrived on the Place du Carrousel, a number of white cockades could be picked out in the throng, either worn on a hat or fixed to a buttonhole. But as the afternoon wore on, there were fewer and fewer of these small white stars to be seen. The temper of the crowd did not brook this mute reproach upon its enthusiasm. One or two cockades had been roughly torn and thrown into the mud, and the wearer unpleasantly ill-used if he persisted in any royalistic demonstration. Crystal, when she saw these incidents, was not the least frightened. She wore her white cockade openly pinned to her cloak. She was far too loyal, far too enthusiastic and fearless, far too much a woman to yield her convictions to the popular feeling of the moment. And she looked so young and so pretty, clinging to the arm of her father, who looked a picturesque and harmless representative of the fallen regime, that with the exception of a few rough words, a threat here and there, they had so far escaped active molestation. And the crowd presently had so much to see that it ceased to look out for white cockades or to bait the sad-eyed royalists. A procession of carriages, sparse at first and simple in appearance, had begun to make its way from different parts of the town across the Place du Carrousel toward the Tuileries. They arrived very quietly at first, with as little clatter as possible, and drew up before the gates of the Pavilion des Fleurs with as little show as may be. The carriage doors were opened unostentatiously, and dark furtive figures stepped out from them, and almost ran to the door of the palace, so eager were they to escape observation, their big cloaks wrapped closely round them to hide the court dress or uniform below. Ministers, dignitaries of the court, councillors of state, major domos, stewards, butlers, body servants, they all came one by one, or in groups of twos or threes. As the afternoon wore on, these arrivals grew less and less furtive. The carriages arrived with greater clatter and to-do, with finer liveries and more gorgeous harness. Those who stepped out of the carriage doors were no longer quick and stealthy in their movements. They lingered near the step to give an order or to chat to a friend. The big cloak no longer concealed the gorgeous uniform below. It was allowed to fall away from the shoulder, so as to display the row of medals and stars, the gold embroidery, the magnificence of the court attire. The Emperor had left Fontainebleau. Within an hour he would be in Paris. Every one knew it, and the excitement in the crowd that watched grew more and more intense. Last night these same men and women had looked with mute, if superficial sympathy, on the departure of Louis XVIII. Through these same palace gates. Many eyes then became moist at the sight, as memory flew back 20 years to the murdered king, his flight to Varennes, his ignominious return, his weary cavalry from prison to courthouse, and thence to the scaffold. And here was his brother, come back after 23 years of exile, acclaimed by the populace, cheered by foreign soldiers, Russians, Austrians, English, anything but French, and driven forth once more to exile after the brief glory that lasted not quite a year. But this the crowd of today has already forgotten, with the completeness peculiar to crowds. Men, women, and children too, they are no longer mute. They talk and they chatter. They scream with astonishment and delight whenever now from more and more carriages more and more gorgeously dressed folk descend. The ladies are beginning to arrive, the wives of the great court dignitaries, the ladies of the court and household of this still absent empress. They do not attempt to hide their brilliant toilets. Their bare shoulders and arms gleam through the fastenings of their cloaks, and diamonds sparkle in their hair. The crowd has recognized some of the great marshals, the men who in the Emperor's wake led the French troops to victory in Italy, in Prussia, in Austria. Marat, Duke de Bassano, is there, and the crowd cheers him. The Duke de Rovigno, Marshal Devout, Prince de Eckmühl, General Excelmans, one of Napoleon's oldest companions at arms, the Duke of Gaeta, the Duke of Padua, a crowd of generals and superior officers. It seems like the world of the Sleeping Beauty, and of the enchanted castle which a kiss has awakened from its 11 months' sleep. The empire had only been asleep. It had dreamed a bad dream, wherein its hero was a prisoner and an exile. Now it is slowly awakened back to life and to reality. The night wears on. Darkness and fog envelop Paris more and more. Excitement becomes akin to anxiety. If the emperor did leave Fontainebleau when the last courier said that he did, he should certainly be here by now. There are strange whispers, strange waves of evil reports that spread through the waiting crowd. A royalist fanatic had shot at the emperor. The emperor was wounded. He was dead. Oh, the excitement of that interminable wait! At last, just as from every church tower the bells strike the hour of 9, there comes the muffled sound of a distant cavalcade, the sound of horses galloping, and only half drowning that of the rumbling of coach wheels. It comes from the direction of the embankment, and from far away now is heard the first cry of Vive l'Empereur. The noise gets louder and more clear. The cries are repeated again and again, till they merge into one great uproarious clamour. Like the ocean when lashed by the wind, the crowd surges, moves, rises on tiptoe, subsides, falls back to crush forward again, and once more to retreat, as a heavy coach, surrounded by 1,000 or so of mounted men, dashes over the cobbles of the Place du Carrousel, whilst the clamour of the crowd becomes positively deafening. Vive l'Empereur! The officers in the courtyard of the palace rush to the coach as it draws up at the Pavilion de Flore. One of them succeeds in opening the carriage door. The emperor is literally torn out of the carriage, carried to the vestibule, where more officers seize him, raise him from the crowd, bear him along, hoisted upon their shoulders, up the monumental staircase. Their enthusiasm is akin to delirium. They nearly tear their hero to pieces in their wild, mad, frantic welcome. "In Heaven's name, protect his person!" exclaims the Duc de Vincennes anxiously, and he and Lavalette manage to get hold of the banisters, and by dint of fighting and pushing, succeed in walking backwards step by step in front of the emperor, thus making a way for him. Lavalette can hardly believe his eyes, and the Duc de Vincennes keeps murmuring, "It is the emperor! It is the emperor!" And he, the little stout man in green cloth coat and white breeches, walks up the steps of his reconquered palace like a man in a dream. His eyes are fixed apparently on nothing. He makes no movement to keep his two enthusiastic friends away. The smile upon his lips is meaningless and fixed. "Vive l'Empereur!" vociferates the crowd. "Vive l'Empereur!" for 100 days, a few weeks of joy, a few weeks of anxiety, a few weeks of indecision, of wavering, and of doubt. Then defeat more irrevocable than before, exile more distant, despair more complete. Vive l'Empereur, while we shout with excitement, while we remember the disappointments of the past year, while we hope for better things from a hand that has lost its cunning, a mind that has lost its power. Vive l'Empereur! Let him live for 100 days, while we forget our enthusiasm, and Europe prepares its final crushing blow. Let him live until we remember once again the horrors of war, the misery, the famine, the devastated homes, until once more we see the maimed and crippled crawling back wearily from the fields of glory, until our ears ring with the wails of widows and the cries of the fatherless. Then let him no longer live, for he it is who has brought this misery on us through his will and through his ambition. And France has suffered so much from the aftermath of glory that all she wants now is rest. Gradually, but it took some hours, the tumult and excitement in and round the Tuileries subsided. The Emperor managed to shut himself up in his study and to eat some supper in peace, while gradually outside his windows the crowd, who had nothing more to see and was getting tired of staring up at glittering panes of glass, went back more or less quietly to their homes. Only in the courtyard of the Tuileries the troopers of the cavalry which had formed the Emperor's escort from Fontainebleau tethered their horses to the railings, rolled themselves in their mantles, and slept on the pavements, giving to this portion of the palace the appearance of a bivouac in a place which has been taken by storm. One of the last to leave the Place du Carrousel was Bobby Clifford. The crowd was thin by this time, but it was the tired and the indifferent, the merely curious, who had been the first to go. Those who remained to the last were either the very enthusiastic, who wanted to set up a final shout of Vive l'Empereur after their idol had entirely disappeared from their view, or the malcontents, who would not lose a moment to discuss their grievances, to murmur covert threats, or suggest revolt in some shape or form or kind. Bobby slipped quickly past several of these isolated groups, indifferent to the dark and glowering looks of suspicion that were cast at his tall, muscular figure, with the firm step and the defiant walk that was vaguely reminiscent of the British troops that had been in Paris last year at the time of the foreign occupation. He had skirted the Tuileries gardens and was walking along the embankment, which now was dark and solitary save for some rowdy enthusiasts on ahead, who, arm in arm, in two long rows that reached from the garden railings to the parapet, were obstructing the roadway and shouting themselves hoarse with Vive l'Empereur. Clifford, who was walking faster than they did, was just deliberating in his mind whether he should turn back and go home some other way, or charge this unpleasant obstruction from the rear and risk the consequences, when he noticed two figures still further on ahead, walking in the same direction as he himself and the rowdy crowd. One of these two figures, thus viewed in the distance, through the mist and from the back, looked nevertheless like that of a woman, which fact at once decided Bobby as to what he would do next. He sprinted toward the crowd as fast as he could, but unfortunately he did not come up with them in time to prevent the two unfortunate pedestrians being surrounded by the turbulent throng, which, still arm in arm, and to the accompaniment of wild shouts, had formed a ring around them, and were now vociferating at the top of raucous voices, "Abbas la cocarde blanche! Abbas! Vive l'Empereur!" A flickering street lamp feebly lit up this unpleasant scene. Bobby saw the vague outline of a man and of a woman standing boldly in the midst of the hostile crowd, while two white cockades gleamed defiantly against the dark background of their cloaks. To an Englishman, who was a past master in the noble art of using fists and knees to advantage, the situation was neither uncommon nor very perilous. The crowd was noisy, it is true, and was no doubt ready enough for mischief, But Clifford's swift and scientific onslaught from the rear staggered and disconcerted the most bold. There was a good deal more shouting, plenty of cursing. The Englishman's arms and legs seemed to be flying in every direction like the arms of a windmill. A good many thuds and bumps, a few groans, a renewal of the attack, more thuds and groans, and the discomfited group of roisterers fled in every direction. Bobby, with a smile, turned to the two motionless figures whom he had so opportunely rescued from an unpleasant plight. "Just a few turbulent blackguards," he said lightly, as he made a quick attempt at readjusting the set of his coat and the position of his satin stock. There was not much fight in them really, and he had, of course, lost his hat in the brief, if somewhat stormy encounter, and now, as he turned, the thin streak of light from the street lamp fell full upon his face, with its twinkling, deep-set eyes, and the half-humorous, self-deprecatory curl of the firm mouth. A simultaneous exclamation came from his two protégés, and stopped the easy flow of his light-hearted words. He peered closely into the gloom, and it was his turn now to exclaim, half doubting, wholly astonished, "Mademoiselle Crystal! Monsieur le Comte!" "Indeed, sir," broke in the Comte slowly, and with a voice that seemed to be trembling with emotion, "it is to my daughter and to myself that you have just rendered a signal and generous service. For this I tender you my thanks. Yet believe me, I pray you, when I say that both she and I would rather have suffered any humiliation or ill usage from that rough crowd than owe our safety and comfort to you." There was so much contempt, hatred even, in the tone of voice of this old man, whose manner habitually was a pattern of moderation and of dignity, that for the moment Clifford was completely taken aback. Puzzlement fought with resentment, and with the maddening sense that he was anyhow impotent to avenge even so bitter an insult as had just been hurled upon him against a man of the Comte's years and status. "Monsieur le Comte," he said at last, "will you let me remind you that the other day, when you turned me out of your house like a dishonest servant, you would not allow me to say a single word in my own justification? The man on whose word you condemned me then, without a hearing, is a scatter-brained braggart, who you yourself must know is not a man to be trusted, and—" "Pardon me, monsieur," broke in the Comte with perfect sang-froid, "even if I acted on that evening with undue haste and ill-considered judgment, many things have happened since, which you yourself surely would not wish to discuss with me, just when you have rendered me a signal service." "Your pardon, Monsieur le Comte," retorted Clifford with equal coolness. "I know of nothing which could possibly justify the charges which, not later than last Sunday, you laid at my door." "The charge which I laid at your door then, Mr. Clifford, has not been lifted from its threshold yet. I charged you with deliberately conspiring against my king and my country, all the while that you were eating bread and salt at my table. I charged you with striving to render assistance to that Corsican usurper, whom may the great God punish, and you yourself practically owned to this before you left my house." "This I did not, Monsieur le Comte," broke in Clifford hotly. "As a man of honour, I give you my word, that except for my being in de Marmont's company on that day that he posted up the Emperor's proclamation in Grenoble, I had no hand in any political scheme." "And you would have me believe you," exclaimed the Comte, with ever growing vehemence, when you talk of that Corsican brigand as the Emperor. Those words, sir, are an insult, and had you not saved my daughter and me just now from violence, I would, old as I am, strike you in the face for them." With an impatient sigh at the old man's hot-headed obstinacy, Clifford turned with a look of appeal to Crystal, who up to now had taken no part in the discussion. "Mademoiselle," he said gently, "will you not at least do me justice? Cannot you see that I am clumsy at defending mine own honour, seeing that I have never had to do it before?" "I only see, monsieur," she retorted coldly, "that you are making vain and pitiable efforts to regain my father's regard, no doubt for purposes of your own. But why should you trouble? You have nothing more to gain from us. Your clever comedy of a highwayman on the road has succeeded beyond your expectations. The Corsican who now sits in the armchair lately vacated by an infirm monarch whom you and yours helped to dethrone, will no doubt reward you for your pains. As for me, I can only echo my father's feelings. I would 10,000 times sooner have been torn to pieces by a rough crowd of ignorant folk than owe my safety to your interference." She took her father's arm and made a movement to go. Instinctively Clifford tried to stop her. At her words he had flushed with anger to the very roots of his hair. The injustice of her accusation maddened him, but the bitter resentment in the tone of her voice, the look of passionate hatred with which she regarded him as she spoke, positively appalled him. "Monsieur le Comte," he said firmly, "I cannot let you go like this, whilst such horrible thoughts of me exist in your mind. England gave you shelter for 23 years, in the name of my country's kindness and hospitality toward you. I, as one of her sons, demand that you tell me frankly and clearly exactly what I am supposed to have done to justify this extraordinary hatred and contempt which you and Mademoiselle Crystal seem now to have for me." "One of England's sons, monsieur!" retorted the Comte equally firmly. "Nay, you are not even that. England stands for right and for justice, for our legitimate king and the punishment of the usurper." "Great God!" he exclaimed, more and more bewildered now. "Are you accusing me of treachery against mine own country? This will I allow no man to do, not even—" "Then, sir, I pray you," rejoined Crystal proudly, "go and seek a quarrel with the man who has unmasked you, who caught you red-handed with the money in your possession which you had stolen from us, who forced you to give up what you had stolen, and whom then you and your friend Victor de Marmont waylaid and robbed once more. Go then, Mr. Clifford, and seek a quarrel with the Marquis de St. Genis, who has already struck you in the face once, and no doubt will be ready to do so again." And what of Clifford's thoughts, while the woman he loved, with all the strength of his lonely heart, poured forth these hideous insults upon him? Amazement, then wrath, bewilderment, then final hopelessness, all these sensations ran riot through his brain. St. Genis had behaved like an abominable blackguard. This he gathered from what she said. He had lied like a mean skunk, and betrayed the man who had rendered him an infinitely great service. Of him Clifford wouldn't even think. Such despicable crawling worms did exist on God's earth, he knew that, but he possessed the happy faculty, the sunny disposition, that is able to pass a worm by and ignore its existence, while keeping his eyes fixed upon all that is beautiful in earth and in the sky. Of St. Genus, therefore, he would not think. Some day, perhaps, he might be able to punish him, but not now, not while this poor, forlorn, heart-sick girl pinned her implicit faith upon that wretched worm, and bestowed on him the priceless guerdon of her love. An infinity of pity rose in his kindly heart for her, and obscured every other emotion. That same pity he had felt for her before, a sweet, protecting pity, gentle sister to fiercer, madder love, which had perhaps never been so strong as it was at this hour, when, for the second time, he was about to make a supreme sacrifice for her. That the sacrifice must be made, he already knew it even when first St. Genus's name escaped her lips. She loved St. Genus, and she believed in him. And he, Clifford, who loved her with every fibre of his being, with all the passionate ardour of his lonely heart, could serve her no better than by accepting this awful humiliation which she put upon him. If he could have justified himself now, he would not have done it, not while she loved St. Genus, and he, Clifford, was less than nothing to her. What did it matter, after all, what she thought of him? He would have given his life for her love, but short of that, everything else was anyhow intolerable. Her contempt, her hatred, what mattered? Since tonight, anyhow, he would pass out of her life for ever. He was ready for the sacrifice of pride, of honour, of peace of mind, but he did want to know that that sacrifice would be really needed, and that when made it would not be in vain. And in order to gain this end, he put a final question to her. "One moment, mademoiselle," he said. "Before you go, will you tell me one thing at least? Was it Monsieur de St. Genus himself who accused me of treachery?" "There is no reason why I should deny it, sir," she replied coldly. "It was Monsieur de St. Genus himself who gave to my father and to me a full account of the interview which he had with you at a lonely inn some few kilometres from Lyons, and less than 2 hours after we had been shamefully robbed on the high road of money that belonged to the king." "And did Monsieur de St. Genus tell you, mademoiselle, that I proposed to use that money for mine own ends, or for those of the Corsican?" she retorted impatiently. "I care not which. Yes, sir, Monsieur de St. Genus told me that with his own lips, and when I had heard the whole miserable story of your duplicity and your treachery, I, a helpless, deceived, and feeble woman, did then and there register a vow that I too would do you some grievous wrong one day, a wrong as great as you had done, not only to the King of France, but to me and to my father, who trusted you as we would a friend. What you did to-night has of course altered the irrevocableness of my vow. I owe perhaps my father's life to your timely intervention, and for this I must be grateful. But—" Her voice broke in a kind of passionate sob, and it took her a moment or two to recover herself, even while Clifford stood by, mute and with well nigh broken heart, his very soul so filled with sorrow for her that there was no room in it even for resentment. "Father, let us go now," Crystal said, after a while, with brusque transition, and in a steady voice. "No purpose can be served by further recriminations." "None, my dear," said the Comte, in his usual polished manner. "Personally, I have felt all along that explanations could but aggravate the unpleasantness of the present position. Mr. Clifford understands perfectly, I am sure. He had his axe to grind whether personal or political, we really do not care to know. We are not likely ever to meet again. All we can do now is to thank him for his timely intervention on our behalf, and brand him a liar," broke in Clifford almost involuntarily, and with bitter vehemence. "Your pardon, monsieur," retorted the Comte coldly. "Neither my daughter nor I have done that. It is your deeds that condemn you, your own admissions, and the word of Monsieur de St. Genis. Would you perchance suggest that he lied?" "Oh no," rejoined Clifford with perfect calmness. "It is I who lied, of course." He had said this very slowly, and as if speaking with mature deliberation, not raising his voice, nor yet allowing it to quiver from any stress of latent emotion. And yet there was something in the tone of it, something in the man's attitude, that suggested such a depth of passion that, quite instinctively, the Comte remained silent and awed. For the moment, however, Clifford seemed to have forgotten the older man's presence. Wounded in every fibre of his being by the woman whom he loved so tenderly and so devotedly, he had spoken only to her, compelling her attention, and stirring, even by this simple admission of a despicable crime, an emotion in her which she could not, would not define. She turned large inquiring eyes on him, into which she tried to throw all that she felt of hatred and contempt for him. She had meant to wound him, and it seemed indeed as if she had succeeded beyond her dearest wish. By the dim flickering light of the street lamp, his face looked haggard and old. The traitor was suffering almost as much as he deserved. Almost as much, Crystal said obstinately to herself, as she had wished him to do. And yet at sight of him now, Crystal felt a strong, unconquerable pity for him, the womanly instinct, no doubt, to heal rather than to hurt. But this pity she was not prepared to show him. She wanted to pass right out of his life, to forget once and for all that sense of warmth of the soul, of comfort and of peace, which she had felt in his presence on that memorable evening at Brestolo. Above all, she never wanted to touch his hand again, the hand which seemed to have such power to protect and to shield her, when on that same evening she had placed her own in it. Therefore, now she took her father's arm once more, she turned resolutely to go. One more curt nod of the head, one last look of undying enmity, and then she would pass finally out of his life for ever. How Clifford got back to his lodgings that night he never knew. Crystal, after his final admission, had turned without another word from him, and he had stood there in the lonely, silent street, watching her retreating form on her father's arm, until the mist and gloom swallowed her up as in an elvish grave. Then mechanically he hunted for his hat, and he, too, walked away. That was the end of his life's romance, of course. The woman whom he loved with his very soul, who held his heart, his mind, his imagination captive, whose every look on him was joy, whose every smile was a delight, had gone out of his life for ever. She had turned away from him as she would from a venomous snake. She hated him so cruelly that she would gladly hurt him, do him some grievous wrong if she could, and Clifford was left in utter loneliness, with only a vague, foolish longing in his heart, the longing that one day she might have her wish, and might have the power to wound him to death, bodily, just as she had wounded him to the depth of his soul to-night. For the rest, there was nothing more for him to do in France. King Louis was not like to remain at Lille very long. Within 24 hours probably he would continue his journey, his flight to Ghent, where once more he would hold his court in exile, with all the fugitive royalists rallied around his tottering throne. Clifford had already received orders from his chief at the intelligence department to report himself first at Lille, then, if the king and the court had already left, at Ghent. If, however, there were plenty of men to do the work of the department, it was his intention to give up his share in it, and to cross over to England as soon as possible, so as to take up the first commission in the new army that he could get. England would be wanting soldiers more urgently than she had ever done before. Mother and sisters would be well looked after. He, Bobby, had earned a fortune for them, and they no longer needed a breadwinner now, whilst England wanted all her sons, for she would surely fight. Clifford, who had seen the English papers that morning as they were brought over by an intelligence courier, had realized that the debates in Parliament could only end one way. England would not tolerate Bonaparte. She would not even tolerate his abdication in favour of his own son. Austria had already declared her intention of renewing the conflict, and so had Prussia. England's decision would, of course, turn the scale, and Bobby, in his own mind, had no doubt which way that decision would go. The man whom the people of France loved, and whom his army idolized, was the disturber of the peace of Europe. No one would believe his protestations of pacific intentions now. He had caused too much devastation, too much misery in the past. Who would believe in him for the future? For the sake of that past, and for dread of the future, he must go from whence he could not again return, and Bobby Clifford, remembering Grenoble, remembering Lyons, Villefranche, and Nevers, could not altogether suppress a sigh of regret for the brave man, the fine genius, the reckless adventurer, who had so boldly scaled for the second time the heights of the capital, oblivious of the fact that the Tarpeian rock was so dangerously near. At this same hour, when Bobby Clifford finally bade adieu to all the vague hopes of happiness which his love for Crystal de Cambray had engendered in his heart, his whilom companion in the long ago, rival and enemy now, Victor de Marmont, was laying a tribute of 25 million francs at the feet of his beloved emperor, and receiving the thanks of the man to serve whom he would gladly have given his life. "What reward shall we give you for this service?" the emperor had deigned to ask. "The means to subdue a woman's pride, sire, and make her thankful to marry me," replied de Marmont promptly. "A title, what?" queried the emperor. "You have everything else, you rogue, to please a woman's fancy and make her thankful to marry you." "A title, sire, would be a welcome addition," said de Marmont lightly, "and the freedom to go and woo her until France and my emperor need me again." "Then go and do your wooing, man, and come back here to me in 3 months, for I doubt not by then the flames of war will have been kindled against me again." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The sound of revelry by night. But the hand had lost its cunning, the mighty brain its indomitable willpower. Genius was still there, but it was cramped now by indecision. The indecision born of a sense of enmity around, suspicion where there should have been nothing but enthusiasm, and the blind devotion of the past. The man who, all alone, by the force of his personality and of his prestige, had reconquered France, who had been acclaimed from the Gulf of Juan to the gates of the Tuileries as the saviour of France, the people's emperor, the beloved of the nation returned from exile, the man who on the 20th of March had said with his old vigour and his old pride, "Failure is the nightmare of the feeble, impotence the refuge of the poltroon," the man who had marched as in a dream from end to end of France to find himself face to face with the whole of Europe in league against him, with 1,000,000 men being hastily armed to hurl him from his throne again, now found the south of France in open revolt, the west ready to rise against him, the north in accord with his enemies. He has not enough men to oppose to those millions. His arsenals are depleted, his treasury empty, and after he has worked 16 hours of the 24 at reorganizing his army, his finances, his machinery of war, he has to meet a set of apathetic or openly hostile ministers, constitutional representatives, men who are ready to thwart him at every turn, jealous only of curtailing his power, of obscuring his ascendancy, of clipping the eagle's wings ere it soars to giddy heights again. And to them he must give in. From them he must beg, entreat, give up all the time, one hoped for privilege after another, one power after another. He yields the military dictatorship to other far less competent hands. He grants liberty to the press, liberty of debate, liberty of election, liberty to all and sundry. But suspicion lurks around him. They suspect his sincerity, his goodwill. They doubt his promises. They mistrust that dormant Olympian ambition which has precipitated France into humiliation and brought the stranger's armies within her gates. The same man was there, the same genius who even now could have mastered all the enemies of France and saved her from her present subjection and European insignificance. But the men round him were not the same. He, the guiding hand, was still there, but the machinery no longer worked as it had done in the past, before disaster had blunted and stiffened the temper of its steel. The men around the Emperor were not now as they were in the days of Jena and Austerlitz and Wagram. Their characters and temperaments had undergone a change. Disaster had brought on slackness. The past year of constant failures had engendered a sense of discouragement and demoralization, a desire to argue, to foresee difficulties, to foretell further disasters. He saw it all well enough. He, the man with the far-seeing mind and the eagle eyes that missed nothing, neither a look of indecision nor an indication of revolt. He saw it all, but he could do nothing, for he too felt overwhelmed by that wave of indecision and of discouragement. Faith in himself, energy in action had gone. He envisioned the possibility of a vanquished and dismembered France. Above all, he had lost belief in his star, the star of his destiny, which, rising over the small island of Corsica, shining above a humble middle-class home had guided him step by step from triumph to triumph, to the highest pinnacle of glory to which man's ambition has ever reached. That star had been dimmed once. Its radiance was no longer unquenchable. "Destiny has turned against me," he said, "and in her I have lost my most valuable helpmate." And now the whole of Europe had declared war against him, and in a final impassioned speech he turns to his ministers and to the representatives of his people. "Help me to save France," he begs. "Afterwards we'll settle our quarrels." 100 days after he began his dream march from the Gulf of Juan in the wake of his eagle, he started from Paris with the army which he loved, and which alone he trusted, to meet Europe and his fate on the plains of Belgium. And in Brussels they danced late into the night. No one was to know that within the next 3 days the destinies of the whole world would be changed by the hand of God. And how to hide from timid eyes the sense of this oncoming destiny? How to stop for a few brief hours the flow of women's tears? The ball should have been postponed. Her Grace of Richmond was willing that it should be so. How could men and women dance, flirt, and make merry, while death was already reckoning the heavy toll of brave young lives which she would demand on the morrow? But who knows England who has not seen her at the hour of danger? Put off the ball? Why, perish the thought! The timid townsfolk of Brussels, or the ladies of the French royalist party who were in great numbers in the city, might think there was something amiss. What was amiss? Some gallant young men would go on the morrow and conquer or die for England's honour. There's nothing amiss in that. Why put off the ball? The girls would be disappointed, they who like to dance. Why should they be deprived of partners just because some of them would lie dead on the battlefield tomorrow? Open your salons, Madame la Duchess. The soldiers of Britain will come to your ball. They will laugh and dance and flirt tonight as bravely as they will die tomorrow. The sands of life are running low for them. In a few hours, perhaps, a bullet, a bayonet, who knows, will cut short that merry laugh. Still the gallant heart that even now takes a last and fond farewell from a blushing partner, after a waltz, in a sweet-scented alcove, with sounds of soft and distinct music around that stills the coming cannon's roar. Gordon and Lancey, Crawford and Ponsonby and Halket, ay, and Wellington too. What immortal names are spoken by the flunkies to-night as they usher in these brave men into the hostess's presence. The ballroom is brilliantly illuminated with hundreds of wax candles. The women have put on their pretty dresses, displaying bare arms and dazzling shoulders. The men are in showy uniforms, glittering with stars and decorations. Orange, Brunswick, Nassau, English, Belgian, Scottish, French, all are there, gay with gold and silver braid. The confusion of tongues is greater surely than round the Tower of Babel. German and French and English, Scots accent and Irish brogue, pedantic Hanoverian and lusty Brunswick tones, all and more of these varied sounds mingle with one another, and half drown by their clamour the sweet strains of the Viennese orchestra that discoursed dreamy waltzes from behind a bower of crimson roses, whilst ponderous Flemish wives of city burgomasters gaze open-mouthed at the elegant ladies of the old French noblesse, and shy Belgian misses peep enviously at their more self-reliant English friends, and the hostess smiles equally graciously to all. She is ready with a bright word of welcome for everybody now, just as she will be anon with a mute look of farewell, when, at 10 o'clock, by Wellington's commands, one by one officer after another will slip out of this hospitable house out into the rainy night for a hurried visit to lodgings or barracks, to collect a few necessaries, and then to work, to horse or march, to form into the ranks of battle as they had formed for the quadrille, squares to face the enemy, advance, deploy as they had done in the mazes of the dance, to fight as they had danced, to give their life as they had given a kiss. Bobby Clifford only saw Crystal de Cambray from afar. He had his commission in Colin Halkett's brigade. His orders were the same as those of many others to-night, to put in an appearance at her Grace's ball, to dispel any fears that might be confided to him through a fair partner's lips, to show confidence, courage, and gaiety, and at 10 o'clock to report for duty. But the crowd in the ballroom was great, and Crystal de Cambray was the centre of a very close and exclusive little crowd, as indeed were all the ladies of the old French noblesse, who were here in their numbers. They had left their country in the wake of their dethroned king, and, despite the anxieties and sorrows of the past 3 months, while the star of the Corsican adventurer seemed to shine with renewed splendour, and that of the unfortunate King of France to be more and more on the wane, they had somehow filled the sleepy towns of Belgium, Ghent, Brussels, Charleroi, with the atmosphere of their own elegance and their unimpeachable good taste. Clifford knew that the Comte de Cambray had settled in Brussels with his daughter and sister, pending the new turn in the fortunes of his cause. The English colony there provided the royalist fugitives with many friends, and Ghent was already over full with the immediate entourage of the king. But Bobby had never met either the Comte or Crystal again. He had crossed over to England almost directly after that final and fateful interview with them. He had obtained his commission, and was back again in Belgium as a fighting man, ready for the work which was expected from Britain's sons by the whole of Europe now. And to-night he saw her again. His instinct, intuition, prescience, what you will, had told him that he would meet her here, and to his weary eyes, when first he caught sight of her across the crowded room, she had never seemed more exquisite, nor more desirable. She was dressed all in white, with arms and shoulders bare, her fair hair dressed in the quaint mode of the moment, with a high comb and a multiplicity of curls. She had a bunch of white roses in her belt, and carried a shawl of gossamer lace that encircled her shoulders like a diaphanous cobweb, through which gleamed the shimmering whiteness of her skin. She did not see him, of course. He was only one of so many in a crowd of English officers who were about to fight and to die for her country and her cause as much as for their own. But to him she was the only living, breathing person in the room. All the others were phantoms or puppets that had no tangible existence for him, save as a setting, a background for her. And poor Bobby would so gladly have thrown all pride to the winds for the right to run straight to her across the width of the room, to fall at her feet, to encircle her knees, and to wring from her a word of comfort or of trust. So strong was this impulse that for one moment it seemed absolutely irresistible. But the next she had turned to Maurice de St. Genis, who was never absent from her side, and who seemed to hover over her with an air of proprietorship and of triumphant mastery, which caused poor Bobby to grind his heel into the oak floor, and to smother a bitter curse which had risen insistent to his lips. Madame la Duchesse d'Agen spoke to him once, while he stood by watching Crystal's dainty form walking through the mazes of a quadrille with her hand in that of St. Genis. "They look well matched, do they not, Mr. Clifford?" Madame said in broken English, and with something of her usual tartness. "And you? Are you not going to recognize old friends, may I ask?" He turned abruptly, whilst the hot blood rushed up to his cheek. So sudden had been the wave of memory which flooded his brain at the sound of Madame's sharp voice. Now he stooped and kissed the slender little hand which was being so cordially held out to him. "Old friends, Madame la Duchesse?" he queried with a quick sigh of bitterness. "Nay, you forget that it was as a traitor and a liar that you knew me last." "It was as a young fool that I knew you all the time," she retorted tartly, even though a kindly look and a kindly smile tempered the gruffness of her sally. "The male creature, my dear Mr. Clifford," she added, "was intended by God and by nature to be a selfish beast. When he ceases to think of himself, he loses his bearings, flounders in a quagmire of unprofitable heroism which benefits no one, and generally behaves like a fool." "Did I do all that?" asked Clifford, with a smile. "All of it and more. And look at the muddle you have made of things. Crystal has never got over that miserably aborted engagement of hers to de Marmont, and is no happier now with Maurice de St. Genis than she would have been with, well, with anybody else who had had the good sense to woo and win her in a straightforward, proper, and selfish masculine way." "Mademoiselle de Cambray, I understand," rejoined Clifford stiffly, "is formally affianced now to Monsieur de St. Genis." "She is not formally affianced, as you so pedantically and affectedly put it, my friend," replied Madame, with her accustomed acerbity; "but she probably will marry him, if he comes out of this abominable war alive, and if the King of France, whom may God protect, comes into his own again; for his Majesty has taken those two young jackanapes under his most gracious protection, and has promised Maurice a lucrative appointment at his court, if he ever has a court again. Then Mademoiselle de Cambray must be very happy, for which, if I dare say so, I am heartily rejoiced." "So am I," said the Duchess dryly; "but let me at the same time tell you this. I have always known that Englishmen were peculiarly idiotic in certain important matters of life, but I must say that I had no idea idiocy could reach the boundless proportions which it has done in your case. Well," she added with sudden gentleness, "farewell for the present, mon preux chevalier. It is not too late, remember, to bear in mind certain old axioms, both of chivalry and of common sense, the most obvious of which is that nothing is gained by sitting open-mouthed whilst some one else gets the largest helpings at supper. And if it is any comfort to you to know that I never believed St. Genis's story of lonely inns, of murderous banditti, and what-nots, well then, I give you that information for what you may choose to make of it." And with a final friendly nod and a gentle pressure of her aristocratic hand on his, which warmed and comforted Bobby's sore heart, she turned away from him and was quickly swallowed up by the crowd. In spite of rain and blustering wind outside, the fine ballroom, as the evening progressed, became unpleasantly hot. Dancing was in full swing, and the orchestra had just struck up the first strains of that inspiriting new dance, the latest importation from Vienna, a dreamy waltz of which dowagers strongly disapproved, deeming it licentious, indecent, and certainly ungraceful, but which the young folk delighted in, and persisted in dancing, defying the mammas and all the proprieties. Maurice de St. Genis, after the last quadrille, had led Crystal away from the ballroom to a small boudoir adjoining it, where the cool air from outside fanned the curtains and hangings, and stirred the leaves and petals of a bank of roses that formed a background to a couple of seats, obviously arranged for the convenience of two persons who desired quiet conversation, well away from prying eyes and ears. Here Crystal had been sitting with Maurice for the past quarter of an hour, while from the ballroom close by came, as in a dream, to her the gentle lilt of the waltz, and from behind her a cluster of sweet-scented crimson roses filled the air with their fragrance. Crystal didn't feel that she wanted to talk, only to sit here quietly with the sound of the music in her ears and the scent of roses in her nostrils. Maurice sat beside her, but he did not hold her hand. He was leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, and he talked much and earnestly, the while she listened half absently, like one in a dream. She had often heard, in the olden days in England, her aunt speak of the strange doings of that Dr. Mesmer in Paris, who had even involved proud Marie Antoinette in an unpleasant scandal with his weird incantations and wizard-like acts, whereby people, sensible women and men, were sent at his will into a curious torpor, which was neither sleep nor yet wakefulness, and which produced a yet more strange sense of unreality and dreaminess, and visions of things unsubstantial and unearthly. And sitting here, surrounded with roses, and with that languorous lilt in her ear, Crystal felt as if she too were under the influence of some unseen mesmer, who had lulled the activity of her brain into a kind of wakeful sleep, even while her senses remained keenly, vitally on the alert. She knew, for instance, that Maurice spoke of the coming struggle, the final fight for king and country. He had been enrolled in a Nassau regiment under the command of the Prince of Orange. He expected to be in the thick of a fight to-morrow. Bonaparte never waits, Crystal heard him say quite distinctly. He is always ready to attack. Audacity and a bold use of his artillery were always his most effectual weapons. And he went on to tell her of his own plans, his future, his hopes. He spoke of the possibility of death, and of this being a last farewell. Crystal tried to follow him, tried to respond when he spoke of his love for her, a love the strength of which, he said, she would never be able to gauge. "If it were not for the strength of my love for you, Crystal," he said almost fiercely, "I could not bear to face possible death to morrow, not without telling you, not without making reparation for my sin." And still in that curious trance-like sense of aloofness, Crystal murmured vaguely, "Sin, Maurice? What sin do you mean?" But he did not seem to give her a direct reply. He spoke once more only of his love. Love atones for all sins, he reiterated once or twice with passionate earnestness. Even God puts love above everything on earth. Love is an excuse for everything. Love justifies everything. Such love as I have for you, Crystal, makes everything else, even sin, even cowardice, seem insignificant and meaningless. She agreed with what he said, for indeed she felt too tired to argue the point, or even to get his sophistry into her head. Strangely enough, she felt out of tune with him tonight. With him, Maurice, the lover of her girlhood, the man from whom she had parted with such desperate heartache 3 months ago, in the avenue at Brestolo. Then it had seemed as if the world could never hold any happiness for her again. Once Maurice had gone out of her life. Now he had come back into it. Chance and the favour of the king had once more made a future happy union with him possible. She ought to have been supremely happy, yet she was out of tune. His passionate words of love found only a cold response in her heart. For the past 3 months she had constantly been at war with her own self for this. She hated and despised herself for that numbness of the heart which had so unaccountably taken all the zest and the joy out of her life. Does one love one day and become indifferent the next? What had become of the girlish love that had invested Maurice de St. Genis with the attributes of a hero? What had he done that the pedestal on which her ideality had hoisted him should have proved of such brittle clay? He was still the gallant, high-born, well-bred gentleman whom she had always known. He was on the eve of fighting for his king and country, ready to give his life for the same cause which she loved so ardently. He was even now speaking tender words of love and of farewell, yet she was out of tune with him. His words of love almost irritated her, for they dragged her out of that delicious, dreamlike torpor which momentarily peopled the world for her with gold-headed, white-winged, mysterious angels, and filled the air with soft murmurings and sweet sounds, and a divine fragrance that was not of this earth. It must have been that she grew very sleepy. Probably the heat weighed her eyelids down. Certainly she found it impossible to keep her eyes open, and Maurice apparently thought that she felt faint. Always in the same vague way she heard him making suggestions for her comfort. Could he get her some wine, or should he try and find Madame la Duchess? Then she realized how she longed for a little rest, for perfect solitude, for perfect freedom to give herself over to the sweet torpor which paralyzed her brain and limbs. Tired, sleepy, or under the subtle influence of some mysterious agency, she did not know which she was, but she did know that she would have given everything she could at this moment for a few minutes' complete solitude. So she contrived to smile and to look up almost gaily into Maurice's anxious face. "I think really, Maurice," she said, I am just a little bit sleepy. If I could remain alone for 5 minutes, I would go honestly to sleep and not be ashamed of myself. Could you? Could you just leave me for 5 or 10 minutes? And Maurice, will you draw that screen a little nearer?" she added, affecting a little yawn. "Nobody can see me then, and really, I shall be all right. If I could have a few minutes' quiet sleep." "You shall, Crystal, of course you shall," said Maurice, eager and anxious to do all that she wanted. He arranged a cushion behind her head, put a footstool to her feet, and pulled the screen forward so that now, where she sat, no one could see her from the ballroom, and as in response to repeated encores from the dancers, the orchestra had embarked upon a new waltz, she was not likely to be disturbed. "I'll try and find Madame la Duchesse," he said, after he had assured himself that she was quite comfortable, "and tell her that you are quite well, but must not be disturbed." She caught his hand and gave it a little squeeze. "You are kind, Maurice," she murmured. She felt exactly like a tired child now that she had been made so comfortable, and she liked Maurice so much. Oh, so much! No brother could have been dearer. "You won't go away without waking me, Maurice?" she said as he bent down to kiss her. "No, no, of course not," he replied. "It still wants 10:15." The screen shut off all the glare from the candles. The sense of isolation was complete and delicious. The roses smelt very sweet. The soft strains of the waltz sounded like elfin music. Like elfin music, tender, fitful, dreamy, an exquisite languor stole into Crystal's limbs. She was not asleep, yet she was in dreamland, all alone in semi-darkness that was restful and soothing, and with the fragrance of crimson roses in her nostrils and their velvety petals brushing against her cheek. Like elfin music, sweet strains of infinite sadness, the tune of the infinite mingling with the semblance of reality. Like elfin music, or like the voice of a human being in pain, the note of sadness became the only real note now. What really happened after this, Crystal never rightly knew. Whenever in the future her memory went back to this hour, she could not be sure whether in truth she had been waking or dreaming, or at what precise moment she became fully conscious of a presence close beside her, just behind the bank of roses, and of a voice, low, earnest, quivering with passionate emotion, that reached her ear as if through the tender melodies played by the orchestra. It almost seemed to her, when she thought over all the circumstances in her mind, that she must have been subtly conscious of the presence all along, all the while that Maurice was still with her, and she felt so curiously languid, longing only for darkness and solitude. Something encompassed her now that she could not define, the warmth of love, the sense of protection and security, almost as if unseen arms that were strong and devoted and selfless held her closely, shielding her from evil and from the taint of selfish human passions. And presently she heard her name, whispered low, and with a note of tender appeal. Her eyes were closed, and she paid no heed, but the appeal was once more whispered, this time more insistently, and almost against her will she murmured, "Who calls?" "An unfortunate whom you hate and despise, and who would have given his life to serve you." "Who is it?" she reiterated. "A poor heartbroken wretch who could not keep away from your side, and longed for one more sound of your voice, even though it uttered words more cruel than man can stand. What would you like to hear? One word of comfort to ease that terrible sting of hate which has burned into my very soul, till every minute of life has become unendurable agony. How could I know? She asked, and now her eyes were wide open, gazing out into nothingness, not turned yet in the direction whence that dream voice came. How could I know that my hatred made you suffer, or that you cared for comfort from me? How could you know, Crystal? The voice replied. You could know that, my dear, just as surely as you know that in a stormy night the sky is dark, just as you know that when heavy clouds obscure the blue ether above, no ray of sunshine warms the shivering earth, just as you know that you are beautiful and exquisite, so you knew, Crystal, that I loved you from the deepest depths of my soul. How could I guess? By that subtle sense which every human being has, and you did guess it, Crystal, else you would not have hated me as you did. I hated you because I thought you a traitor. Is it too late to swear to you that my only thought was to serve you? By working against my king and country? She retorted, with just this one brief flash of her old vehemence. By working for my country and for yours. This I swear by your sweet eyes, by your dear mouth that hurt me so cruelly that evening. I swear it by the damnable agony which you made me endure, by the abject cowardice which dragged me to your side now, like a whining wretch that craves for a crumb of comfort. By all that you have made me suffer, Crystal, I swear to you that I was never false. False, great God, when with every drop of my blood, with every fibre of my heart, with every nerve, every sinew, every thought, I love you. The voice was so low, never above a whisper, and all around her Crystal felt again that delicious sense of warmth, the breath of love that brings man's heart so near to God, the sense of security in a man's all-encompassing love, which women prize above everything else on earth. The music was just an accompaniment to that low, earnest whispering. The soft strains of the violins made it still seem like a voice that comes through a veil of dreams. Instinctively, Crystal began to hum the waltz tune, and her little head, with its quaint coronet of fair curls, beat time to the languid lilt. "Will you dance with me, Crystal?" "No, no," she protested. "Just once, to-night. To-morrow we fight. Let us dance to-night." And before she could protest further, her will seemed to fall away from her. She knew that her father, her aunt, would be angry, that, as like as not, Maurice would make a scene. She knew that Maurice, to whom she had plighted her troth, had branded this man as a liar and a traitor. Her father believed him to be a traitor, and she, well, what had he done to disprove Maurice's accusations? A few words of passionate protestations. Did they count? He wore his king's uniform. Many careless adventurers did that these strenuous times. And he wanted her to dance. How could she, Crystal de Cambray, the future wife of the Marquis de St. Genis, the cynosure of a great many eyes to-night, how could she show herself in public on his arm, in a crowded ballroom? Yet she could not refuse. She could not. Surely it was all a dream, and in a dream man is but the slave of circumstance, and has no will of his own. She was very young, and loved to dance, and she had heard that Englishmen danced well. Besides, it was all a dream. She would wake in a moment or two, and find herself sitting quietly among the roses with Maurice beside her, telling her of his love, and of their happy future together. But in the meanwhile the dream was lasting. Her partner was a perfect dancer, and this new delicious waltz, inspiriting yet languorous, rhythmical and half barbaric, sent a keen feeling of joy and of zest into Crystal's whole being. She was not conscious of the many stares that were levelled at her as she suddenly appeared among the crowd in the ballroom. Her face flushed with excitement, her perfect figure moving with exquisite grace to the measure of the dance. The last dance together. A few moments before, Clifford had made his way to the small boudoir in search of fresh air, and had withdrawn to a window embrasure away from a throng that maddened him in his misery of loneliness. Then he realized that Crystal was sitting quite close to him, that St. Genis, who had been in constant attendance on her, presently left her to herself, and that without even moving from where he was, he could whisper into her ear that which had lain so heavily on his heart, that at times he had felt that it must break under the intolerable load. Then, as the soft strains of the music from the orchestra struck upon his ear, the insistent whim seized him to make her dance with him just once to-night. To-morrow the cannon would roar once more. To-morrow Europe would make yet another stand against the bold adventurer whom seemingly nothing could crush. To-morrow a bullet, a bayonet, a sword thrust, but to-night a last dance together. Those whims come at times to those who are doomed to die. Clifford's one hope of peace lay in death upon the battlefield. Life was empty now. He had fought against the burden of loneliness left upon him when Crystal passed finally out of his life, but the burden had proved unconquerable. Only death could ease him of the load, for life like this was stupid and intolerable. Men would die within the next few days in their hundreds and in their thousands, men who were happy, who had wives and children, men on whose lives love shed its happy radiance. Then why not he, who was more lonely than any man on earth, left lonely because the one woman who filled all the world for him hated him and was gone from him forever? But a last dance with her to-night, the right to hold her in his arms, this he had never done, though his muscles had often ached with the longing to hold her. But dancing with her, he could feel her against him, clasp her closely, feel her breath against his cheek. She was not very tall, and her head, had she chosen, could have just rested in the hollow of his shoulder. The thought of it sent the blood rushing hotly to his head, and with his two strong hands he would at that moment have bent a bar of iron, or smashed something to atoms, in order to crush that longing to curse against fate, against his destiny that had so wantonly dangled happiness before him, only to thrust him into utter loneliness again. Then he spoke to her, and finally asked for the dance. And now he held her, and guided her through the throng, her tiny feet moving in unison with his, and all the world had vanished. He had her to himself for these few happy moments. He could hold her, and refused to let her go. He did not care, nor did she, that many curious and some angry glances followed their every movement, till the last bar was played, till the final chord was struck. She was absolutely his, for she had given up her will to him. The last dance together. He sent his heart to her, all his heart, and the music helped him, and the rhythm. The very atmosphere of the room, rose-scented, helped him to make her understand. He could have kissed her hair, so close were the heaped-up fair curls to his mouth. He could have whispered to her, and nobody would hear. He could have told her something, at any rate, of that love which had filled his heart since all time, not months or years since he had known her, but since all time, filling every minute of his life. He could have taught her what love meant, thrilled her heart with thoughts of might have been. He could have roused sweet pity in her soul, love's gentle mother that has the power to give birth to love. But he did not kiss her, nor did he speak, because though he was quite sure that she would understand, he was equally sure that she could not respond. She was not his in the world of realities, at any rate. Her heart belonged to the friend of her childhood, the only man whom she would ever love, the man by whom he, poor Bobby, had been content to be defamed and vilified in order that she should remain happy in her ideals and in her choice. So he was content only to hold her, his arm round her waist, one hand holding hers imprisoned, she herself becoming more and more the creature of his dreams, the angel that haunted him in wakefulness and in sleep, immortally his bride, yet never to be wholly his again, as she was now in this heavenly moment where they stood together within the pale of eternity, in this their last dance together. Far into the night, into the small hours of the morning, Crystal de Cambray sat by the open window of her tiny bedroom, in the small apartment which her father had taken for himself and his family in the Rue du Marais. She sat with one elbow resting on the window sill, her right hand fingering, with nervy, febrile movements, a letter which she held. Jean had handed it to her when she came home from the ball. Monsieur de St. Genis, Jean explained, had given it to her earlier in the evening, soon after 10 o'clock, it must have been. Monsieur le Marquis seemed in a great hurry, but he made Jean swear most solemnly that Mademoiselle Crystal should have the letter as soon as she came home. Also, Monsieur le Marquis had insisted that the letter should be given to Mademoiselle when she was alone. Not a little puzzled, for had she not taken fond leave of Maurice shortly before 10 o'clock, when he had told her that his orders were to quit the ball then and report himself at once at headquarters? He had seemed very despondent, Crystal thought, and the words which he spoke, when finally he kissed her, had in them all the sadness of a last farewell. Crystal even had felt a tinge of remorse when she saw how sad he was, that she had not responded more warmly to his kiss. It almost seemed as if her heart rebelled against it, and when he pressed her with his accustomed passionate ardour to his breast, she had felt a curious shrinking within herself, a desire to push him away, even though her whole heart went out to him with pity and with sorrow. And now here was this letter. Crystal was a long time before she made up her mind to open it. The paper, damp with the rain, seemed to hold a certain fatefulness within its folds. At last she read the letter, and long after she had read it, she sat at the open window, listening to the dreary, monotonous patter of the rain, and to the distant sounds of moving horses and men, the rattle of wheels, the bugle calls, the departure of the allied troops to meet the armies of the great adventurer on the billowing plains of Belgium. This is what Maurice had written to her a few moments before he left, and it must have taken him some time to pen the lengthy epistle. My beautiful Crystal, I may never come back. Something tells me that my life, such as it is, empty and worthless enough, God knows, has nearly run its full course. But if I do come back to claim the happiness which your love holds out for me, I will not face you again with so deep a stain upon mine honour. I did not tell you before because I was too great a coward. I could not bear to think that you would despise me. I could not encounter the look of contempt in your eyes, so I remained silent to the call of honour. And now I speak because the next few hours will atone for everything. If I come back, you will forgive. If I fall, you will mourn. In either case, I shall be happy that you know. Crystal, in all my life I spoke only one lie, and that was 3 months ago, when I set out to reclaim the king's money, which had been filched from you on the high road, and returned empty-handed. I found the money, and I found the thief. No thief he, Crystal, but just a quixotic man who desired to serve his country, our cause, and you. That man was your friend, Mr. Clifford. I don't think that I was ever jealous of him. I am not jealous of him now. Our love, Crystal, is too great and too strong to fear rivalry from anyone. He had taken the money from you because he knew that Victor de Marmont, with a strong body of men to help him, would have filched it from you for the benefit of the Corsican. He took the money from you because he knew that neither you nor the Comte would have listened to any warnings from him. He took the money from you with the sole purpose of conveying it to the king. Then I found him and taunted him until the temptation came to me to act the part of a coward and a traitor, and this I did, Crystal, only because I loved you, because I knew that I could never win you while I was poor and in humble circumstances. I soon found out that Clifford was a friend. I begged him to let me have the money so that I might take it to the king and earn consideration and a reward thereby. That was my sin, Crystal, and also that I lied to you to disguise the sorry role which I had played. Clifford gave me the money because I told him how we loved one another, you and I, and that happiness could only come to you through our mutual love. He acted well, though in truth I meant to do him no wrong. Later Victor de Marmont came upon me and wrested the money from me, and I was helpless to guard that for which I had played the part of a coward. I have eased my soul by telling you this, Crystal, and I know that no hard thoughts of me will dwell in your mind whilst I do all that a man can do for honour, king, and country. Remember that the next few hours, perhaps, will atone for everything, and that love excuses all things. Yours in love and sorrow, Maurice. The letter, crumpled and damp, remained in Crystal's hand all the while that she sat by the open window, and the sound of moving horses and men in the distance conjured up before her eyes mental visions of all that tomorrow might mean. The letter was damp with her tears now. They had fallen incessantly on the paper while she reread it a second time, and then reread it again. A quixotic man, Maurice said airily. How little he understood! How well she, Crystal, knew what had been the motive of that quixotic action. She had learned so much to-night in the mazes of a waltz. Now, when she closed her eyes, she could still feel the dreamy motion with that strong arm round her, and she could hear the sweet, languid lilt of the music, and all the delicious elvish whisperings that reached her ear through the monotonous cadence of the dance. Of what her heart had felt then, she need now no longer be ashamed. All that should shame her now were her thoughts in the past, the belief that the hand which had held hers on that evening long ago in Brestolo could possibly have been the hand of a traitor, that the low-toned voice that spoke to her so earnestly of friendship then could ever be raised for the utterance of a lie. Of such thoughts indeed she could be ashamed, and of her cruelty that other night in Paris, when she had made him suffer so abominably through her injustice and her contempt. The next few hours, perhaps, will atone for everything. Maurice had added, "Ah, well, perhaps, but they could not erase the past. They could not control the more distant future. Maurice would come back. Crystal prayed earnestly that he should. But Clifford was gone out of her life for ever. God alone knew how this renewed war would end. How could she hope ever to meet a friend who had gone away determined never to see her again? A last dance together. Well, they had had it. And that was the end of a sweet romance that had had no beginning. He had gone now, as Maurice had gone, as all the men had gone who had listened to their country's call, and she, Crystal, could not convey to him, even by a message, by a word, that she understood all that he had done for her, all that his actions had meant of devotion, of self-effacement, of pure and tender love. A last dance together, and that had been the end. Even thoughts of him would be forbidden her after this, for her thoughts were no longer free of him. Her heart was no longer free. Her promise belonged to Maurice, but her heart, her thoughts were no longer hers to give. It was all too late, too late. The next few hours might atone for the past, but they could not call it back. Weary and heartsick, Crystal crawled into bed when the grey light of dawn peeped cold and shy into her room. She could not sleep, but she lay quite still, while one by one those distant sounds died away in the misty morning. In this semi-dreamlike state, it seemed to her as if she must be able to distinguish the sound of his horse's hoofs from among 1,000 others. It seemed as if something in herself must tell her quite plainly where he was, what he did, when he got to horse, which way he went. And presently she closed her eyes against the grey monotonous light, and during one brief moment she felt deliciously conscious of a sweet protecting presence somewhere near her, of soft whisperings of fondness and of friendship. The sound of a dream voice reached her ear, and once again, as in the sweet-scented alcove, she felt herself murmuring, "Who calls?" And once more she heard the tender wailing as of a stricken soul in pain, a poor heart-broken wretch who could not keep away from your side. And memory echoes lingered round her, bringing back every sound of his mellow voice, every look in his eyes, the touch of his hand, oh, that exquisite touch, and his last words before he asked her to dance. With every drop of my blood, with every nerve, every sinew, every thought, I love you. And her heart, with a long drawn-out moan of unconquerable sorrow, sent out into the still morning air its agonized call in reply, "Come back, my love, come back. I cannot live without you. You have taught me what love is, pure, selfless, and protecting. You cannot go from me now. You cannot. In the name of that love which your tender voice has brought into being, come back to me. Do not leave me desolate. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Tarpeian Rock. Rain, rain all the morning. God's little tool, innocent-looking little tool enough for the remodeling of the destinies of this world. God chose to soak the earth on that day, and the formidable artillery that had swept the plateau of Austerlitz, the vales of Marengo, the cemetery of Eylau, was rendered useless for the time being, because up in the inscrutable kingdom of the sky a cloud had chosen to burst, or had burst by the will of God, and water soaked the soft, spongy soil of Belgium, and the wheels of artillery wagons sank axle deep in the mud. If only the ground had been dry! If only the great gambler, the genius, the hero, call him what you will, but the gambler for all that, if only he had staked his crown, his honour, and that of imperial France on some other stake than his artillery. If only— but who shall tell? Is it indeed a cloudburst that changed the whole destinies of Europe? Ye materialists, ye philosophers, answer that. Is it to the rain that fell in such torrents until close on midday of that stupendous 18th of June, that must be ascribed this wonderful and all-embracing change that came over the destinies of myriads of people, of entire nations, kingdoms, and empires? Rather, is it not because God just on that day of all days chose to show this world of pygmies, great men, valiant heroes, controlling genius, and all-powerful conquerors, the entire extent of his might, so far and no further, and in order to show it, he selected that simple, seemingly futile means, just a heavy shower of rain. At 11:30, the cannon began to roar on the plains of Mont Saint Jean, but not before. Before that it had rained heavily, and the ground was soaked through, and the all-powerful artillery of the most powerful military genius of all times was momentarily powerless. Had it not rained so persistently and so long, that same compelling artillery would have begun its devastating work earlier in the day, at 6 mayhap, or mayhap at dawn, another 5, 6, 7 hours to add to the length of that awful day, another 5, 6, 7 hours wherein to tax the tenacity, the heroic persistence of the British troops, another 5, 6, 7 hours of dogged resistance on the one side, of impetuous charges on the other, before the arrival of Blucher and his Prussians, and the turning of the scales of blind justice against the daring gambler who had staked his all. But it was only at 11:30 that the cannon began to roar, and the undulating plain carried the echo like a thunder roll from heaving billow to heaving billow, till it broke against the silent majesty of the forest of Sonne. Here, with the forest as a background, is the highest point of Mont Saint Jean, and here, beneath an overhanging elm, all day on horseback, anxious, frigid, and heroic, is Wellington, with a rain of bullets all round him, watching, ceaselessly watching that horizon far away, wrapped now in fog, anon in smoke, and soon in gathering darkness, watching for the promised Prussian army that was to ease the terrible burden of that desperate stand which the British troops were bearing, and had borne all day with such unflinching courage and dogged tenacity. It is in vain that his aides de camp beg him to move away from that perilous position. "My lord," cries Lord Hill at last in desperation, "if you are killed, what are we to do?" "The same as I do now," replies Wellington unmoved. "Hold this place to the last man." Then, with a sudden outburst of vehemence that seems to pierce almost involuntarily the rigid armour of British phlegm and British self-control, he calls to his old comrades of Salamanca and Vittoria: "Boys, which of us now can think of retreating? What would England think of us if we do?" Heroic, unflinching, and cool, the British army has held its ground against the overwhelming power of Napoleon's magnificent cavalry, raw recruits, some of them, against the veterans of Jena and of Wagram. But they have been ordered to hold the place to the last man, and in close and serried squares they have held their ground ever since 11:30 this morning, while one after another the flower of Napoleon's world-famed cavalry has been hurled against them. Cuirassiers, chasseurs, lancers, up they come to the charge, like whirlwinds up the declivities of the plateau. Like a whirlwind they rush upon those stolid, immovable, impenetrable squares, attacking from every side, making violent, obstinate, desperate onsets upon the stubborn angles, the straight, unshakable walls of red coats, slashing at the bayonets with their swords, at crimson breasts with their lances, firing their pistols right between those glowing eyes, right into those firm jaws and set teeth. The sound of bullets on breastplates and helmets and epaulettes is like a shower of hailstones upon a sheet of metal. Twice, thrice, nay more, a dozen times, they return to the charge, and the plateau gleams with brandished steel like 1,000 flashes of simultaneous fork lightning on the vast canopy of a stormy sky. From midday till after 4, a kind of mysterious haze covers this field of noble deeds. Fog, after the rain, wraps the gently billowing Flemish ground in a white semi-transparent veil, covers with impartial coolness all the mighty actions, the heroic charges, and still more heroic stands, all the silent, uncomplaining sufferings, the glorious deaths, all the courage and all the endurance. Through the grey mists we see a medley of moving colours, blue and grey and scarlet and black, of shakos and sabretaches, of English and French and Hanoverian and Scotch, of epaulettes and Bernese. We hear the sound of carbine and artillery fire, the clank of swords and bayonets, the call of bugle and trumpet, and the wail of the melancholy pibroch, tunics and gold tassels and kilts, a melody of sounds and of visions. We see the attack on Hougoumont, the appearance of Bülow on the heights of St. Lambert, the charge of the Inniskillings and the Scots Greys, the death of valiant Ponsonby. We see Marshal Ney, Prince of Moscow, the bravest soldier in France. We see him everywhere where the mêlée is thickest, everywhere where danger is most nigh. His magnificent uniform torn to shreds, his gold lace tarnished, his hair and whiskers singed, his face blackened by powder, indomitable, unconquerable, superb, we hear him cry, "Where are those British bullets? Is there not one left for me?" He knows, none better, that the plains of Mont Saint Jean are the great gambling tables on which the supreme gambler, Napoleon, once Emperor of the French and master of half the world, had staked his all. If we come out of this alive and conquered, he cries to Hamas, his aide de camp, there will be only the hangman's rope left for us all. And we see the gambler himself, Napoleon, emperor still, and still certain of victory, on horseback all day, riding from end to end of his lines. He is gayer than he has ever been before. At Marengo he was despondent. At Austerlitz he was troubled. But at Waterloo he has no doubts. The star of his destiny has risen more brilliant than ever before. The day of France's glory has only just dawned, he calls, and his mind is full of projects. The triumphant march back into Paris, the Germans driven back to the Rhine, the English to the sea. His only anxiety, and it is a slight one still, is that Grouchy, with his fresh troops, is so late in arriving. Still, the Prussians are late too, and the British cannot hold the place for ever. At 3 o'clock the fog lifts. The veil that has wrapped so many sounds, such awful and wonderful visions, in a kind of mystery, is lifted now, and it reveals what? Hougoumont invested, brave Bering there with a handful of men, English, German, Brunswickians, making a last stand with 10 rounds of ammunition left to them per man, and the French engineers already battering in the gates of the enclosing wall that surrounds the chateau and chapel of Goumont, the farm of La Haye Saint taken. Ney there with his regiment of cuirassiers and 5 battalions of the old guard, and the English lines on the heights of Mont Saint Jean apparently giving way. We see, too, a vast hecatomb. Glory and might must claim their many thousand victims. The dead and dying lie scattered like pawns upon an abandoned chessboard. The humble pawns in this huge and final gamble for supremacy and power, for national existence and for liberty. Hougoumont, La Haye Saint, Papelotte are sown with illustrious dead. But on the plateau of Mont Saint Jean the British still hold their ground. Wellington is still there on the heights, with the majestic trees of Saulnier behind him, the stately canopy of the elm above his head, more frigid than before, more heroic, but also more desperately anxious. Blucher or nightfall, he sighs as a fresh cavalry charge is hurled against those indomitable British squares, the 13th assault, and still they stand or kneel on one knee, those gallant British boys. Bayonet in hand or carbine they fire, fall out and reform again, shaken, hustled, encroached on they may be, but still they stand and fire with coolness and precision. The ranks are not broken yet. Officers ride up to the field marshal to tell him that the situation has become desperate, their regiments decimated, their men exhausted. They ask for fresh orders, but he has only one answer for them. There are no fresh orders save to hold out to the last man. And down in the valley at La Belle Alliance is the great gambler, the man who today will either be emperor again, a greater, mightier monarch than even he has ever been, or who will sink to a status which perhaps the meanest of his erstwhile subjects would never envy. But just now, at 4 o'clock, when the fog has lifted, he is flushed with excitement, exalted in the belief in victory. The English centre on Mont Saint Jean is giving way at last, he is told. The beginning of retreat, he cries, and he, who had been anxious at Austerlitz, despondent at Marengo, is gay and happy and brimming full of hope. De Marmont, he calls to his faithful friend, De Marmont, go ride to Paris now. Tell them that victory is ours. No, no, he adds excitedly, don't go all the way. Ride to Grenoble, and send a message to Paris from there. Then come back to be with us in the hour of victory. And Victor de Marmont rides off in order to proclaim to the world at large the great victory which the Emperor has won this day over all the armies of Europe banded and coalesced against him. From far away on the road of Owan has come the first rumour that Blücher and his body of Prussians are nigh, still several hours' march from Waterloo, but advancing. For hours Wellington has been watching for them, until wearily he has sighed, Blücher or nightfall alone can save us from annihilation now. The rumour, oh, it was merely the whispering of the wind, but still a rumour nevertheless, means fresh courage to tired, half-spent troops. Even deeds of unparalleled heroism need the stimulus of renewed hope sometimes. The rumour has also come to the ears of the Emperor, of Ney, and of all the officers of the staff. They all know that those magnificent British troops, whom they have fought all day, must be nigh to their final desperate effort at last, with naught left to them but their stubborn courage and that tenacity which has been ever since the wonder of the world. They know, these brave soldiers of Napoleon, who have fought and admired the brave foe, that the 1st and 2nd Life Guards are decimated by now, that entire British and German regiments are cut up, that Picton is dead, the Scots Greys almost annihilated. They know what havoc their huge cavalry charges have made in the magnificent squares of British infantry. They know that heroism and tenacity and determination must give way at last before superior numbers, before fresh troops, before persistent, ever renewed attacks. Only a few fresh troops, and Ney declares that he can conquer the final dogged endurance of the British troops before they in their turn receive the support of Blücher and his Prussians, or before nightfall gives them a chance of rest. So he sends Colonel Haymas to his Emperor with the urgent message, more troops, I entreat, more troops, and I can break the English centre before the Prussians come. None knew better than he that this was the great hazard on which the life and honour of his emperor had been staked, that imperial France was fighting hand to hand with Great Britain, each for her national existence, each for supremacy and might and the honour of her flag. Imperial France, bold, daring, impetuous; Great Britain, tenacious, firm, and impassive. Wellington, under the elm tree, calmly scanning the horizon, while bullets whiz past around his head, and ordering his troops to hold on to the last man. The Emperor on horseback, under a hailstorm of shot and shell and bullets, riding from end to end of his lines. Ney and his division of cuirassiers and grenadiers of the Old Guard had just obeyed the Emperor's last orders, which had been to take La Haye Saint at all costs, and the intrepid Mareschal now, flushed with victory, had sent his urgent message to Napoleon. "More troops, and I can yet break through the English centre before the arrival of the Prussians." "More troops!" cried the Emperor in despair. "Where am I to get them from? Am I a creator of men?" And from far away the rumour, "Blucher and the Prussians are nigh." "Stop that rumour from spreading to the ears of our men. In God's name, don't let them know it," adjures Napoleon in a message to Ney. And he himself sends his own staff officers to every point of the field of battle to shout and proclaim the news that it is Grouchy who is nigh, Grouchy with reinforcements, Grouchy with the victorious troops from Ligny, fresh from conquered laurels. And the news gives fresh heart to the imperial troops. "Vive l'Empereur!" they shout, more certain than ever of victory. The grey day has yielded at last to the kiss of the sun. Far away at Braine-l'Alleud a vivid streak of gold has rent the bank of heavy clouds. It is now close on 7 o'clock. There are 2 more hours to nightfall, and Blucher is not yet here. Some of the Prussians have certainly debouched on Plancenoit, but Napoleon's old guard have turned them out again, and from Le Male now comes the sound of heavy cannonade, as if Grouchy had come upon Blucher after all, and all hopes of reinforcements for the British troops were finally at an end. Napoleon, Emperor still, and still flushed with victory, looks through his glasses on the British lines. To him it seems that these are shaken, that Wellington is fighting with the last of his men. This is the hour, then, when victory awaits, attentive, ready to bestow her crown on him who can hold out and fight the longest, on him who at the last can deliver the irresistible attack. And Napoleon gives the order for the final attack, which must be more formidable, more overpowering than any that have gone before. The plateau of Mont Saint Jean, he commands, must be carried at all costs. Cuirassiers, lancers, and grenadiers, then, once more to the charge. Strew once more the plains of Waterloo with your dying and your dead. Up, Milhaud, with your guards. Porret with your grenadiers. Michael with your chasseurs. Up, ye heroes of a dozen campaigns, of 100 victories. Up, ye old growlers with the fur bonnets, Napoleon's invincible old guard, with Ney himself to lead you, a hero among heroes, the bravest where all are brave. Have you ever seen a tidal wave of steel rising and surging under the lash of the gale? So they come now, those cuirassiers and lancers and chasseurs, their helmets, their swords, their lances gleaming in the golden light of the sinking sun. In closed ranks, stirrup to stirrup, they swoop down into the valley, and raise again, scaling the muddy heights, superb as on parade, with their finest generals at their head, Milhaud, Hanrian, Michael, Mallet, and Ney between them all. Splendid they are, and certain of victory. They gallop past as if at a review on the Place du Carrousel opposite the windows of the Tuileries, all to the repeated cry of "Vive l'Empereur." And as they gallop past, the wounded and the dying lift themselves up from the blood-stained earth and raise their feeble voices to join in that triumphant call, "Vive l'Empereur." There's an old veteran there who fought at Austerlitz and at Jena. He has 3 stripes upon his sleeve, but both his legs are shattered, and he lies on the roadside propped up against a hedge, and as the superb cavalry ride proudly by, he shouts lustily, "Forward, comrades! A last victorious charge! Long live the Emperor! After that, who was to blame? Was human agency to blame? Did Ney, the finest cavalry leader in Napoleon's magnificent army, the veteran of an hundred glorious victories, did he make the one blunder of his military career by dividing his troops into too many separate columns, rather than concentrating them for the one all-powerful attack upon the British centres? Did he indeed mistake the way, and lead his splendid cavalry by roundabout crossways to the plateau, instead of by the straight Brussels road? Or did the obscure traitor, over whom history has thrown a veil of mystery, betray this fresh advance against the British centre to Wellington? Was any man to blame? Was it not rather the hand of God that had already fallen with almighty and divine weight upon the ambitious and reckless adventurer? Was it not the voice of God that spoke to him through the cannon's roar of Waterloo? So far, but no farther shalt thou go. Enough of thy will and thy power and thy ambition. Enough of this scourge of bloodshed and of misery which I have allowed thee to wield for so long. Enough of devastated homes, of starvation and of poverty. Enough of the fatherless and of the widow. And up above on the plateau the British troops hear the thunder of thousands of horses' hoofs galloping to this last charge, which must be irresistible, and sturdy wearied hands, black with powder and stained with blood, grasp more firmly still the bayonet, the rifle, or the carbine, and they wait. Those exhausted, intrepid, valiant men, they wait for that thundering charge. With wide open eyes fixed upon the crest of the hill, they wait for the charge. They are ready for death, but they are not prepared to yield. Along the edge of the plateau, in a huge semicircle that extends from Hougoumont to the Brussels road, the British gunners wait for the order to fire. Behind them Wellington, eagle-eyed and calm, warned by God, or by a traitor, but still by God, of the coming assault on his positions, scours the British lines from end to end. Valiant Maitland is there with his brigade of guards, and Adam with his artillery. There are Vandeleur's and Vivian's cavalry, and Colin Halkett's guards, heroes all, ready to die, and hearing the approach of death in that distant roar of thunder, the onrush of Napoleon's invincible cavalry. Here, too, further out toward the east and the west, extending the British lines as far as Nivelles on one side and Brussels on the other, are William Halkett's Hanoverians, Duplat's German brigade, the Dutch and the Belgians, the Brunswickers and Ompteda's decimated corps. The French royalists are here too, scattered among the foreign troops, brother prepared to fight brother to the death. St. Genus is among the Brunswickers, but Bobby Clifford is with Maitland's guards. And now the wave of steel is surging up the incline. The gleam of shining metal pierces the distant haze. Casques and lances glitter in the slowly sinking sun, whilst from billow to billow the echo brings to straining ears the triumphant cry, "Vive l'Empereur!" 5 minutes later, the British artillery ranged along the crest has made a huge breach in that solid moving mass of horses and of steel. Quickly the breach is repaired. The ranks close up again. This is a parade, a review. The eyes of France are upon her sons, and vive l'Empereur. Still they come. Volley after volley from the British guns makes deadly havoc among those glistering ranks, but nevertheless they come. No halt save for the quick closing up into serried orderly columns, and then on with the advance, like the surging up of a tidal wave against the cliffs, on with the advance, up the slopes toward the crest, where those who are in the front ranks are mowed down by the British guns, their places taken by others from the rear, those others mowed down again, and again replaced, falling in their hundreds as they reach the crest, like the surf that shivers and dies as it strikes against the cliffs. Ney's horse is killed under him, the fifth today, but he quickly extricates himself from saddle and stirrups and continues on his way, on foot, sword in hand, the sword that conquered at Austerlitz, at Eylau, and at Moscow. Round him the grenadiers of the old guard, they with the fur bonnets and the grizzled moustaches, tighten up their ranks. They advance behind the cavalry, and after every volley from the British guns they shout loudly, "Vive l'Empereur!" And anon the tidal wave, despite the ebb, despite the constant breaking of its surf, has by sheer force of weight hurled itself upon the crest of the plateau. The Brunswickers on the left are scattered. Cleves and Lloyd have been forced to abandon their guns. The British artillery is silenced, and the chasseurs of Michael hold the extreme edge of the upland, and turn a deadly fusillade upon Colin Halkett's brigade, already attacked by Milhaud and his guards, and now severely shaken. "See the English general," cries Duchade to his cuirassiers. "He is between two fires. He cannot escape." No, he cannot, but he seizes the colours of the 33rd, whose young lieutenant has just fallen, and who threatens to yield under the devastating crossfire. He brandishes the tattered colours high up above his head, as high as he can hold them. He calls to his men to rally, and then falls grievously wounded. But his guards have rallied. They stand firm now, and Duchade, chewing his grey moustache, murmurs his appreciation of so gallant a foe. "That side will win," he mutters, "who can best keep on killing. Up, guards, and at them!" Maitland's brigade of guards had been crouching in the corn, crouching, waiting for the order to charge, red-coated lions in the ripening corn, ready to spring at the word. And Death, the harvester-in-chief, stands by with his scythe ready for the mowing. Up, guards, and at them! It is Maitland and his gallant brigade of guards. Out of the corn they rise, and front the 3 battalions of Michael's chasseurs, who were the first to reach the highest point of the hill. They fire, and Death with his scythe has laid 300 low. The tricolour flag is riddled with grape shot, and General Michael has fallen. Then indeed the mighty wave of steel can advance no longer, for it is confronted with an impenetrable wall, a wall of living, palpitating, heroic men. Men who for hours have stood their ground and fought for the honour of Britain and of her flag. Men who with set teeth and grim determination were ready to sell their lives dearly if lives were to be sold. Men, in fact, who have had their orders to hold out to the last man, and who are going to obey those orders now. Up, guards, and at them! And surprised, bewildered, staggered, the chasseurs pause. 300 of their comrades lie dead or dying on the ground. They pause. Their ranks are broken. With his last dying sigh, brave General Michael tries to rally them, but he breathes his last ere he succeeds. His second in command loses his head. He should have ordered a bayonet charge. sudden, swift, and sure, against that red wall that rushes at them with such staggering power. But he too tries to rally his men to reform their ranks. How can they reform, as for parade, under the deadly fire of the British Guards? Confusion begins its deathly sway. The chasseurs, under conflicting orders, stand for full 10 minutes almost motionless under that devastating fire. And far away on the heights of Frischemont, the first line of Prussian bayonets are seen silhouetted against the sunset sky. Wellington has seen it. Blucher has come at last. One final effort, one more mighty, gigantic, superhuman struggle, and the glorious end would be in sight. He gives the order for a general charge. "Forward, boys!" cries Colonel Saltoun to his brigade. "Now is the time." Heads down, the British charge. The chasseurs are already scattered, but behind the chasseurs, fronting Maitland's brigade, fronting Adam and his artillery, fronting Saltoun and Colborne, the fire eater, the Old Guard is seen to advance. The Old Guard, who through 12 campaigns and an 100 victories have shown the world how to conquer and how to die. When Michael's chasseurs were scattered, when their general fell, when the English lines, exhausted and shaken for a moment, rallied at Wellington's call, "Up, guards, and at them!" when from far away on the heights of Frischemont the first line of Prussian bayonets were silhouetted against the sunset sky, then did Napoleon's old growlers, with their fur bonnets and their grizzled moustaches, enter the line of action to face the English guards. They were facing death, and knew it, but still they cried, "Vive l'Empereur!" Heads down, the British charge, whilst from Ohain comes the roar of Blucher's guns, and up from the east Zieten with the Prussians rushes up to join in the assault. Then the carnage begins, for the Old Guard is still advancing in solid squares, solemn, unmoved, magnificent. The bronze eagles on their bonnets catch the golden rays of the setting sun. Thus they advance in face of deadly fire. They fall like corn before the scythe, a sublime suicide to the cry of "Vive l'Empereur," and not one of the brigade is missing, except those who are dead. They know, none better, that this is the beginning of the end. Perhaps they do not care to live if their emperor is to be emperor no longer, if he is to be sent back to exile, to the prison of Elba, or worse, and so they advance in serried squares, while Maitland's artillery has attacked them in the rear. Great gaps are made in those ranks, but they are quickly filled up again. The squares become less solid, smaller, but they remain compact. Still they advance. But now, close behind them, Blucher's guns begin to thunder, and Zieten's columns are rapidly gaining ground. All round their fur bonnets a hailstorm of grape shot is raging, whilst Adam's artillery is in action within 50 paces at their flank. But the old growlers, who had suffered death with silent fortitude in the snows of Russia, who had been as grand in their defeat at Moscow and at Leipzig as they had been in the triumphs of Auerstadt or of Friedland, they neither staggered nor paused in their advance. On they went, carrying their muskets on their shoulders, a cloud of tirailleurs in front of them, right into the crossfire of the British guns, their loud cry of "Vive l'Empereur" drowning that other awesome, terrible cry which someone had raised a while ago, and which now went from mouth to mouth: "We are betrayed! Sauve qui peut!" The Prussians were in their rear, the British were charging their front, and panic had seized the most brilliant cavalry the world had ever seen. Sauve qui peut is echoed now and re-echoed all along the crest of the plateau, and the echo rolls down the slope into the valley, where Reille's infantry and a regiment of cuirassiers and 3 more battalions of chasseurs are making ready to second the assault on Mont Saint Jean. Reille and his infantry pause and listen. The cuirassiers halt in their upward movement, whilst up on the ridge of the plateau, where Donzelot's grenadiers have attacked the brigade of Kempt and Lambert and Pack, the whisper goes from mouth to mouth, "We are betrayed. Sauve qui peut." Panic seizes the younger men. They turn their horses' heads back toward the slopes. The stampede has commenced. Very soon it grows. The British in front, the Prussians in the rear. Sauve qui peut. Ney amongst them is almost unrecognizable. His face is coal black with powder. He has no hat, no epaulettes, and only half a sword. Rage, anguish, bitterness are in his husky voice as he adjures, entreats, calls to the demoralized army, and insults it, execrates it in turn. But nothing but death will stop that army now in its headlong flight. At least stop and see how a Marshal of France dies on the field of honour, he calls. But the voice which led these same men to victory at Moscow has lost its potency and its magic. The men cry Viva Ney, but they do not stand. The stampede has become general. In the valley below, the infantry has started to run up the slope of La Belle Alliance. After it, the cavalry, with reins hanging loose, stirrups lost, casques, sabretaches, muskets, anything that impedes, thrown into the fields to right and left. La Haye Sainte is evacuated. Hougoumont is abandoned. Papelotte, Plancenoit, the woods, the plains, are only filled with running men and the thunder of galloping chargers. Alone the old guard has remained unshaken, whilst all around them what was once the grand army is shattered, destroyed, melting like ice before a devastating fire. They have continued to advance, sublime in their fortitude, in their endurance, their contempt for death. One by one their columns are shattered, and there are none now to replace those that fall. And as the gloom of night settles on this vast hecatomb on the plateau of Mont Saint Jean, the conquerors of Jena and Austerlitz and Friedland make their last stand round the bronze eagle, all that is left to them of the glories of the past. And when from far away the cry of Sauve qui peut has become only an echo, and the bronze eagle shattered by a bullet lies prone upon the ground, shielded against capture in its fall by a circling mountain of dead, when finally night wraps all the heroism, the glory, the sorrow and the horrors of this awful day in the sable folds of her all-embracing mantle, Napoleon's old guard has ceased to be. And out in the western sky, a streak of vivid crimson, like human blood, has broken the bosom of the clouds. The glow of the sinking sun rests on this huge dissolution of what was once so glorious and unconquered and great. Then it is that Wellington rides to the very edge of the plateau and fronts the gallant British troops at this supreme hour of oncoming victory, and lifting his hat high above his head, he waves it 3 times in the air. And from right and left they come, British, Hanoverians, Belgians, and Brunswickers, to deliver the final blow to this retreating army, wounded already unto death. They charge now. They charge all of them, cavalry, infantry, gunners 40,000 men who have forgotten exhaustion, forgotten what they have suffered, forgotten what they had endured. On they come with a rush like a torrent let loose. The confusion of sounds and sights becomes a pandemonium of hideousness. Bugles and drums and trumpets and bagpipes all mingle, merge, and die away in the fast gathering twilight, and the tidal wave of steel recedes down the slopes of Mont Saint Jean into the valley, and thence up again on Belle Alliance, with a melee of sounds like the breaking of a gigantic line of surf against the irresistible cliffs, or the last drawn-out sigh of agony of dying giants in primeval times. On the road to Genappe, in the mystery of the moonlight night, a solitary rider turned into a field and dismounted. Carried along for a time by the stream of the panic, he found himself for a moment comparatively alone, left as it were high and dry by the same stream which here had divided and flowed on to right and left of him. He wore a grey redincoat and a shabby bicorn hat. Having dismounted, he slipped the bridle over his arm and started to walk beside his horse back toward Waterloo, a sleepwalker in pursuit of his dream. Heavy banks of grey clouds chased one another with mad fury across the midsummer sky, now obscuring the cold face of the moon, now allowing her pale silvery rays to light up this gigantic panorama of desolation and terror and misery. To right and left along the roads and lanes, across grassland and cornfields, canals, ditches, and fences, the last of the Grand Army was flying headlong, closely pursued by the Prussians, and at the farm of La Belle Alliance, Wellington and Blucher had met and shaken hands, and had thanked God for the great and glorious victory. But the sleep walker went on in pursuit of his dream. He walked with measured steps beside his weary horse, his eyes fixed on the horizon far away, where the dull crimson glow of smouldering fires threw its last weird light upon this vast abode of the dead and the dying. He walked on, slowly and mechanically, back to the scene of the overwhelming cataclysm where all his hopes lay irretrievably buried. He walked on, majestic as he had never been before in the brilliant throne room of the Tuileries, or the mystic vastness of Notre Dame, when the imperial crown sat so ill upon his plebeian head. He walked on, silent, exalted, and great, great through the magnitude of his downfall. And to right and left of him, like the surf that recedes on a pebbly beach, the last of his once invincible army was flying back to France, back in the wake of those who had been lucky enough to fly before, bodies of men who had been the last to realize that an heroic stand round a falling eagle could no longer win back that which was lost, and that if life be precious, it could only be had in flight. Bits of human wreckage, too, forgotten by the tide, they all rolled and rushed and swept past the silent wayfarer, quite close at times, so close that every man could see him quite distinctly, could easily distinguish by the light of the moon the grey redingote and the battered hat which they all knew so well, which they had been wont to see in the forefront of an hundred victorious charges. Now, half blinded by despair and by panic, they gazed with uncomprehending eyes on the man and on the horse, and merely shouted to him as they rushed galloping or running by, "The Prussians are on us! Sauve qui peut!" And the dreamer still looked on that distant crimson glow, and in the bosom of those wind-swept clouds he saw the pictures of Austerlitz and Jena and Wagram, pictures of glory and might and victory, and the shouts which he heard were the ringing cheers round the bivouac fires of long ago. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Last Throw. It was close on 9:30, and the moon full up on the stormy sky, when a couple of riders detached themselves out of the surging mass of horses and men that were flying pell-mell towards Genappe, and slightly checking their horses, put them to a slower gallop, and finally to a trot. On their right a small cottage gleamed snow-white in the cold searching light of the moon. A low wall ran to right and left of it, and enclosed a small yard at the back of the cottage. The wall had a gate in it which gave on the fields beyond. At the moment that the two riders, trotting slowly down the road, reached the first angle of the wall, the gate was open, and a man leading a white horse and wearing a grey redingote turned into the yard. "My God, the Emperor!" exclaimed one of the riders as he drew rein. They both turned their horses into the field, skirting the low enclosed wall, until they reached the gate. The white horse was now tethered to a post, and the man in the grey redingote was standing in the doorway at the rear of the cottage. The two men dismounted, and in their turn led their horses into the yard. At sight of them, the man in the grey redingote seemed to wake from his sleep. "Berthier," he said slowly, "is that you?" "Yes, sire, and Colonel Bertrand is here too." "What do you want?" "We earnestly beg you, sire, to come with us to Genappe. There is not the slightest hope of rallying any portion of your army now. The Prussians are on us. You might fall into their hands." Berthier, conqueror and prince of Wagram, spoke very earnestly, and with head uncovered, but more abruptly and harshly than he had been wont to do of yore in the salons of the Tuileries, or on the glory-crowned battlefields at the close of a victorious day. "I am coming, I am coming," said the Emperor, with a quick sigh of impatience. "I only wanted to be alone a moment, to think things out, to—" "There is nothing quite so urgent, sire, as your safety," retorted the Prince of Wagram dryly. The Emperor did not, or did not choose to, heed his great marshal's marked want of deference. Perhaps he was accustomed to the moods of these men whom his bounty had fed and loaded with wealth and dignities and titles in the days of his glory, who had proved only too ready, alas, even last year, even now, to desert him when disaster was in sight. Without another word he turned on his heel, and pushing open the cottage door, he disappeared into the darkness of the tiny room beyond. With an impatient shrug of the shoulders, Berthier prepared to follow him. Colonel Bertrand busied himself with tethering the horses, then he too followed Berthier into the building. It was deserted, of course, as all isolated cottages and houses had been in the vicinity of Quatre Bras or Mont Saint Jean. Bertrand struck a tinder and lighted a tallow candle that stood forlorn on a deal table in the centre of the room. The flickering light revealed a tiny cottage kitchen, hastily abandoned, but scrupulously clean, whitewashed walls, a red-tiled floor, the iron hearth, the painted dresser decorated with white crockery, shiny tin pans hung in rows against the walls, and 2 or 3 rush chairs. Napoleon sat down. "I again entreat you, sire," began Berthier more earnestly than before. But the Emperor was staring straight out before him, with eyes that apparently saw something beyond that rough white wall opposite, on which the flickering candlelight threw such weird gargantuan shadows. The precious minutes sped on, minutes wherein death or capture strode with giant steps across the fields of Flanders to this lonely cottage, where the once mightiest ruler in Europe sat dreaming of what might have been. The silence of the night was broken by the thunder of flying horses' hoofs, by the cries of "Sauve Caput," and distant volleys of artillery proclaiming from far away that death had not finished all his work yet. Bertrand and Berthier stood by, with heads uncovered, silent, moody, and anxious. Suddenly the dreamer roused himself for a moment, and spoke abruptly and with his usual peremptory impatience. "De Marmont," he said, "has either of you seen him?" "Not lately, sire," replied Colonel Bertrand. "Not since 5 o'clock, at any rate." "What was he doing then?" "He was riding furiously in the direction of Nivelles. I shouted to him. He told me that he was making for Brussels by a circuitous way." "Ah, that is right. Well done, my brave de Marmont. Braver than your treacherous kinsman ever was. So you saw him, did you, Bertrand? Did he tell you that he had just come from Genappe?" "Yes, sire, he did," replied Bertrand moodily. "He told me that by your orders he had sent a messenger from there to Paris with news of your victory, and that by tomorrow morning the capital would be ringing with enthusiasm and with cheers." "And by the time de Marmont came back from Genappe," interposed the Prince of Wagram with a sneer, "the plains of Waterloo were ringing with the Grand Army's Sauve Caput." "An episode, Prince, only an episode," said Napoleon, with an angry frown of impatience. "To hear you now, one would imagine that Essling had never been. We have been beaten back, of course, but for the moment the world does not know that. Paris tomorrow will be beflagged, and the bells of Notre Dame will send forth their joyous peals to cheer the hearts of my people. And in Brussels this afternoon thousands of our enemies, Belgians, Dutch, Hanoverians, Brunswickers, were rushing helter-skelter into the town, demoralized and disorganized after that brilliant charge of our cuirassiers against the allied left." "Would to God the British had been among them too," murmured old Colonel Bertrand, "but for their stand. And a splendid stand it was. Ah, but for that. To think that if Grouchy had kept the Prussians away in only another hour, we—" The dreamer paused in his dream of the might have been. Then he continued more calmly, "But I was not thinking of that just now. I was thinking of those who fled to Brussels this afternoon with the news of our victory and of Wellington's defeat." "Even then the truth is known in Brussels by now," protested Berthier. "Yes, but not before de Marmont has had the time and the pluck to save us and our empire. Berthier," he continued more vehemently, "don't stand there so gloomy, man, and you too, my old Bertrand. Surely you have realized that at this terrible juncture we must utilize every circumstance which is in our favor. That early news of our victory, we can make use of that. A big throw in this mighty game, but we can do it. Berthier, do you see how we can do it?" "No, sire, I confess that I do not," replied the Marshal gloomily. "You do not see?" retorted the Emperor, with a frown of angry impatience. "De Marmont did at once, but he is young and enthusiastic, whereas you but don't you see that the news of Wellington's defeat must have enormous consequences on the money markets of the world, if only for a few hours? It must send the prices on the foreign bourses tumbling about people's ears, and create an absolute panic on the London Stock Exchange. Only for a few hours, of course, but do you not see that if any man is wise enough to buy stock in London during that panic, he can make a fortune by reselling the moment the truth is known?" "Even then, sire," stammered Berthier, a little confused by this avalanche of seemingly irrelevant facts hurled at him at a moment when the whole map of Europe was being changed by destiny, and her future trembled in the hands of God. "Ah, de Marmont saw it all, at once," continued the Emperor earnestly. "He saw eye to eye with me. He knows that money, a great deal of money, is just what I want now. Money to reorganize my army, to re-equip and reform it. The Chamber and my ministers will never give me what I want. My God, they are such cowards! And some of them would rather see the foreign troops again in Paris than Napoleon Emperor at the Tuileries. You should know that, Mareschal, and you too, my good Bertrand. De Marmont knows it. That is why he rode to Brussels at the hour when I alone knew that all was lost at Waterloo, but when half Europe still thought that the Corsican ogre had conquered again. De Marmont is in Brussels now. To-night he crosses over to England. To-morrow morning he and his broker will be in the Stock Exchange in London, calm, silent, watchful, an operation on the Bourse, what? Like hundreds that have been done before. But in this case the object will be to turn 1,000,000 into 50, so that with it I might rebuild my empire again." He spoke with absolute conviction, and with indomitable fervour. Sitting here quietly, he, the architect of the mightiest empire of modern days, just as he used to do in the camps at Austerlitz and Jena and Wagram and Friedland, with one clenched hand resting upon the rough deal table, the flickering light of the tallow candle illuminating the wide brow, the heavy jaw, those piercing eyes that still gazed, in this hour of supreme catastrophe, into a glorious future destined never to be, scheming, planning, scheming still, even while his grand army was melting into nothingness all around him, and distant volleys of musketry were busy consummating the final annihilation of the empire which he had created and still hoped to rebuild. Berthier gave a quick sign of impatience. Rebuild an empire? Ye gods! An empire! When the flower of its manhood lies pale and stark like the windrows of corn after the harvester has done his work. Thoughts of a dreamer, schemes of a visionary. How will the quaking lips, which throughout the length and breadth of this vast hecatomb now cry, Sauve qui peut, how will they ever intone again the old Vive l'Empereur? The conqueror of Wagram gave a bitter sigh, and faithful Bertrand hung his head gloomily. But de Marmont had neither sighed nor doubted. But then de Marmont was young. He too was a dreamer, and an enthusiast, and a visionary. His idol in his eyes had never had feet of clay. For him, the stricken man was his emperor still, the architect, the creator, the invincible conqueror, checked for a moment in his glorious work, but able at his will to rebuild the empire of France again on the very ruins that smouldered now on the fields of Waterloo. "I can do it, sire," he had cried exultantly when his emperor first expounded his great new scheme to him. "I can be in Brussels in an hour, and catch the midnight packet for England at Ostend. At dawn I shall be in London, and by 10 o'clock at my post. I know a financier, a Jew, and a mightily clever one. He will operate for me. I have 1,000,000 or 2 francs invested in England. We'll use these for our operations. Money, sire, you shall have millions. Our differences on the stock exchange will equip the finest army that even you have ever had. 50 millions? I'll bring you 100. God has not yet decreed the downfall of the Empire of France." So de Marmont had spoken this afternoon in the enthusiasm of his youth and of his hero worship, and since then the great dreamer had continued to weave his dreams. Nothing was lost, nothing could be lost, whilst enthusiasm such as that survived in the hearts of the young. And still wrapped in his dream he sat on, while danger and death and disgrace threatened him on every side. Berthier and Bertrand entreated in vain tried to drag him away from this solitary place, where any moment a party of Prussians might find and capture him. Unceremoniously the Prince of Wagram had blown out the flickering light that might have attracted the attention of the pursuers. It was a very elementary precaution, the only one he or Bertrand was able to take. The horses were out in the yard for anyone to see, and the greatest spoil of victory might at any moment fall into the hands of the meanest Prussian soldier out for loot. But the dreamers still sat on in the gloom, with the pale light of the moon streaming in through the narrow casement window, and illumining that marble-like face, rigid and set, that seemed only to live by the glowing eyes, the eyes that looked into the future and the past, and heeded not the awful present. Close on a quarter of an hour went by, until at last he jumped to his feet with the sudden cry of "To Genappe!" Berthier heaved a sigh of relief, and Bertrand hurried out to unfasten the horses. "You are impatient, Prince," said the Emperor almost gaily, as he strode with a firm step to the door. "You are afraid those cursed Prussians will put the Corsican ogre into a cage, and send him at once to his victorious Bourbon Majesty, King Louis XVIII. Not so, my good Berthier, not so. The star of my destiny has not yet declined. I've done all the thinking I wanted to do. Now we'll to Genappe, where we'll rally the remnants of our army, and then quietly await de Marmont's return with the millions which we want. After that, we'll boldly on to Paris, and defy my enemies there. En avant, Mareschal, the Corsican ogre is not in the iron cage yet." Outside, Bertrand was holding his stirrup for him. He swung himself lightly in the saddle, and turned out of the farmyard gate into the open, throwing back his head and sniffing the storm-laden air, as if he was about to lead his army to one of his victorious charges. Not waiting to see how close the other 2 men followed him, he put his horse at once at a gallop. He rode on, never pausing, never looking round even on that gigantic desolation which the cold light of the moon weirdly and fitfully revealed. His mind was fixed upon a fresh throw on the gaming table of the world. Overhead the storm-driven clouds chased one another with unflagging fury across the moonlit sky, now obscuring, now revealing that gigantic dissolution of the grand army, so like the melting of ice and frost under the fierce kiss of the sun. More than men in an attack, less than women in a retreat, the finest cavalry Europe had ever seen was flying like sand before the wind. But the somnambulist rode on in his sleep, forgetting that on these vast and billowing fields 26,000 gallant French heroes had died for the sake of his dreams. Bertrand and the Prince of Wagram followed, gloomy and silent. They knew that all suggestions would be useless, all saner advice remain unheeded. Besides, de Marmont had gone, and after all, what did it all matter? What did anything matter, now that empire, glory, hope, everything were irretrievably lost? And in faithful Bertrand's deep-set eyes there came a strange, far-off look, almost of premonition, as if in his mind he could already see that lonely island rock in the Atlantic, and the great gambler there, eating out his heart with vain and bitter regrets. But de Marmont had never had any doubts, never any forebodings. He only had boundless faith in his hero, and boundless enthusiasm for his cause. Accustomed to handle money since early manhood, owner of a vast fortune which he had administered himself with no mean skill, he had no doubt that the Emperor's scheme for manufacturing a few millions in a wild gamble on the Stock Exchange was not only feasible, but certain of success. Undoubtedly the false news of Wellington's defeat would reach London tomorrow, as it had already reached Paris and Brussels. The panic in the money market was a foregone conclusion. The quick rise in prices when the truth became known was equally certain. It only meant forestalling the arrival of Wellington's dispatches in London by 24 hours, and 1,000,000 would make 50 during that time. As de Marmont had told his emperor, he had several £100,000 invested in England on which he could lay his hands. Operations on the Bourse were nothing new to him, and already, while he was still listening with respect and enthusiasm to his emperor's instructions, he was longing to get away. He knew the country well between here and Brussels, and he was wildly longing to be at work, to be flying across the low-lying land on to Brussels and then across to England in the wake of the awful news of complete disaster. He would steal the uniform of some poor dead wretch, a Belgian or a Hanoverian or a Black Brunswicker, he didn't care which. It wouldn't take long to strip the dead, and the greatness of the work at stake would justify the sacrilege. In the uniform of one of the allied army he could safely continue his journey to Brussels, and with luck could reach the city long before sunset. In Brussels he would at once obtain civilian clothes, and then catch the evening packet for England at Ostend. Oh no, it was not likely that Wellington could send a messenger over to London quite so soon. At this hour, it was just past 5, he was still on Mont Saint Jean, making another desperate stand against the imperial cavalry, with troops half worn out with discouragement, and whose endurance must even now be giving way. At this hour the Prussians had appeared at Braine-l'Alleud. They had engaged Reille at Plancenoit, but Wellington and the British had still to hold their ground, or the news which de Marmont intended to accompany to London might prove true after all. Ye gods, if only that were possible! How gladly would Victor then have lost the 100,000s which he meant to risk tomorrow. Wellington really vanquished before Blucher could come to his rescue. Napoleon once more victorious, as he had always been, and a mightier monarch than before. Then he, Victor de Marmont, the faithful young enthusiast who had never ceased to believe when others wavered, who at this last hour, when the whole world seemed to crumble away from under the feet of the man who had once been its master, was still ready to serve his emperor, never doubting, always hoping he would reap such a reward as must at last dazzle the one woman who could make that reward for him doubly precious. Victor de Marmont had effected the gruesome exchange. He was now dressed in the black uniform of a Brunswick regiment, wherein so many French royalists were serving. By a wide detour he had reached the approach to Brussels. Indeed, it seemed as if the news which he had sent flying to Paris was true after all. Behind the forest of Saulnier, where he now was, the fields and roads were full of running men and galloping horses, the dull green of Belgian uniforms, the yellow facings of the Dutch, the black of Brunswickers, all mingled together in a moving kaleidoscopic mass of colour. The men were flying unpursued, yet panic-stricken towards Brussels, carrying tidings of an awful disaster to the allied armies in their haggard faces, their quivering lips, their blood-stained tunics. De Marmont joined in with them. Though his heart was full of hope, he too contrived to look pale and spent and panic-stricken at will. He heard the shouts of terror, the hastily murmured, "All is lost! Even the British can no longer stand," as horses maddened with fright bore their half-senseless riders by. He set his teeth and rode on. His dark eyes glowed with satisfaction. There was no fear that the great gambler would stake his last in vain. The news would travel quick enough, as news of disaster always will. Brussels even now must be full of weeping women and children, as it soon would be of terror-driven men, of wounded and of maimed, crawling into the shelter of the town to die in peace. As he rode, de Marmont thought more and more of Crystal. The last 3 months had only enhanced his passionate love for her, and his maddening desire to win her yet at all costs. St. Genus would, of course, be fighting to-day. Perchance a convenient shot would put him effectively out of the way. De Marmont had vainly tried in this wild gallopade to distinguish his rival's face among this mass of foreigners. As for the Englishman, well, no doubt he had disappeared long ago out of Crystal de Cambray's life. De Marmont had never feared him greatly. That one look of understanding between Crystal and Clifford, and the latter's strange conduct about the money at the inn, were alone responsible for the few twinges of jealousy which de Marmont had experienced in that quarter. Indeed, the Englishman was a negligible quantity. De Marmont did not fear him. There was only St. Genus, and with the royalist cause rendered absolutely hopeless, as it would be, as it must be, St. Genus and the Comte de Cambray, and all those stiff-necked aristocrats of the old regime, who had thought fit to turn their proud backs on him at Brestolo 3 months ago, would be irretrievably ruined and discredited, and would have to fly the country once more. And Crystal, faced with the alternative of penury in England, or a brilliant existence at the Tuileries as the wife of the Emperor's most faithful friend, would make her choice as he, de Marmont, never doubted that any woman would. Hope for him had already become reality. Brussels was the halfway halt to the uttermost heights of his ambition. Fortune, the Emperor's gratitude, the woman he loved, all waited for him there. He reached the city just as that distant horizon in the west was lit up by a streak of brilliant crimson from the fast sinking sun, just when, had he but known it, on the crest of Mont Saint Jean, Wellington had waved his hat over his head and given the heroic British army, exhausted but undaunted, the order for a general charge, just when the grand army, finally checked in its advance, had first set up the ominous call that was like the passing bell of its dying glory. Sauve qui peut! Sauve qui peut! Bobby Clifford heard the cry too, through the fast gathering shadows of unconsciousness that closed in round his wearied senses, and as a film that was so like the kindly veil of approaching death spread over his eyes, he raised them up just once to that vivid crimson glow far out in the west, and on the winged chariot of the setting sun he sent up his last sigh of gratitude to God. All day he had called for death. All day he had wooed her there, where bullets and grape shot were thickest, where her huge scythe had been most busily at work. Sons of fond mothers, husbands, sweethearts that were dearly loved, brothers that would be endlessly mourned, lives that were more precious than any earthly treasures, the ghostly harvester claimed them all with impartial cruelty, and he, desolate and lonely, with no one greatly to care if he came back or no, with not a single golden thread of hope to which he might cling, without a dream to brighten the coming days of dreariness, with a life in the future that could hold nothing but vain regrets, Bobby had sought death 20 times today, and death had resolutely passed him by. But now he was grateful for that. He was thankful that he had lived just long enough to see the sunset, just long enough to take part in that last glorious charge in obedience to Wellington's inspiring command, "Up, guards, and at them!" He was glad to have lived just long enough to hear the sauve qui peut, to know that the grand army was in full retreat, that Blucher had come up in time, that British pluck and British endurance had won the greatest victory of all times for Britain's flag and her national existence. Now, with a rough bandage hastily tied round his head, where grape shot had lacerated cheek and ear, with a bayonet thrust in the thigh and another in the arm, Bobby had remained lying there with many thousands round him, as silent, as uncomplaining as he, in the downtrodden corn, and with the tramp of thousands of galloping, fleeing horses, the clash of steel and fusillade of tirailleurs and artillery reaching his dimmed senses like a distant echo from the land of ghosts, and before his eyes, half veiled in unconsciousness, there flitted the tender, delicate vision of Crystal de Cambray, of her blue eyes and soft fair hair, done up in a quaint mass of tiny curls, of the scarf of filmy lace which she always liked to wrap round her shoulders, and through the lace the pearly sheen of her skin, of her arms, and of her throat. The air around him had become pure and rarefied. That horrible stench of powder and smoke and blood no longer struck his nostrils. It was roses, roses all around him, crimson roses, sweet and caressing and fragrant, with soft velvety petals that brushed against his cheek. And from somewhere close by came a dreamy melody, the half-sad, half-gay lilt of an intoxicating dance. It was delicious, and Bobby, wearied, sore and aching in body, felt his soul lifted to some exquisite heights, which were not yet heaven, of course, but which must, of a truth, form the very threshold of paradise. He saw Crystal more and more clearly every moment. Now he was looking straight into her blue eyes, and her little hand, cool and white as snow, rested upon his burning forehead. She smiled on him as on a friend. There was no contempt, no harshness in her look, only a great consoling pity and something that seemed like an appeal. Yes, the longer he himself looked into those blue eyes of hers, the more sure he was that there was an appeal in them. It almost seemed as if she needed him in a way that she had never needed him before. Apparently she could not speak. She could not tell him what it was she wanted, but her little hands seemed to draw him up out of the trodden, trampled corn, and having soothed his aches and pains, they seemed to impel him to do something that was important and imperative, something that she wanted done. He begged her to let him lie here in peace, for he was now comforted and happy. He was quite sure now that he was dead, that her sweet face had been the last tangible vision which he had seen on earth ere he closed his eyes in the long last sleep. He had seen her, and she had gone. All of a sudden she had vanished, and darkness was closing in around him. The scent of roses faded into the air, which was now filled again with horrid sounds, the deafening roar of cannon, the sharp and incessant retort of rifle fire, the awesome melee of cries and groans and bugle calls and sighs of agony, and one deafening cry, so like the last wail of departing souls, which came from somewhere not very far away. Viva l'Empereur! Bobby raised himself to a sitting posture. His head ached terribly. He was stiff in every limb. A burning, almost intolerable pain gnawed at his thigh and at his left arm. But consciousness had returned, and with it all the knowledge of what this day had meant. All round him there was the broken corn, stained with blood and mud. All round him lay the dead and the dying in their thousands. Far away, in the west, a crimson glow like fire lit up this vast hecatomb of brave lives sacrificed, this final agony of the vast empire, the might and grandeur of one man laid low this day by the mightier hand of God. It lit up with the weird light of the dying day the pallid, clean-shaven faces of gallant British boys, the rugged faces of the Scot, the olive skin of the child of Provence, the bronzed cheeks of old veterans. It threw its lurid glow on red coats and black coats, white facings and gilt epaulets. It drew sparks as of still living fire from breastplates and broken swords, discarded casques and bayonets, sabretaches and kilts and bugles and drums, and dead horses and arms and accoutrements, and dead and dying men, all lying pell-mell in a huge litter, with the glow of midsummer sunset upon them. Poor little chessmen, pawns and knights, castles of strength, and kings of some lonely mourning hearts, all swept together by the almighty hand of the great master of this terrestrial game. But with returning consciousness, Bobby's gaze took in a wider range of vision. He visualized exactly where he was, on the south slope of Mont Saint Jean, with La Haye Saint on ahead a little to his left, and the whitewashed walls of La Belle Alliance still further away, gleaming golden in the light of the setting sun. He saw that on the wide road which leads to Genappe and Charleroi, the once invincible cavalry of the mighty emperor was fleeing helter-skelter from the scene of its disaster. He saw that the British, what was left of them, were in hot pursuit. He saw from far Plancenoit, the scintillating casques of Blucher's Prussians, and on the left a detachment of allied troops, Dutch, Belgian, Brunswickers, had just started down the slope of the plateau to join in this death-dealing pell-mell, where amongst the litter of dead and dying, in the confusion of pursuer and pursued, comrade fought at times against comrade, brother fired on brother, Prussian against British. End of chapter 10, part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Down below, behind the farm buildings of La Haye Saint, 2 battalions of chasseurs of the Old Guard had made a stand around a tattered bit of tricolor and the bronze eagle, symbol of so much decadent grandeur and of such undying glory. "A moi, chasseurs!" brave General Pellet had cried. "Let us save the eagle or die beneath its wing." And those who heard this last call of despair stopped in their headlong flight. They forged a way for themselves through the mass of running horses and men. They rallied to their flag, and with their tirailleurs kneeling on one knee, ranged in a circle round them, they now formed a living bulwark for their eagle, of dauntless breasts and bristling bayonets. And upon this mass of desperate men, the small body of raw Dutch and Belgian and German troops now hurled themselves with wild huzzas and blind impetuousness. Against this mass of heroes and of conquerors in a dozen victorious campaigns, men who had no longer anything to lose but life, and to whom life meant less than nothing now. Against them a handful of half-trained recruits, drunk with the cry of victory, which drowned the roar of the cannon and the clash of sabres, drunk with the vision of glory which awaited them if that defiant eagle were brought to earth by them. And as Bobby staggered to his feet, he already saw the impending catastrophe, one of the many on this day of cumulative disasters. He saw the Dutch and the Belgians and the Brunswickers rush wildly to the charge, young men, enthusiasts, brave, but men whose ranks had twice been broken today, who twice had rallied to their colours, and then had broken again. Men who were exhausted, men who were none too ably led, men, in fact, and there were many French royalists among their officers who had not the physical power of endurance which had enabled the British to astonish the world today. Bobby could see amongst them the Brunswickers and their black coats. He would have known them amongst millions of men. The full brilliance of the evening glow was upon them, on their black coats and the silver galloons and tassels. 2 of their officers had made a brave show in Brussels 3 days, or was it 100 years, ago at the Duchess of Richmond's ball. Bobby remembered them so well, for one of these 2 officers was Maurice de St. Genis. Oh, how Crystal would love to see him now, even though her dear heart would be torn with anxiety for him. For he was fighting bravely and desperately, as every one had fought today, as these chasseurs of the Old Guard, just the few of them that remained were fighting still even at this hour round that tattered flag and that bronze eagle, and with the cry of Vive l'Empereur dying upon their lips. Despair indeed on both sides, even at this hour, when the merest incident might yet turn the issue of this world conflict one way or the other. Bobby, as he steadied himself on his feet, had seen that the attack was already turning into a rout. Not only had Pellet's chasseurs held the Dutch and Brunswickers at bay, not only had their tirailleurs made deadly havoc among their assailants, but the latter now were threatened with absolute annihilation, even whilst all around them their allies, British and Prussian, were crying victory. Bobby could see them quite clearly, for he saw with that subtle and delicate sense which only a great and pure passion can give. He saw the danger at the very moment when it was born, at the precise instant when it threatened that handful of black-coated men, one of whose officers was named St. Genus. He saw the first sign of wavering, of stupefaction, that followed the impetuous charge. He saw the gaps in the ranks after that initial deadly volley from the tirailleurs. It almost seemed as if he could hear those shouts of Vive l'Empereur and the rallying cry of commanding officers. It was all so near, not more than 300 yards away, and the clear, stormy atmosphere carried sights and sounds upon its wing. Another volley from the tirailleurs, and the Dutch and Brunswickers turned to fly. In vain did their officers call. They wanted to get away. They tried to fly, to run, for now the chasseurs were at them with bayonets. They tried to run, but the ground was littered with their own wounded and dead, with the wounded and the dead of a long day of carnage. They stumbled at every step, fell over the dying and the wounded, over dead and wounded horses, over piles of guns and swords and bayonets and sabretaches, over forsaken guns and broken carriages, litter that impeded them in front even as they were driven with the bayonet from the rear. Bobby saw it all, for they were coming now, pursued and pursuers, as fast as ever they could. They were coming, these flying black-coated men, casting away their gay trappings as well as their arms, trying to run, to get away, but stumbling, falling all the time, picking themselves up, falling and running again. And in that one short moment, while the whole brief tragedy was enacted before his eyes, Bobby also saw, in a vision that was equally swift and fleeting, the blue eyes of Crystal drowned in tears. He saw her with fair head drooping like a lily. He saw the quiver of her lips, heard the moan of pain that would come to her lips when the man she loved was brought home to her dead. And in that same second, so full of portent, Bobby understood why it was that her sweet image had called to him for help just now. Again she called, again she beckoned. Her blue eyes looked on him with an appeal that was all compelling. Her two dear hands were clasped, and she begged of him that he should be her friend. Such visions come from God. No man sees them save he whose soul is great and whose heart is pure. Poor Bobby Clifford, lonely, heartbroken, desolate, saw the exquisite face that he would have loved to kiss. He saw it with the golden glow of evening upon the delicate cheeks, and with the lurid light of fire and battle upon the soft, fair hair. And the greatness of his love helped him to understand what life still held for him, the happiness of supreme sacrifice. All around him was death, but there was some life too. One or two poor, abandoned, riderless horses were quietly picking bits of corn from between the piles of dead and dying men, or were standing, sniffing the air with dilated nostrils, and snorting with terror at the deafening noise. Bobby had steadied himself. Neither his head nor his limbs were aching now. At any rate, he had forgotten them. All that he remembered was what he saw, those black-coated Brunswickers who longed to fly and could not, and who were being slaughtered like insects, even as they stumbled and fled. And Bobby caught the bridle of one of these poor terror-stricken beasts that stood snorting and sniffing not far away. He crawled up into the saddle, for his thigh was numb and one of his arms helpless, but once on horseback he could get along, over trampled corn and over the dead, on toward that hideous corner behind the farm of La Haye Saint, where desperate men were butchering others that were more desperate than they, in among that seething crowd of black coats and fur bonnets, of silver tassels and of brass eagles, into a whirlpool of swords and bayonets and gunfire from the tirailleurs, for there he had seen the man whom Crystal loved, for whose sake she would eat out her heart with mourning and regret. In the deafening noise of shrieking and sighs and whizzing bullets and cries of agony, he heard Crystal's voice telling him what to do. Already he had seen St. Genus struggling on his knees, not 50 meters away from the first line of tirailleurs, not 100 from the advancing steel wall of fixed bayonets. Maurice had thrown back his head in the hopelessness of his despair. The evening sun fell full upon his haggard, blood-stained face, upon his wide-open eyes, filled with the terror of death. The next moment Bobby Clifford was by his side. All around him bullets were whizzing. All around him men sighed their last sigh of agony. He stooped over his saddle. "Can you pull yourself up?" he called, and with his one sound arm he caught Maurice by the elbow and helped him to struggle to his feet. The horse, dazed with terror, snorted at the smell of blood, but he did not move. Maurice, equally dazed, scrambled into the saddle, almost inert, a dead weight, a thing that impeded progress and movement, but the thing that Crystal loved above all things on earth, and which Bobby knew he must wrest out of these devouring jaws of death, and lay safe and sound within the shelter of her arms. After that it meant a struggle, not for his own life, for indeed he cared little enough for that, but for the sake of the burden which he was carrying, a burden of infinite preciousness, since Crystal's heart and happiness were bound up with it. Maurice de St. Genus clung half inert to him, with one hand gripping the saddle bow, the other clutching Bobby's belt with convulsive tenacity. Bobby himself was only half conscious, dazed with the pain of wounds, the exertion of hoisting that dead weight across his saddle, the deafening noise of whizzing bullets round him, the boring of the frightened horse against its bridle, as it tried to pick its way through the tangled heaps upon the ground, but every moment lessened the danger from stray bullets and the chance of the bayonet charge from behind. The cries of "Vive l'Empereur" round that still standing eagle were drowned in the medley and confusion of hundreds of other sounds. Bobby was just able to guide his horse away from the spots where the fighting was most hot and fierce, where Vivian's hussars attacked those 2 battalions of cuirassiers, where Adams' brigade of artillery turned the flank of the chasseurs, and laid the proud bronze eagle low, where Ney and the old guard were showing to the rest of the grand army how grizzled veterans fought and died. He rode straight up the plateau, however, but well to the right now, picking his way carefully with that blind instinct which the tracked beast possesses, and which the hunted man sometimes receives from God. The dead and the dying were less thick here upon the ground. It was here that earlier in the day the Dutch and the Belgians and the Brunswickers had supported the British left during those terrific cavalry charges which British endurance and tenacity had alone been able to withstand. It was here that Hack's Cumberland hussars had broken their ranks and fled, taking to Brussels and thence to Ghent the news of terrific disaster. Bobby's lips were tight set, and he snorted like a war horse when he thought of that, when he thought of the misery and sorrow that must be reigning in Brussels now, and of the consternation at Ghent, where the poor old Bourbon king was probably mourning his dead hopes and his vanished throne. In Brussels, women would be weeping, and Crystal, forlorn and desolate, would perhaps be sitting at her window, watching the stream of fugitives that came in, wounded and exhausted, from the field of battle, recounting tales of a catastrophe which had no parallel in modern times, and Crystal, seeing and hearing this, would think of the man she loved, and believing him to be dead, would break her heart with sorrow. And when Bobby thought of that, he was spurred to fresh effort, and he pulled himself together with a desperate tension of every nerve and sinew, fighting exhaustion, ignoring pain, conjuring up the vision of Crystal's blue eyes and her pleading look as she begged him to save her from lifelong sorrow and the anguish of future loneliness. Then he no longer heard the weird and incessant cannonade. He no longer saw the desolation of this utter confusion around him. He no longer felt exhausted, or the weight of that lifeless, impeding burden upon his saddle bow. Stray bands of fugitives with pursuers hot on their heels passed him by. Stray bullets flew to right and left of him, whizzing by with their eerie whistling sound. He was now on the outskirts of the great pursuit. Anon he reached the crest of Mont Saint Jean at last, and almost blindly struck back eastward, in the direction of the forest of Sonnet. It was blind instinct, and nothing more, that kept him on his horse. He clung to his saddle with half paralyzed knees, just as a drowning man will clutch a floating bit of wreckage that helps him to keep his head above the water. The stately trees of Sonnet were not far ahead now. Through the forest any track that bore to the left would strike the Brussels road. Only a little more strength, another effort or two, the cool solitude of the wood would ease the weight of the burden, and the throbbing of nerves and brain. The setting sun shone full upon the leafy edge of the wood. Hazelnut and beech and oak and clumps of briar rose quivered under the rough kiss of the wind that blew straight across the lowland from the southwest, bringing with it still the confusion of sounds, the weird cannonades and dismal bugle calls, in such strange contrast to the rustle of the leaves and the crackling of tiny twigs in the tangled coppice. How cool and delicious it must be under those trees, and there was a narrow track which must lead straight to the Brussels road. The ground looked soft and mossy and damp after the rain. Oh, for the strength to reach those leafy shadows, to plunge under that thicket and brush with burning forehead against those soft green leaves heavy with moisture. Oh, for the power to annihilate this distance of a few 100 yards that lie between this immense graveyard open to wind and scorching sun, and the green, cool moss and carpet of twigs and leaves and soft, sweet-smelling earth on which a weary body and desolate soul might find eternal rest. On, on through the forest of Saulnier. There was no question as yet of rest. Maurice had not yet wakened from his trance. Bobby vaguely wondered if he were not already dead. There was no stain of blood upon his fine uniform, but it was just possible that in stumbling, running, and falling, he had hit his head, or received a blow which had deprived him of consciousness directly after he had scrambled into the saddle. Bobby remembered how pale and haggard he had looked, and how his hand had by the merest instinct clutched at the saddle-bow, and then had dropped away from it, helpless and inert. Now he lay quite still, with his head resting against Bobby's shoulder. Under the trees it was cool, and the air was sweet and soothing. Bobby, with his left hand, contrived to tear a handful of leaves from the coppice as he passed. They were full of moisture, and he pressed them against Maurice's lips and against his own. The forest was full of sounds, of running men and horses, the rattle of wheels, and the calls of terror and of pain, with still and always that awesome background of persistent cannonade. But Bobby heard nothing, saw nothing, save the narrow track in front of him, along which the horse now ambled leisurely, and from time to time, when he looked down, the pale, haggard face of the man whom Crystal loved. At one moment Maurice opened his eyes and murmured feebly, "Where am I?" "On the way to Brussels," Bobby contrived to reply. A little later on, horse and rider emerged out of the wood, and the Brussels road stretched out its long straight ribbon before Bobby Clifford's dull, uncomprehending gaze. Close by at his feet, the milestone marked the last 6 kilometres to Brussels. Only another half-dozen kilometres, only another hour's ride at most. Only, when even now he felt that the next few minutes must see him tumbling head foremost from the saddle. Far away beyond the milestone on his right, in a meadow, the boundary of which touched the edge of the wood, women were busy tossing hay after the rain, all unconscious of the simple little tragedy that was being enacted so close to them. Their cotton dresses and the kerchiefs round their heads stood out as trenchant, vivid notes of colour against the dull grey landscape beyond. A couple of hay carts were standing by. Beside them 2 men were lighting their pipes. The wind was playing with the hay as the women tossed it, and their shrill laughter came echoing across the meadow. And even now the ground was shaken with the repercussion of distant volleys of artillery, and along the road a stream of men were running toward Brussels. Horses galloped by frightened and riderless, or dragging broken gun carriages behind them in the mud. The whole of that stream was carrying the news of Wellington's disaster to Brussels and to Ghent, not knowing that behind them had already sounded the passing bell for the Empire of France. Bobby had drawn rein on the edge of the wood to give his horse a rest, and for a while he watched that running stream, longing to shout to them to turn back. There was no occasion to run, to see what had been done, to take a share in that glorious final charge for victory. But his throat was too parched for a shout, and as he watched, he saw in among a knot of mounted men, fugitives like the others, pale of face, anxious of mien, and with that intent look which men have when life is precious and has got to be saved. He saw a man in the same uniform that St. Genus wore, a Brunswicker in black coat and silver galloons, who stared at him persistently and strangely as he rode by. The face, though much altered by 3 days' growth of beard, and by the set of the shako worn right down to the brows, was nevertheless a familiar one. Bobby, stupefied, deprived for the moment of thinking powers, through sheer exhaustion and burning pain, taxed his weary brain in vain to understand the look of recognition which the man in the black uniform cast upon him as he passed, until a lightly spoken "Hullo, my dear Clifford," uttered gaily as the rider drew near to the edge of the road, brought the name of Victor de Marmont to Bobby's quivering lips. And just for the space of 60 seconds, Fate rubbed her gaunt hands complacently together, seeing that she had brought these 3 men together here on this spot, 3 men who loved the same woman, each with the utmost ardor and passion at his command, each even at this very moment striving to win her and to work for her happiness. Behind them, in the plains of Waterloo, the cannon still was roaring. De Marmont was on his way to redeem the fallen fortunes of the hero whom he worshipped, and to win imperial regard, imperial favours, fortune and glory, wherewith to conquer a girl's obstinacy. St. Genus, pale and unconscious, seemed even in his unconsciousness to defy the power of any rival by the might of early love, of old associations, of similarity of caste, and of political ideals. He had fought for the cause which she and he had both equally at heart, and by his very helplessness now he seemed to prove that he could do no more than he had done, and that he had the right to claim the solace and comfort which her girlish lips and her girlish love had promised him long ago. Whilst Bobby had nothing to promise and nothing to give save devotion, his hope, his desire, and his love were bounded by her happiness, and since her happiness lay in the life of the man whom he had dragged out of the jaws of death, what greater proof could he give of his love than to lay down his life for him and for her? De Marmont's keen eyes took in the situation at a glance. He threw a quick look of savage hatred on St. Genus, and cast one of contemptuous pity on Clifford. Then, with a shrug of the shoulders and a light triumphant laugh, he set spurs to his horse and rode swiftly away. Bobby's lackluster eyes followed horse and rider down the road till they grew smaller and smaller still, and finally disappeared in the distance. For a moment he felt puzzled. What was de Marmont doing in this stream of senseless, panic-stricken men? What was he doing in the uniform of one of the allied nations? Why had he laughed so gaily and appeared so triumphant in his mien? Did he not know then that his hero had fallen along with his mighty eagle, that the brief adventure begun in the Gulf of Juan had ended in a hopeless tragedy on the field of Waterloo? But why that uniform? Poor Bobby's head ached too much to allow him to think, and time was getting on. The road now was deserted. The last of the fugitives formed but a cloud of black specks on the line of the horizon far off toward Brussels. From the hayfield there came the merry sound of women's laughter, while the far-away cannon and musketry still roared, and over the long straight road, bordered with straight poplar trees, the setting sun threw ever lengthening shadows. Maurice opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he asked again. "Close to Brussels now. replied Bobby. To Brussels, murmured St. Genus feebly. Crystal. Yes, assented Bobby, Crystal. God bless her. Then, as St. Genus was trying to move, he added, Can you shift a little? I think so, replied the other. If you could ease the pressure on my leg. Steady, now, steady. Can you sit up in the saddle? Are you hurt? Not much. My head aches terribly. I must have hit it against something. But that is all. I am only dizzy and sick. Could you ride on to Brussels alone, think you? Perhaps. It is not far. The horse is very quiet. He will amble along if you give him his head. But you? I'd like to rest. I'll find shelter in a cottage, perhaps, or in the wood. St. Genus said nothing more for the moment. He was intent on sliding down from the saddle without too much assistance from Bobby. When he had reached the ground, it took him a little while to collect himself, for his head was swimming. He closed his eyes and put out a hand to steady himself against a tree. When Maurice opened his eyes again, Bobby was sitting on the ground by the roadside. The horse was nibbling a clump of fresh, green grass. For the first time since that awful moment when stumbling and falling against a pile of dead, with death behind and all around him, he had heard the welcome call, Can you pull yourself up? And felt the steadying grip upon his elbow. Maurice de St. Genus looked upon the man to whom he owed his life. With that stained bandage round his head, dulled and bloodshot eyes, face blackened with powder and smoke, and features drawn and haggard, Bobby Clifford was indeed almost unrecognizable. But Maurice knew him on the instant. Hitherto he had not thought of how he had come out of that terrible hell-fire behind La Haye Sainte. Indeed, he had quickly lost consciousness and never regained it till now. And now he knew that the same man who in the narrow hotel room near Lyons had ungrudgingly rendered him a signal service, had risked his life today for his, Maurice's, sake. No one could have entered that awful mêlée and faced the bayonet charge of pellets, cuirassiers, and the hail of bullets from their tirailleurs without taking imminent risk of death. Yet Clifford had done it. Why? Maurice, wide-eyed and sullen, could only find one answer to that insistent question. That same deadly pang of jealousy which had assailed his heart after the midnight interview at the inn now held him in its cruel grip again. He felt that he hated the man to whom he owed his life, and that he hated himself for this mean and base ingratitude. He would not trust himself to speak or to look on Bobby at all, lest the ugly thoughts which were floating through his mind set their stamp upon his face. "Will you ride on to Brussels?" he said at last. "I can wait here, and perhaps you could send a conveyance for me later on. Monsieur le Comte de Cambray would—" "Monsieur le Comte de Cambray and Mademoiselle Crystal are even now devoured with anxiety about you," broke in Clifford, as firmly as he could, "and I could not ride to Brussels, even though some one were waiting for me there. I really am not able to ride further. I would prefer to sit here and rest. I don't like to leave you, after what you have done for me. I would like you to scramble into that saddle and go," retorted Bobby, with a momentary return to his usual good-natured irony, "and to leave me in peace." "I'll send out a conveyance for you," rejoined St. Genus. "I know Monsieur le Comte de Cambray would wish—" "Mention my name to Monsieur le Comte at your peril," began Clifford. "But, by the Lord, man," now exclaimed Bobby, with a sudden burst of energy, "if you do not go, I vow that sick as I am, and sick though you may be, I'll yet manage to punch your aching head." Then, as the other, still reluctantly, turned to take hold of the horse's bridle, he added more gently, "Can you mount? Oh yes, I am better now. You won't turn giddy and fall off your horse? I don't think so." "Talk about the halt leading the blind," murmured Clifford, as he stretched himself out once more upon the soft ground, whilst Maurice contrived to hoist himself up into the saddle. "Are you safe now?" he added, as the young man collected the reins in his hand, and planted his feet firmly into the stirrups. "Yes, I am safe enough," replied St. Genis. "It is only my head that aches, and Brussels is not far." Then he paused a moment ere he started to go, with lips set tight, and looking down on Bobby, whose pale face had taken on an ashen hue. "How you must despise me!" he said bitterly. But Bobby made no reply. He was just longing to be left alone, whilst the other still seemed inclined to linger. "Would to God," Maurice said with a sigh, "that Monsieur le Comte heard the evil news from other lips than mine." Evil news! And Bobby, whom semi-consciousness was already taking off once more to the land of visions and of dreams, was brought back to reality, as if with a sudden jerk, with those two preposterous little words. "What evil news?" he asked. "The allied armies have retreated all along the line. The Corsican adventurer is victorious. Our poor king—" "Hold your tongue, you young fool!" cried Bobby hoarsely. "The Lord help you, but I do believe you are about to blaspheme." "But the allied armies, the British army, God bless it, have covered themselves with glory. Napoleon and his empire have ceased to be. The Grand Army is in full retreat. The Prussians are in pursuit. The British have won the day by their pluck and their endurance. Thank God I lived just long enough to see it all, ere I fell." "And when we charged the cuirassiers—" began St. Genis, not knowing really if Bobby was raving in delirium, or speaking of what he knew. He wanted to ask further questions, to hear something more before he started for Brussels. The only thing which he remembered with absolute certainty was that awful charge of his regiment against the cuirassiers, then the panic and the rout, and he judged the whole issue of the battle by what had happened to a detachment of Brunswickers. And yet, of course, before the charge he had seen and known all that Bobby told him now. That rush of the Brunswickers and the Dutch down the hillside was only a part of the huge and glorious charge of the whole of the allied troops against the routed Grand Army of Napoleon. He had neither the physical strength nor the desire to think out all that it would mean to him personally if what Bobby now told him was indeed absolutely true. He was longing to make the wounded man rouse himself just once more and reiterate the glad news which meant so much to him, Maurice, and to Crystal. But it was useless to think of that now. Bobby was either unconscious or asleep. For a moment a twinge of real pity made St. Genis's heart ache for the man who seemed to be left so lonely and so desolate. Jealousy itself gave way before that more gentle feeling. After all, Crystal could only be true to the love of her childhood. Her heart belonged to the companion, the lover, the ideal of her girlish dreams. This stranger here loved her, that was obvious, but Crystal had never looked on him with anything but indifference, even that dance last night. But of this Maurice would not think, lest pity die out of his heart again, and jealousy and hate walk hand in hand with base ingratitude. He turned his horse's head round to the road, pressed his knees into its sides, and then, as the poor weary beast started to amble leisurely down the road, Maurice looked back for the last time on the prostrate, pathetic figure of the lonely man who had given his all for him. He looked at every landmark which would enable him to find that man again, the angle of the forest where it touched the meadow, the milestone, the trees by the roadside. Oh, he meant to do his duty, to do it well and quickly, to send the conveyance, to neglect nothing. Then, with a sigh, half of bitterness, yet full of satisfaction, he finally turned away, and looked straight out before him into the distance, where Brussels lay, and where the happiness of Crystal's love called to him, and he would find rest and peace in the warm affection of her faithful heart. End of chapter 10, part 2. Chapter 11, part 1 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Losing Hands. An hour later, Maurice de St. Genis was in Brussels. Though his head still ached, his mind was clear, and thoughts of Crystal, of happiness with her, now at last within sight, had chased every other thought away. His home had been with the de Cambrays ever since those old sad days in England. He had a home to go to now, a home where the kindly friendship of the Comte, as well as the love of Crystal, was ready to welcome him. The warmth of anticipated happiness and well-being warmed his heart and gave strength to his body. The horrors of the past few hours seemed all to have melted away behind him on the Brussels road, as did the remembrance of a man, wounded himself and spent, risking his life for the sake of a friend. Not that St. Genis meant to be ungrateful, nor did he forget that wounded man lying alone and sick on the fringe of the wood by the roadside. As soon as he had taken his horse round to the barracks in the Rue des Comedians, and before even he had a wash or had his uniform cleaned of stains and mud, he rushed to the headquarters of the army service to see how soon a conveyance could be sent out to his friend. And when he was unable to obtain what he wanted there, he rushed from hospital to hospital, thence to 2 or 3 doctors whom he knew of, to see what could be done. But the hospitals were already over full and over busy. Their ambulances were all already on the way. As for the doctors, they were all from home, all at work, where their skill was most needed. An army of doctors, of ambulances and drivers would not suffice at this hour to bring all the wounded in from the spot where that awful battle was raging. And Maurice saw time slipping by. He had already spent an hour in a fruitless quest. He longed to see Crystal, and waxed impatient at the delay. Anon at the English hospital, a kindly person, who listened sympathetically to his tale, promised him that the ambulance which was just setting out in the direction of Mont Saint Jean would be on the lookout for his wounded friend by the roadside, and Maurice, with a sigh of relief, felt that he had indeed done his duty and done his best. At the English hospital, Clifford would be splendidly looked after. Nowhere else could he find such sympathetic treatment. And Maurice, with a light heart, went back to the barracks in the Rue des Comedians, where he had a wash and had his uniform cleaned. Somewhat refreshed, though still very tired, he hurried round to the Rue du Marais, where the Comte de Cambrai had his lodgings. The first sight of Brussels had already told him the whole pitiable tale of panic and of desolation which had filled the city in the wake of the fugitive troops. The streets were encumbered with vehicles of every kind, carts, barouches, barrows, with horses loosely tethered, with the wounded who lay about on litters of straw along the edges of the pavement, in doorways, under archways in the centre of open places, with crowds of weeping women and crying children wandering aimlessly from place to place, trying to find the loved one who might be lying here, hurt or mayhap dying. And everywhere men in tattered uniforms, with grimy hands and faces, and boots knee-deep in stains of mud, stood about or sat in the empty carts, talking, gesticulating, giving sundry confused and contradictory accounts of the great battle, describing Napoleon's decisive victory, Wellington's rout, the prolonged absence of Blucher, and the Prussians' cause of the terrible disaster. Monsieur le Comte d'Artois had rushed precipitately from Brussels up to Ghent to warn his Majesty the King of France that all hope of saving his throne was now at an end, and that the wisest course to pursue was to return to England and resign himself once more to obscurity and exile. Monsieur le Prince de Condé, too, had gone off to Antwerp in a huge barouche, having under his care the treasure and jewels of the crown, hastily collected 3 months ago at the Tuileries. In every open space a number of prisoners were being guarded by mixed patrols of Dutch, Belgian, or German soldiers, and their cry of "Vive l'Empereur," which they reiterated with unshakable obstinacy, roused the ire of their captors, and provoked many a savage blow and many a broken head. But St. Genus did not pause to look on these sights. He had not the strength to stand up in the midst of these confused masses of terror-driven men and women, and to shout to them that they were fools, that all their panic must be turned to joy, their lamentations to shouts of jubilation. News of victory was bound to spread through the city within the next hour, and he himself longed only to see Crystal, to reassure her as to his own safety, to see the light of happiness kindled in her eyes by the news which he brought. He had not the strength for more. It was old Jean who opened the door at the lodgings in the Rue du Marais, where Maurice finally rang the bell there. "Monsieur le Marquis!" she exclaimed. "Oh, but you are ill!" "Only very tired and weak, Jean," he said. "It has been an awful day." "Ah, but Monsieur le Comte will be pleased." "And Mademoiselle Crystal?" asked Maurice, with a smile, which had in it all the self-confidence of the accepted lover. "Mademoiselle Crystal will be happy too," said Jean. "She has been so unhappy, so desperately anxious all day." "Can I see her?" "Mademoiselle is out for the moment, Monsieur le Marquis, and Monsieur le Comte has gone to the Cercle des Legitimistes in the Rue des Cendres. Perhaps Monsieur le Marquis knows it is not far." "I would like to see Mademoiselle Crystal first. You understand, don't you, Jean?" "Yes, I do, Monsieur le Marquis," sighed faithful Jean, who was always inclined to be sentimental. "How long will she be, do you think?" "Oh, another half hour, perhaps more. Mademoiselle has gone to the cathedral. If Monsieur le Marquis will give himself the trouble to walk so far, he cannot fail to see Mademoiselle when she comes out of church." But already, before Jean had finished speaking, Maurice had turned on his heel and was speeding back down the narrow street. Tired and weak as he was, his one idea was to see Crystal, to hear her voice, to see the love light in her eyes. He felt that at sight of her all fatigue would be gone, all recollections of the horrors of this day wiped out, with the first look of joy and relief with which she would greet him. The service was over, and the congregation had filed out of the cathedral. Crystal was one of the last to go. She stood for a long while in the porch, looking down with unseeing eyes on the bustle and excitement which went on in the place down below. Her mind was not here. It was far indeed from the crowd of terror-stricken or gossiping men and women, of wounded soldiers, terrified peasantry, and anxious townsfolk that encumbered the precincts of the stately edifice. From the remote distance, out toward the south, came the boom and roar of cannon and musket fire, almost incessant still. There was her heart, there her thoughts, with the brave men who were fighting for their national existence, with the British troops, and with their sufferings, and she stood here, staring straight out before her, dry-eyed and pale, and small white hands clasped tightly together. The greater part of to-day she had sat by the open window in the shabby drawing-room in the Rue du Marais, listening to that awful fusillade, wondering, with mind well nigh bursting with horror and with misery, which of those cruel shots which she heard in the dim distance would still forever the brave and loyal heart that had made so many silent sacrifices for her. And her father, vaguely thinking that she was anxious about Maurice, vaguely wondering that she cared so much, had done his best to try and comfort her. She need not fear much for Maurice, he had told her as reassuringly as he could. The Brunswickers were not likely to suffer much. The brunt of the conflict would fall upon the British. Ah, but they would lose very heavily. Wellington had not more than 70,000 men to put up against the Corsican's troops, and only 150 cannon against 280. Yes, the British would probably be annihilated by superior forces, but no doubt the other allies and the Brunswickers would come off a great deal better. But Madame la Duchesse Douairière d'Agen offered no such consolation. She contented herself with saying that she was sure in her mind that Maurice would come through quite safely, and that she prayed to God with all her heart and soul that the gallant British troops would not suffer too heavily. Then with her fine gentle hand she patted Crystal's fair curls, which were clinging matted and damp against the young girl's burning forehead, and she stooped and kissed those aching dry blue eyes, and whispered quite under her breath, so that Crystal could not be sure if she heard correctly, "May God protect him too. He is a brave and a good man." And then Crystal had gone out to seek peace and rest in beautiful old St. Gudule, so full of memories of other conflicts, other prayers, other deeds of heroism of long ago. Here in the dim light and the silence and the peace, her quivering nerves had become somewhat stilled, and when she came out she was able just for the moment neither to see or hear the terror mongers down below, and only to think of the heroes out there on the field of battle for whom she had just prayed with such passionate earnestness. Suddenly in the crowd she recognized Maurice. He was coming up the cathedral steps, looking for her, no doubt. Jean must have directed him. When he drew near to her, he saw that a look of happy surprise and of true joy lit up the delicate pathos of her face. He ran quickly to her now. He would have taken her in his arms, here in the face of the crowd, but there was something in her manner which instinctively sobered him, and he had to be content with the little cold hands which she held out to him, and with imprinting a kiss upon her finger-tips. Already in his eyes she had read that the news which he brought was not so bad as rumour had foretold. "Maurice," she cried excitedly, with a little catch in her throat, "you are well and safe, thank God! And what news?" "The news is good," Maurice replied. "Victory is assured by now. It has been a hard day, but we have won." She said nothing for a moment, but the tears gathered in her eyes, her lips quivered, and Maurice knew that she was thanking God. Then she turned back to him, and he could see her face glowing with excitement. "And our allies?" she asked, and now that little catch in her throat was more marked. "The British troops? We heard that they behaved like heroes, and bore the brunt of this awful battle." "I don't know much about the British troops, my sweet," he replied lightly, "but what news I have I will have to impart to your father as well as to you, so it will have to keep until I see him. But just now, Crystal, while we are alone, I have other things to say to you." But it is doubtful that Crystal heard more than just the first words which he had spoken, for she broke in quite irrelevantly. "You don't know about the British troops, Maurice? Oh, but you must know. Don't you know what British regiments were engaged?" "I know that none of our own people were in British regiments, Crystal," he retorted somewhat dryly, "whereas the Brunswickers and Nassauers were as much French as German. They fought gallantly all day. You do not ask so much about them." "But," she stammered, while a hot flush spread over her cheeks, "I thought you said are you not content for the moment, Crystal?" he called out with tender reproach, "to know that victory has crowned our King and his allies, and that I have come back to you safely out of that raging hell at Waterloo? Are you not glad that I am here?" He spoke more vehemently now, for there was something in Crystal's calm attitude which had begun to chill him. Had he not been in deadly danger all the day? Had she not heard that distant cannon's roar which had threatened his life throughout all these hours? Had he not come back out of the very jaws of death? And yet here she stood, white as a lily and as unruffled. Except for that one first exclamation of joy, not a single cry from the heart had forced itself through her pale, slightly trembling lips. Yet she was as sweet and girlish and tender as of old, and even now, at the implied reproach, her eyes had quickly filled with tears. "How can you ask, Maurice?" she protested gently. "I have thought of you and prayed for you all day." It was her quiet serenity that disconcerted him. The kindly tone of her voice, her calm, unembarrassed manner, checked his passionate impulse, and caused him to bite his underlip with vexation until it bled. The shadows of evening were closing in around them. From the windows of the houses close by, dim yellow lights began to blink like eyes. Overhead, the exquisite towers of St. Gudule stood out against the stormy sky like perfect, delicate lacework turned to stone, whilst the glass of the west window glittered like a sheet of sapphires and emeralds and rubies as it caught the last rays of the sinking sun. Crystal's graceful figure stood out in its white summer draperies, clear and crystalline as herself against the sombre background of the cathedral porch, and Maurice watched her through the dim shadows of gathering twilight. He watched her as a fowler watches the bird which he has captured and never wholly tamed. Somehow he felt that her love for him was not quite what it had been until now, that she was no longer the same girlish, submissive creature on whose soft cheeks a word or look from him had the power to raise a flush of joy. She was different now, in a curious, intangible way which he could not define, and jealousy reared up its threatening head more insistently, bitter jealousy which embraced de Marmont, Clifford, fate, and circumstance, but Clifford above all, the stranger hitherto deemed of no account, but who now, wounded, abandoned, dying perhaps, seemed a more formidable rival than Maurice a while ago had deemed possible. He cursed himself for that touch of sentiment. He called it cowardice, which the other night, after the ball, had prompted him to write to Crystal. But for that voluntary confession, he thought, she could never have despised him. And following up the train of his own thoughts, and realizing that these had not been spoken aloud, he suddenly called out abruptly, "Is it because of my letter, Crystal?" She gave a start, and turned even paler than she had been before. Obviously she had been brought roughly back from the land of dreams. "Your letter, Maurice?" she asked vaguely. "What do you mean?" "I wrote you a letter the other night," he continued, speaking quickly and harshly, "after the ball. Did you receive it?" "Yes." "And read it?" "Of course. And is it because of it that your love for me has gone?" He had not meant to put his horrible suspicions into words. The very fact, now that he had spoken, appeared more tangible, even irremediable. She did not reply to his taunt, and he came a little closer to her and took her hand, and when she tried to withdraw it from his grasp, he held it tightly and bent down his head so that in the gathering gloom he could read every line of her face. "Because of what I told you in my letter, you despised me, did you not?" he asked. Again she made no reply. What could she say that would not hurt him far more than did her silence? The next moment he had drawn her back right into the shadow of the cathedral walls, into a dark angle where no one could see either her or him. He placed his hands upon her shoulders and compelled her to look him straight in the face. "Listen, Crystal," he said slowly and with desperate earnestness. "Once, long ago, I gave you up to de Marmont, to affluence, and to considerations of your name and of our caste. It all but broke my heart. But I did it because your father demanded that sacrifice from you and from me. I was ready then to stand aside and to give up all the dreams of my youth. But now everything is different. For one thing, the events of the past 100 days have made every man many years older. The hell I went through today has helped to make a more sober, more determined man of me. Now I will not give you up. I will not. My way is clear. I can win you with your father's consent, and give him and you all that de Marmont had promised. The king trusts me, and will give me what I ask. I am no longer a wastrel, no longer poor and obscure, and I will not give you up. I swear it by all that I have gone through today. I will not. If I have to kill with my own hand everyone who stands in my way." And Crystal, smiling quite kindly and a little abstractedly at his impulsive earnestness, gently removed his hands from her shoulders, and said calmly, "You are tired, Maurice, and overwrought. Shall we go in and wait for father? He will be getting anxious about me." And without waiting to see if he followed her, she turned to walk toward the steps. St. Genus smothered a violent oath, but he said nothing more. He was satisfied with what he had done. He knew that women liked a masterful man, and he meant every word which he said. He would not give her up, not now, and not to, ye gods! He would not think of that. He would not think of the lonely roadside, nor of the wounded man who had robbed him of Crystal's love. He had done his duty by Clifford. What more could he have done at this hour? And he meant to do more than that. He meant to go back to the English hospital as soon as possible, to see that Clifford had every attention, every care, every comfort that human sympathy can bestow. What more could he do? He would have done no good by going out with the ambulance himself. Surely not. He would have missed seeing Crystal, and she would have fretted and been still more anxious. His first duty was to Crystal, and St. Genus only thought of Crystal and of himself, and the voice of conscience was compulsorily stilled. Having lulled his conscience to sleep and satisfied his self-love by a passionate tirade, Maurice followed Crystal down the steps at the west front of St. Gudule. Immediately opposite them, at the corner of the narrow Rue de Ligne, was the old Auberge de Troy-Roy, from whence the diligence started twice a day in time to catch the tide and the English packet at Ostend. Maurice and Crystal stood for a moment together on the steps, watching the bustle and excitement, the comings and goings of the crowd, which always attend such departures. All day there had been a steady stream of fugitives out of the town, taking their belongings with them. The diligence was for the well-to-do and the indifferent, who hurried away to England to await the advent of more settled times. Victor de Marmont had secured his place inside the coach. He had exchanged his borrowed uniform for civilian clothes. He had bestowed his belongings in the vehicle, and was standing about desultorily waiting for the hour of departure. The diligence would not arrive at Ostend until 5 o'clock in the morning. Then, with the tide, the packet would go out, getting into London well after midday. Chance, as represented by the tide, had seriously handicapped de Marmont's plans, but enthusiasm and doggedness of purpose whispered to him that he still held the winning card. The English packet was timed to arrive in London by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He would still have 2 hours to his credit before closing time on 'Change, and another hour in the street. Time to find his broker, and half an hour to spare. That would still leave him an hour wherein to make a fortune for his emperor. At one time he was afraid that he would not be able to secure a seat in the diligence, so numerous were the travellers who wished to leave Brussels behind them. But in this, chance and the length of his purse favoured him. He bought his seat for an exorbitant price, but he bought it, and at 9 o'clock the diligence was timed to start. It was now 8:30, and just then de Marmont caught sight of Crystal and St. Genus coming down the cathedral steps. He had half an hour to spare, and he followed them. He wanted to speak to Crystal. He had wanted it all day, but the difficulty of getting what clothes he required, and the trouble and time spent in bargaining for a seat in the diligence, had stood in his way. Monsieur le Comte de Cambray would never, of course, admit him inside his doors, and it would have meant hanging about in the Rue du Marais, and trusting to a chance meeting with Crystal when she went out, and for this he had not the time. And the chance meeting had come about in spite of all adverse circumstances, and de Marmont followed Crystal through the crowded streets, hoping that St. Genus would take leave of her before she went indoors. But even if he did not, de Marmont meant to have a few words with Crystal. He was going to win a gigantic fortune for the Emperor, one wherewith that greatest of all adventurers could once again recreate the empire of France. He himself, rich already, would become richer still, and also, if his coup succeeded, one of the most trusted, most influential men in the recreated empire. He felt that with the offer of his name he could pour out a veritable cornucopia of abundant glory, honours, wealth, at a woman's feet, and his ambition had always been bound up, in a great measure, with Crystal de Cambray. He certainly loved her in his way, for her beauty and her charm, but above all he looked on her as the very personification of the old and proud regime which had thought fit to scorn the parvenu noblesse of the empire, and for a powerful adherent of Napoleon to be possessed of a wife out of that exclusive milieu was like a fresh and glorious trophy of war on a conqueror's chariot wheel. De Marmont had the supreme faith of an ambitious man in the power of wealth and of court favour. He knew that Napoleon was not a man who ever forgot a service efficiently rendered, and would repay this one, rendered at the supreme hour of disaster, with a surfeit of gratitude and of gifts, which must perforce dazzle any woman's eyes and conquer her imagination. Besides his schemes, his ambitions, the future which awaited him, what had an impecunious wastrel like St. Genus to offer to a woman like Crystal de Cambray? Outside the house in the Rue du Marais, where the Comte de Cambray lodged, St. Genus and Crystal paused, and de Marmont, who still kept within the shadows, waited for a favourable opportunity to make his presence known. "I'll find Monsieur le Comte, and bring him back with me," he heard St. Genus saying. "You are sure I shall find him at the Legitimiste?" "Quite sure," Crystal replied. "He did not mean to leave the circle till about 9. He is sure to wait for every bit of news that comes in." "It will be a great moment for me if I am the first to bring in authentic good news." "You will be quite the first, I should say," she assented. "But don't let father stay too long talking. Bring him back quickly. Remember, I haven't heard all the news yet myself." St. Genus went up to the front door and rang the bell. Then he took leave of Crystal. De Marmont waited his opportunity. Anon Jean opened the door, and St. Genus walked quickly back down the street. Crystal paused a moment by the open door in order to talk to Jean, and while she did so, de Marmont slipped quickly past her into the house, and was some way down the corridor before the two women had recovered from their surprise. Jean, as was her wont, was ready to scream, but despite the fast gathering gloom, Crystal had at once recognized de Marmont. She turned a cold look upon him. "An intrusion, monsieur?" she asked quietly. "We'll call it that, mademoiselle, an you will," he replied imperturbably, "and if you will kindly order your servant to go, it shall be a very brief one." "My father is from home," she said. De Marmont smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "I know that," he said, "or I would not be here." "Then your intrusion is that of a coward, if you knew that I was unprotected." "Are you afraid of me, Crystal?" he asked with a sneer. "I am afraid of no one," she replied; "but since you and I have nothing to say to one another, I beg that you will no longer force your company upon me. Your pardon, but there is something very important which I must say to you. I have news of to-day's doings out there at Waterloo, which bear upon the whole of your future and upon your happiness. I myself leave for England in less than half an hour. I was taking my place in the diligence outside the Troy Roy when I saw you coming down the cathedral steps. Fate has given me an opportunity for which I sought vainly all day. You will never regret it, Crystal, if you listen to me now." "I listen," she broke in coolly. "I pray you be as brief as you can. Will you order the servant to go?" For a moment longer she hesitated. Common sense told her that it was neither prudent nor expedient to hold converse with this man, who was an avowed and bitter enemy of her cause, but he had spoken of the doings at Waterloo, and spoken of them in connection with her own future and her happiness, and, prudent or not, she wanted to hear what he had to say, in the vague hope that from a chance word carelessly dropped by Victor de Marmont she would glean, if only a scrap, some news of that on which St. Genus would not dwell, but on which hung her heart and her very life, the fate of the British troops. After all, he might know something, he might say something, which would help her to bear this intolerable misery of uncertainty, and on the merest chance of that she threw prudence to the winds. "You may go, Jean," she said, "but remain within call. Leave the front door open," she added. "Monsieur le Comte and Monsieur le Marquis will be here directly." "Oh, you are well protected," said Victor de Marmont, with a careless shrug of the shoulders, as Jean's heavy, shuffling footsteps died away down the corridor. "Now, Monsieur de Marmont," said Crystal coolly, "I listen." She was leaning back against the wall, her hands behind her, her pale face and large blue eyes, with their black dilated pupils, turned questioningly upon him. The walls of the corridor were painted white, after the manner of Flemish houses. The tiled floor was white too, and Crystal herself was dressed all in white, so that the whole scene, made up of pale, soft tints, looked weird and ghostly in the twilight, and Crystal like an ethereal creature come down from the land of nymphs and of elves. And de Marmont, too, like St. Genus a while ago, felt that never had this beautiful woman, she was no longer a girl now, looked more exquisite and more desirable, and he, conscious of the power which fortune and success can give, thought that he could woo and win her once again, in spite of caste prejudice and of political hatred. St. Genus had felt his position unassailable by virtue of old associations, common sympathies, and youthful vows. De Marmont relied on feminine ambition, love of power, of wealth, and of station, and at this moment, in Crystal's shining eyes, he only read excitement and the unspoken desire for all that he was prepared to offer. "I have only a few moments to spare, Crystal," he said slowly and with earnest emphasis, "so I will be very brief. For the moment the Emperor has suffered a defeat, as he did at Eylau or at Leipzig. His defeats are always momentary, his victories alone are decisive and abiding. The whole world knows that. It needs no proclaiming from me. But in order to retrieve that momentary defeat of today, he has deigned to ask my help. The gods are good to me. They have put it within my power to help my emperor in his need. I am going to England tonight in order to carry out his instructions. By tomorrow afternoon I shall have finished my work. The Empire of France will once more rise triumphant and glorious out of the ashes of a brief defeat. The emperor once more, Phoebus-like, will drive the chariot of the sun, lord and master of Europe, greater since his downfall, more powerful, more majestic than ever before, and I, who will have been the humble instrument of his reconquered glory, will deserve to the full his bounty and his gratitude. He paused for lack of breath, for indeed he had talked fast and volubly. Crystal's voice, cold and measured, broke in on the silence that ensued. "And in what way does all this concern me, Monsieur de Marmont?" she asked. "It concerns your whole future, Crystal," he replied with ever growing solemnity and conviction. "You must have known all along that I have never ceased to love you. You have always been the only possible woman for me, my ideal in fact. Your father's injustice I am willing to forget. Your troth was plighted to me, and I have done nothing to deserve all the insults which he thought fit to heap upon me. I wanted you to know, Crystal, that my love is still yours, and that the fortune and glory which I now go forth to win, I will place with inexpressible joy at your feet." She shrugged her shoulders, and an air of supreme indifference spread over her face. "Is that all?" she asked coldly. "All? What do you mean? I don't understand." "I mean that you persuaded me to listen to you on the pretence that you had news to tell me of the doings at Waterloo, news on which my happiness depended. You have not told me a single fact that concerns me in the least." "It concerns you as it concerns me, Crystal. Your happiness is bound up with mine. You are still my promised wife. I go to win glory for my name, which will soon be yours. You and I, Crystal, hand in hand. Think of it. Our love has survived the political turmoils. United in love, united in glory, you and I will be the most brilliant stars that will shine at the imperial court of France." She did not try to interrupt his tirade, but looked on him with cool wonderment, as one gazes on some curious animal that is raving and raging behind iron bars. When he had finished, she said quietly, "You are mad, I think, Monsieur de Marmont. At any rate, you had better go now. Time is getting on, and you will lose your place in the diligence." He was less to her than the dust under her feet, and his protestations had not even the power to rouse her wrath. Indeed, all that worried her at the moment was vexation with herself for having troubled to listen to him at all. It had been worse than foolish to suppose that he had any news to impart which did not directly concern himself. So now, while he, utterly taken aback, was staring at her open-mouthed and bewildered, she turned away, cold and full of disdain, gathering her draperies round her, and started to walk slowly toward the stairs. Her clinging white skirt made a soft swishing sound as it brushed the tiled floor, and she herself, with her slender figure, graceful neck, and crown of golden curls, looked, as the gloom of evening wrapped her in, more like an intangible elf, an apparition, gliding through space, than just a scornful woman who had thought fit to reject the importunate addresses of an unwelcome suitor. She left de Marmont standing there in the corridor, like some presumptuous beggar, burning with rage and humiliation, too insignificant even to be feared. But he was not the man to accept such a situation calmly. His love for Crystal had never been anything but a selfish one, born of the desire to possess a high-born, elegant wife, taken out of the very caste which had scorned him and his kind. Her acquiescence he had always taken for granted. Her love he meant to win after his wooing of her hand had been successful. Until then he could wait. So certain, too, was he of his own power to win her, in virtue of all that he had to offer, that he would not take her scorn for real, or her refusal to listen to him as final. End of chapter 11. Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Before she had reached the foot of the stairs, he was already by her side, and with a masterful hand upon her arm, had compelled her by physical strength to turn and to face him once more. "Crystal," he said, forcing himself to speak quietly, even though his voice quivered with excitement and passionate wrath, "as you say, I have only a few moments to spare, but they are just long enough for me to tell you that it is you who are mad. I dare say that it is difficult to believe in the immensity of a disaster. Maurice de St. Genis, no doubt, has been filling your ears with tales of the allied army's victories. But look at me, Crystal, look at me, and tell me if you have ever seen a man more in deadly earnest. I tell you that I am on my way to aid the Emperor in reforming his empire on a more solid basis than it has ever stood before. Have you ever known Napoleon to fail in what he set himself to do? I tell you that he is not crushed, that he is not even defeated. Within a month the Allies will be on their knees begging for peace. The era of your Bourbon kings is more absolutely dead today than it has ever been, and after today there will be nothing for a royalist like your father, or like Maurice de St. Genis, but exile and humiliation more dire than before. Your father's fate rests entirely in your hands. I can direct his destiny, his life or his death, just as I please. When you are my wife, I will forgive him the insults which he heaped on me at Brestolo, but not before. As for Maurice de St. Genis, and what of him, you abominable cur?" The shout which came from behind him checked the words on de Marmont's lips. He let go his hold of Crystal's arm, as he felt two sinewy hands gripping him by the throat. The attack was so swift and so unexpected that he was entirely off his guard. He lost his footing upon the slippery floor, and before he could recover himself, he was being forced back and back until his spine was bent nearly double, and his head pressed down backward almost to the level of his knees. "Let him go, Maurice. You might kill him. Throw him out of the door." It was Monsieur le Comte de Cambray who spoke. He and St. Genis had arrived just in time to save Crystal from a further unpleasant scene. She, however, had not lost her presence of mind. She had certainly listened to de Marmont's final tirade, because she knew that she was helpless in his hands, but she had never been frightened for a moment. Jean was within call, and she herself had never been timorous. At the same time, she was thankful enough that her father and St. Genis were here. Maurice was almost blind with rage. He would have killed de Marmont but for the Comte's timely words, which luckily had the effect of sobering him at this critical moment. He relaxed his convulsive grip on de Marmont's throat, but the latter had already lost his balance. He fell heavily, his body sliding along the slippery floor, while his head struck against the projecting woodwork of the door. He uttered a loud cry of pain as he fell, then remained lying inert on the ground, and in the dim light his face took on an ashen hue. In an instant Crystal was by his side. "You have killed him, Maurice," she cried, as woman-like, tender and full of compassion now, she ran to the stricken man. "I hope I have," said St. Genis sullenly. "He deserved the death of a cur." "Father, dear," said Crystal authoritatively, "will you call to Jean to bring water, a sponge, towels, quickly, also some brandy." She paid no heed to St. Genis, and she had already forgotten de Marmont's dastardly attitude toward herself. She only saw that he was helpless and in pain. She knelt by his side, pillowed his head on her lap, and with soothing gentle fingers felt his shoulders, his arms, to see where he was hurt. He opened his eyes very soon, and encountered those tender blue eyes, so full of sweet pity now. "It is only my head, I think," he said. Then he tried to move, but fell back again with a groan of pain. "My leg is broken, I am afraid," he murmured feebly. "I had best fetch a doctor," rejoined Monsieur le Comte. "If you can find one, father dear," said Crystal. "Monsieur de Marmont ought to be moved at once to his home." "No, no," protested Victor feebly, "not home, to the Trois Rois, the diligence. I must go to England to night, the Emperor's orders." "The doctor will decide," said Crystal gently. "Father dear, will you go?" Jean came back with water and brandy. De Marmont drank eagerly of the one, and then sipped the other. "I must go," he said more firmly. "The diligence starts at 9 o'clock." Again he tried to move, and a great cry of agony rose to his throat, not of physical pain, though that was great too, but the wild agonizing shriek of mental torment, of disappointment and wrath and misery greater than human heart could bear. "The Emperor's orders!" he cried. "I must go." Crystal was silent. There was something great and majestic, something that compelled admiration and respect, in this tragic impotence, this failure brought about by uncontrolled passion, at the very hour when success, perhaps, might yet have changed the whole destinies of the world. De Marmont lying here, helpless to aid his Emperor, through the furious and jealous attack of a rival, was at this moment more worthy of a good woman's regard than he had been in the flush of his success and of his arrogance, for his one thought was of the Emperor and what he could no longer do for him. He tried to move and could not. The Emperor's orders came at times with pathetic persistence from his lips, and Crystal, woman-like, tried to soothe and comfort him in his failure, even though his triumph would only have aroused her scorn. And time sped on. From the towers of the cathedral came booming the hour of 9. The shadows in the narrow street were long and dark. Only a pale, thin reflex of the cold light of the moon struck into the open doorway and the white corridor, and detached de Marmont's pale face from the surrounding gloom. The Emperor's orders, and because of a woman these could now no longer be obeyed. If de Marmont had not seen Crystal on the cathedral steps, if he had not followed her, if he had not allowed his passion and arrogant self-will to blind him to time and to surroundings, who knows but the whole map of Europe might yet have been changed. A fortune in London was awaiting a gambler who chose to stake everything on a last throw, a fortune wherewith the greatest adventurer the world has ever known might yet have reconstituted an army, and reconquered an empire, and he who might have won that fortune was lying in the narrow corridor of an humble lodging-house with a broken leg, helpless, and eating out his heart now with vain regret. Why? Because of a girl with fair curls and blue eyes, just a woman, young and desirable, another tiny pawn in the hands of the great master of this world's game. The rain in the morning at Waterloo, Blucher's arrival, or Grouchy's, a man's selfish passion for a woman who cared nothing for him. Who shall dare to say that these tiny, trivial incidents changed the destinies of the world? Think on it, O ye materialists, ye worshippers of chance. It is indeed the infinitesimal doings of pygmies that bring about the great upheavals of the earth. Do ye not rather see God's will in that fall of rain, God's breath in those dying heroes who fell on Mont Saint Jean? Do ye not recognize that it was God's finger that pointed the way to Blucher and stretched de Marmont down helpless on the ground? The arrival of Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, accompanied by a doctor and 2 men carrying an improvised stretcher, broke the spell of silence that had fallen on this strange scene of pathetic failure, which seemed but an humble counterpart of that great and irretrievable one which was being enacted at this same hour far away on the road to Genappe. After the booming of the cathedral clock, de Marmont had ceased to struggle. He accepted defeat probably because he, too, in spite of himself, saw that the day of his idol's destiny was over, and that the brilliant star which had glittered on the firmament of Europe for a quarter of a century had, by the will of God, now irretrievably declined. He had accepted Cristel's ministrations for his comfort with a look of gratitude. Jean had put a pillow to his head, and he now lay outwardly placid and quiescent. Even, perhaps, for such is human nature and such the heart of youth, as he saw Cristel's sweet face bent with so much pity toward him, a sense of hope, of happiness yet to be, chased the more melancholy thoughts away. Cristel was kind, he argued to himself. She has already forgiven. Women are so ready to forgive faults and errors that spring from an intensity of love. He sought her hand, and she gave it, just as a sweet sister of mercy and gentleness would do, for whom the individual man, even the enemy, does not exist, only the suffering human creature whom her touch can soothe. He persuaded himself easily enough that when he pressed her hand she returned the pressure, and renewed hope went forth once more, soaring upon the wings of fancy. Then the doctor came. Monsieur le Comte had been fortunate in securing him, had with impulsive generosity promised him ample payment, and then brought him along without delay. He praised Mademoiselle de Cambray for her kindness to the patient, asked a few questions as to how the accident had occurred, and was satisfied that Monsieur de Marmont had slipped on the tiled floor and then struck his head against the door. He was not likely to examine the purple bruises on the patient's throat. His business began and ended with a broken leg to mend. As Monsieur le Comte de Cambray assured him that Monsieur de Marmont was very wealthy, the worthy doctor most readily offered his patient the hospitality of his own house until complete recovery. He then superintended the lifting of the sick man onto the stretcher, and having taken final leave of Monsieur le Comte, Mademoiselle, and all those concerned, and given his instructions to the bearers, he was the first to leave the house. Monsieur le Comte, pleasantly conscious of Christian duty toward an enemy nobly fulfilled, nodded curtly to de Marmont, whom he hated with all his heart, and then turned his back on an exceedingly unpleasant scene, fervently wishing that it had never occurred in his house, and equally fervently thankful that the accident had not more fateful consequences. He retired to his smoking room, calling to St. Genis and to Crystal to follow him. But Crystal did not go at once. She stood in the dark corridor, quite still, watching the stretcher bearers in their careful silent work, little guessing on what a filmy thread her whole destiny was hanging at this moment. The fates were spinning, 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 and she did not know it. Had the solemn silence which hung so ominously in the twilight not been broken till after the sick man had been borne away, the whole of Crystal's future would have been shaped differently. But as with the rain at Waterloo, God had need of a tool for the furtherance of his will, and it was Maurice de St. Genis whom he chose, Maurice who with his own words set the final seal to his destiny. De Marmont's eyes, as he was being carried over the threshold, dwelt upon the graceful form of Crystal, clad all in white, all womanliness and gentleness now, her sweet face only faintly distinguishable in the gloom. St. Genis, whose nerves were still jarred with all that he had gone through to-day, and irritated by Crystal's assiduity beside the sick man, resented that last look of farewell which de Marmont dared to throw upon the woman whom he loved. An ungenerous impulse caused him to try and aim a last moral blow at his enemy. "Come, Crystal," he said coldly, "the man has been better looked after than he deserves. But for your father's interference, I should have wrung his neck like the cowardly brute that he was." And with the masterful air of a man who has both right and privilege on his side, he put his arm round Crystal's waist and tried to draw her away, and as he did so, he whispered a tender "Come, Crystal," in her ear. De Marmont, who at this moment was taking a last fond look at the girl he loved, and was busy the while making plans for a happy future, wherein Crystal would play the chief role, and would console him for all disappointments by the magnitude of her love, de Marmont was brought back from the land of dreams by the tender whisperings of his rival. His own helplessness sent a flood of jealous wrath surging up to his brain. The wild hatred which he had always felt for St. Genis, ever since that awful humiliation which he had suffered at Brestolo, now blinded him to everything save to the fact that here was a rival who was gloating over his helplessness, a man who twice already had humiliated him before Crystal de Cambray, a man who had every advantage of caste and of community of sympathy, a man, therefore, who must be in his turn irretrievably crushed in the sight of the woman whom he still hoped to win. De Marmont had no definite idea as to what he meant to do. Perhaps just at this moment the pale, intangible shadow of reason had lifted up one corner of the veil that hid the truth from before his eyes, the absolute and naked fact that Crystal de Cambray was not destined for him. She would never marry him, never. The Empire of France was no more. The Emperor was a fugitive. To St. Genis and his caste belonged the future, and the turn had come for the adherents of the fallen Emperor to sink into obscurity or to go into exile. Be that as it may, it is certain that in this fateful moment de Marmont was only conscious of an all-powerful, overwhelming feeling of hatred, and the determination that whatever happened to himself, he must and would prevent St. Genus from ever approaching Crystal de Cambray with words of love again. That he had the power to do this, he was fully conscious. Crystal, he called, and at the same time ordered the bearers to halt on the doorstep for a moment. Crystal, will you give me your hand in farewell? The young girl would probably have complied with his wish, but St. Genus interposed. Crystal, he said authoritatively, your father has already called you. You have done everything that Christian charity demands. And once more he tried to draw the young girl away. Do not touch her, man, called de Marmont in a loud voice. A coward like you has no right to touch the hand of a good woman. Monsieur de Marmont, broke in Crystal hotly, you presume on your helplessness. Pay no heed to the ravings of a maniac, Crystal, interposed St. Genus calmly. He has fallen so low now that contemptuous pity is all that he deserves. And contempt without pity is all that you deserve, Monsieur le Marquis de St. Genus, cried de Marmont excitedly. Ask him, Mademoiselle Crystal, ask him where is the man who today saved his life, whom I myself saw today on the roadside, wounded and half dead with fatigue, on horseback, with the inert body of Monsieur de St. Genus lying across his saddle-bow. Ask him how he came to lie across that saddle-bow, and whether his English friend and mine, Bobby Clifford, did not, as any who passed by could guess, drag him out of that hell at Waterloo and bring him into safety, whilst risking his own life. Ask him, he continued, working himself up into a veritable fever of vengeful hatred, as he saw that St. Genus, sullen and glowering, was doing his best to drag Crystal away, to prevent her from listening further to this awful indictment, these ravings of a lunatic half distraught with hate. Ask him where is Clifford now, to what lonely spot he has crawled in order to die, while Monsieur le Marquis de St. Genus came back in gay apparel to court Mademoiselle Crystal de Cambray. Ah, Monsieur de St. Genus, you tried to heap opprobrium upon me. You talked glibly of contempt and of pity. Of a truth, 'tis I do pity you now, for Mademoiselle Crystal will surely ask you all those questions, and by the Lord, I marvel how you will answer them. He fell back exhausted, in a dead faint no doubt, and St. Genus, with a wild cry like that of a beast in fury, seized the nearest weapon that came to his hand, a heavy oak chair which stood against the wall in the corridor, and brandished it over his head. He would, had not Crystal at once interposed, have killed de Marmont with one blow. Even so, he tried to avoid Crystal in order to forge for himself a clear passage, to free himself from all trammels, so that he might indulge his lust to kill. Take the sick man away quickly, cried Crystal to the stretcher bearers, and they, realizing the danger, the awfulness of the tragedy which, with that clumsy weapon wielded by a man who was maddened with rage, was hovering in the air, hurried over the threshold with their burden as fast as they could, then out into the street, and Crystal, seizing hold of the front door, shut it to with a loud bang after them. Then, with a cry that was just primitive in its passion, savage almost like that of a lioness in the desert who has been robbed of her young, she turned upon St. Genus. Where is he now? She called, and her voice was quite unrecognizable, harsh and hoarse and peremptory. Crystal, let me assure you, protested Maurice, that I have already done all that lay in my power. Where is he now? She broke in with the same fierce intensity. She stood there before him, wild, haggard, palpitating, a passionate creature, passionately demanding to know where the loved one was. It seemed as if she would have torn the words out of St. Genis's throat, so bitter and intense was the look of contempt and of hatred wherewith she looked on him. Monsieur le Comte, very much upset and ruffled by all that he had heard, came out of his room just in time to see the stretcher-bearers disappearing with their burden through the front door, and the door itself closed to with a bang by Crystal. Truly his sense of decorum and of the fitness of things had received a severe shock, and now he had the additional mortification of seeing his beautiful daughter, his dainty and aristocratic Crystal, in a state bordering on frenzy. "My darling Crystal," he exclaimed, as he made his way quickly to her side and put a restraining hand upon her arm. But Crystal was now far beyond his control. She shook off his hand. She paid no heed to him. She went closer up to St. Genis, and once more repeated her ardent, passionate query. "Where is he now?" "At the English hospital, I hope," said St. Genis, with as much cool dignity as he could command. "Have I not assured you, Crystal, that I've done all I could?" "At the English hospital, you hope?" she retorted in a voice that sounded trenchant and shrill through the overwhelming passion which shook and choked it in her throat. "But the roadside, where you left him, to die in a ditch, perhaps, like a dog that has no home, where was that?" "I gave full directions at the English hospital," he replied. "I arranged for an ambulance to go and find him, for a bed for him. I—" "Give me those directions," she commanded. "On the way to Waterloo, on the left side of the road, close by the 6-kilometre milestone. The angle of the forest of Saulnier is just there, and there is a meadow which joins the edge of the wood where they were making hay to-day. No driver can fail to find the place, Crystal. The ambulance—" But now she was no longer listening to him. She had abruptly turned her back on him and made for the door. Her father interposed. "What do you want to do, Crystal?" he said peremptorily. "Go to him, of course," she said quietly, for she was quite calm now, at any rate outwardly, strong and of set purpose. "But you do not know where he is." "I'll go to the English hospital first, father dear. Will you let me pass?" "Crystal," said Monsieur le Comte firmly, as he stood his ground between his daughter and the door, "you cannot go rushing through the streets of Brussels alone, at this hour of the night, through all the soldiery and all the drunken rabble." "He is dying," she retorted, "and I am going to find him." "You have taken leave of your senses, Crystal," said the Comte sternly. "You seem to have forgotten your own personal dignity." "Father, let me go," she demanded, for she had tried to measure her physical strength against his, and he was holding her wrists now, whilst a look of great anger was on his face. "I tell you, Crystal," he said, "that you cannot go. I will do all that lies in my power in the matter, I promise you. And Maurice," he added harshly, "if he has a spark of manhood left in him, will do his best to second me. But I cannot allow my daughter to go into the streets at this hour of the night." "But you cannot prevent your sister from doing as she likes." Here broke in a tart voice from the back of the corridor. "Crystal, child, try and bear up while I run to the English hospital first, and if necessary to the English doctor afterwards. And you, Monsieur, my brother, be good enough to allow Jean to open the door for me." And Madame la Duchesse d'Agen, in bonnet and shawl, helpful and practical, made her way quietly to the door, preceded by faithful Jean. With a cry of infinite relief, almost of happiness, Crystal at last managed to disengage herself from her father's grasp, and ran to the old woman. "Ma tante," she said imploringly, "take me with you. If I do not go to find him now, At once my heart will break." Monsieur le Comte shrugged his shoulders and stood aside. He knew that in an argument with his sister he would surely be worsted, and there was a look in Madame's face which, even in this dim twilight, he knew how to interpret. It meant that Madame would carry out her programme just as she had stated it, and that she would take Crystal with her, with or without the father's consent. So, realizing this, Monsieur le Comte had but one course left open to him, and that was to safeguard his own dignity by making the best of this situation, of which he still highly disapproved. "Well, my dear Sophy," he said, "I suppose if you insist on having your way, you must have it, though what the women of our rank are coming to nowadays I cannot imagine. At the same time, I, for my part, must insist that Crystal at least puts on a bonnet and shawl, and does not career about the streets dressed like a kitchen wench." "Crystal," whispered Madame, who was nothing if not practical, "do as your father wishes. It will save a lot of argument, and save time as well." But even before the words were out of Madame's mouth, Crystal was running along the corridor, ready to obey. At the foot of the stairs St. Genis intercepted her. "Let me pass," she cried wildly. "Not before you have said that you have forgiven me," he entreated as he clung to her white draperies with a passionate gesture of appeal. An exclamation, which was almost one of loathing, escaped her lips, and with a jerk she freed her skirt from his clutch. Then she ran quickly up the stairs. Outside the door of her own room, on the first landing, she paused for 1 minute, and from out of the gloom her voice came to him like the knell of passing hope. "If he comes back alive out of the hell to which you condemned him," she said, "I may in the future endure the sight of you again. If he dies, may God forgive you." The opening and shutting of a door told him that she was gone, and he was left in company with his shame. End of chapter 11, part 2. Chapter 12 of The Bronze Eagle by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Winning Hand. Until far into the night, the air reverberated with incessant cannonade from the direction of Genappe and from that of Wavre, but just before dawn all was still. The stream of convoys which bore the wounded along the road to Brussels from Mont Saint Jean and Hougoumont and La Haye Sainte had momentarily ceased its endless course. The sky had that perfect serenity of a midsummer's night, starlit and azure, with the honey-coloured moon sinking slowly down towards the west. Here at the edge of the wood the air had a sweet smell of wet earth and damp moss and freshly cut hay. It had all the delicious softness of a loved one's embrace. Through the roar of distant cannonade, Bobby had slept. For a time after St. Genis left him, he had watched the long straight road with dull unseeing eyes. He had seen the first convoy overfilled with wounded men lying huddled on heaped up straw, and had thanked God that he was lying on this exquisitely soft carpet made of thousands of tiny green plants, moss, grass, weeds, young tendrils, and growing buds and opening leaves that were delicious to the touch. He had quite forgotten that he was wounded. Neither his head nor his leg nor his arm seemed to hurt him now, and he was able to think in peace of Crystal and of her happiness. St. Genis would have come to her by then. She would be happy to see him safe and well, and perhaps in the midst of her joy she would think of the friend who so gladly offered up his life for her. When the air around was no longer shaken by constant repercussion, Bobby fell asleep. It was not yet dawn, even though far away in the east there was a luminous veil that made the sky look like living silver. Behind him, among the trees, there was a moving and a fluttering. The birds were no longer asleep. They had not begun to sing, but they were shaking out their feathers and opening tiny round eyes in farewell to the departing night. That gentle fluttering was a sweet lullaby, and Bobby slept and dreamed. He dreamed that the fluttering became louder and louder, and that instead of birds it was a group of angels that shook their wings and stood around him as he slept. One of the angels came nearer and laid a hand upon his head, and Bobby dreamed that the angel spoke, and the words that it said filled Bobby's heart with unearthly happiness. My love, the angel said, will you try and live for my sake? And Bobby would not open his eyes for fear the angel should go away. And though he knew exactly where he was, and could feel the soft carpet of leaves, and smell the sweet moisture in the air, he knew that he must still be dreaming, for angels are not of this earth. Then a strong, kind hand touched his wrist, and felt the beating of his heart, and a rough, pleasant voice said in English, "He is exhausted and very weak, but the fever is not high. He will soon be all right." And to add to the wonderful strangeness of his dream, the angel's voice near him murmured, "Thank God, thank God." Why should an angel thank God that he, Bobby Clifford, was not likely to die? He opened his eyes to see what it all meant, and he saw, bending over him, a face that was more exquisitely fair than any that man had ever seen, eyes that were more blue than the sky above, lips that trembled like rose leaves in the breeze. He was still dreaming, and there was a haze between him and that perfect vision of loveliness. And the kind, rough voice somewhere close by said, "Have you got that stretcher ready?" And two other voices replied, "Yes, sir." But the lips close above him said nothing, and it was Bobby who now murmured, "My love, is it you?" "Your love for always," the dear lips replied. "Nothing shall part us now. Yours for always to bring you back to life. Yours when you will claim me. Yours for life." They lifted him onto a stretcher and then into a carriage, and a very kind face, which he quickly enough recognized as Madame la Duchesse d'Agen's, smiled very encouragingly upon him. Whereupon he could not help but ask a very pertinent question. "Madame la Duchesse, is all this really happening?" "Why, yes, my good man," Madame replied, and indeed there was nothing dreamlike in her tart, dry voice. "Crystal and I really have dragged Dr. Scott away from the bedside of innumerable other sick and wounded men, and also from any hope of well-earned rest tonight. We have also really brought him to a spot very accurately described by our worthy friend St. Genus, but where unfortunately you had not chosen to remain, else we had found you an hour sooner. Is there anything else you want to know?" "Oh, yes, Madame la Duchesse, many things," murmured Bobby. "Please go on telling me." Madame laughed. "Well," she said, "perhaps you would like to know that some kind of instinct, or perhaps the hand of God, guided one of our party to the place where you had gone to sleep. You may also wish to know that though you seem in a bad way for the present, you are going to be nursed back to life under Dr. Scott's own most hospitable roof. But since Crystal has undertaken to do the nursing, I imagine that my time for the next 6 weeks will be taken up in arguing with my dear and pompous brother that he will now have to give his consent to his daughter becoming the wife of a vendor of gloves. Bobby contrived to smile. Do you think that if I promised never to buy or sell gloves again, but in future to try and live like a gentleman, do you think then that he will consent? I think, my dear boy, said Madame, subduing her harsh voice to tones of gentleness, that after my brother knows all that I know, and all that his daughter desires, he will be proud to welcome you as his son. The doctor's wide barouche lumbered slowly along the wide straight road. In the east, the luminous veil that still hid the rising sun had taken on a hue of rosy gold. The birds, now fully awake, sang their morning hymn. From the direction of Wavre came once more the cannon's roar. Inside the carriage, Dr. Scott, sitting at the feet of his patient, gave a peremptory order for silence. But Bobby, immeasurably happy and contented, looked up and saw Crystal de Cambray, no longer a girl now, but a fair and beautiful woman, who had learned to the last letter the fulsome lesson of love. She sat close beside him, and her arm was round his reclining head, and looking at her, he saw the love-light in her dear eyes whenever she turned them on him. And anon, when Madame la Duchess engaged Dr. Scott in a close and heated argument, Bobby felt sweet-scented lips pressed against his own. End of chapter 12. End of The Bronze Eagle, A Story of the 100 Days, by Baroness Emma Orczy.